ว่ะชิบหายละเฮ้ยโอ้โหเอ้ย
ว่าไง
S2เฮียอะไรเนี่ย
อ้าว
ตัวแม่งโคตรโกงเลย ดูดิ
ไม่มันของท้อง
ไอ้เฮียเฮ้ยบ้าเปล่าเกมไรออด
ของมั
มาน ดูเดี๋ยวนี้เลยนะ
มันของท้องมันก็ต้องโหดเป็นธรรมดา
เป็นธรรมดาเขาว่า
อืมเห็นข่าวคัมแบ็กเฮ้ยคัมแบ็กจะลาออกเหรอ น้องแอมมันยองครับผมเพื่อสตรีมแข่งกับสลิกกี้เหรอ อ๋ออ๋อไม่ครับผมสตรีมเรื่อยๆฮะทีมไม่ติดอะไรคือเบนคัมแบ็กแอนด์บิงโคมาลัสคือใครวะ
ใครเล่นนานดีวะเฮียที่นี่แน่เลยเจอตกมันไปใช่ไหม
ตบไปละ
No more running.
จินมาไม่หยุดเลยไม่ได้เล่นจินหูยตัวนี้ใครวะ ว่าแล้วก็ไปเสิร์ชก่อน เป็นดูเอลิสนะ จากเทียร์2โอ้โห มันน่าจะมาเพราะว่าชาติเดียวกับไอ้มินิบูแน่เลยวะชิบหายแล้วแม่งไม่ลั่นด้วยดิโอ้โห แม่งไม่มีความแบบแม่งไม่มีความน่ากลัวเลยอ่ะ สวยแล้วเด้ยูเนติกแม่งอยู่ในช่วงขาลงแล้ว บูน่าจะส่งเข้าประกวดประเทศเดียว
เว้
กั
ย
น
เยอะอีกแกไอ้เฮียไม่หนุกเลยอ่ะ
เอ้าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวพอชนะก็สนุกเนี่ยโดนมั้ยเนี่ยกู
โดนอะไร ดูตัวดิ เฮ้ยไม่แน่ว่ะ
ดูเด็
เอ้า
ดูดิ
ไม่เท่าไหร่นี่
แล้วโธ่แล้วบอกไม่สนุกเมื่อกี้
นั่นไอเราไม่นึกว่าเก่งกว่านี้เถอะ
มันไม่ได้เวอร์ขนาดนั้น ตัวมันนิ่ม มันเหมือนแบบมดเกาะแกะอะ
ก็ไม่มดนะมดแม่งเจ็บชิบหายมดอะไรเนี่ย
อืม
เ ฟิโอล่า2บี
That was miss.
เจอเลย เฮ้ย อะไรอ่ะ เฮ้ย ไอเล่นไรอ่ะเฮียอะไรเนี่ย นัวไปหมดเลยโอ้5 บาท 2 ดาวหมดเลยทั้งบอร์ด
ถูกต้องแล้วยังมาม่าถูกต้องครับผม พาร์ทเนอร์เหลือทีมน้อยลงฮะพาร์ทเนอร์ไปรอรอบลึก
อะไรคือพาร์ทเนอร์หรือทีมน้อยลง
ไอพาร์ทเนอร์ปีหน้า
ไม่น้อย
เท่าเดิมเหรอ
เฮียตอบอะไรไม่ค่อยได้ ไม่รู้มันพูดถึงไหนอ่ะแบบ แต่มันไม่ได้น้อยลง เป็นไปไหนหมดวะ
เออ เกมน่าจะลืมใส่มาให้รอบนี้
เฮียแล้วนามีเดินมาใกล้อีก
ตอดนามีให้หน่อยลูก ลูกเซตไอ้สัตว์โอ้โหกว่าจะตอดจะตายห่าอยู่แล้ว กากจริง
I'll give you the easy way out.
เฮ้ยโหมอร์กาน่าพี่ดูน่ากลัวจังอะ
ๆ ความหวังสุดท้าย เซตแม่งดาเมจไม่ปันไม่เข้าเลยเลดเกม
ที่นามีโคตรเก่งเลย
นี่มันต้องหานูนูมาแทงนูนูศูนย์ จะไปดูแข่งละ
เดี๋ยวพี่
Sound muted.
อ๋อเอฟไม่มาเหรอวันนี้ Here we go เลดเกมมันแทงไม่เข้าอ่ะ งงว่ะ น้องยำยำสวัสดีครับ
in the constraints of fairly comfortable.
GX อยู่แล้ว
Happy with
Okay.
them, guys.
Okay, that's lovely to hear. Also, speaking about the.
น้องจ๋าสวัสดีครับ ไปไหนเซเว่นเหรอ
Really talk about much as Giant X have changed their
Almost.
style, I would say. They're playing a lot faster on those attack sides, and I think that works really well on Haven with the comp they have, the double duelist Phoenix, and I don't expect we'll see any changes to that. And it works on Haven too. But they're applying that style to like multiple different maps. So when we get to that pro later on, I'm gonna be watching that with a with a magnifying glass, because you can't just play the same style on every single map.
Oh, definitely not, right? Like the rinse and repeat only works for so long, but it feels like we're getting closer to figuring out what sort of agents they're going to pick up for themselves in their first map, because now players sitting on stage, sitting in their razor chairs as well, it's there, right? They're one step away from being able to give us the answers. And I do want to quickly circle back, Minnie, to something you were saying about the teams working within the constraints. You mostly said this around Pacific, the constraints that their coaches have set. I mean, you've been there for yourself. What are these constraints? What do they look like? How hard are the
What was your
lines?
favorite
The
constraint?
constraint specifically was Boaster. We're not playing Raze on Breeze. You know what I mean? It's just about
You
agent.
wanted to put Boaster and Raze.
No, he
I
wanted to
know.
play Raze on Breeze, and I
Oh,
was
he
saying,
himself?
no, we're not doing that. We just
What do you
get
mean? Have you seen his operator?
Raze on Breeze. So yeah, let's get back to
Anyway, Haven.
picking nothing too.
No, Cupid.
Oh.
No.
The chamber,
I
seeing that chamber
mean-
though, that's fine.
อย่าโดนไอ้นี่วะคิวเปิดเอาดีๆ อย่ามาหลอกให้ดีใจเล่น จะกดก็กดมาไหนแม่งเกรียน แพ้แน่มึง ก็สำนักก็เปิดตลอดนะจ๋าพี่จะติเปลี่ยนคน เป็นคนชาติเดียวกับบูครับ ไปดูสแตทมาโคตรแย่ คัมแบ็ก
Giant X can ride, but now it's time for them to try to reach those levels yet again. Last week, so, but now a chance for them to thrive against what many talk about as the worst team in EMEA.
Good. So I'm looking at these two teams going, I almost need one of you to win this convincingly to make me believe that you're going to compete in that group.
So strange to think about that. The fact that GX were at champions last year, at the end of last year, and now we're talking about them hopefully making it to playoffs. It is a change, but there's been lots of changes, and as you heard,
เขาบอกว่าเวสไซด์โคตรโหด
a change in patch as well. Perhaps we'll see that Waylay
นัด
fade
ที่แล้ว
out. Indeed, no Waylay here, but the West Side Phoenix.
Phoenix
This
always
was
in it.
definitely drawing our eye when it came to the game last week. And
แลกกันไปคนละหัว
locked it in here, already locking in the first headshot as well. Something West Side.
เอ้า
why
เซเว่น
Jack
ครับ วิป
GX
นะช็อต
find
นี้
themselves a man to the good as the spikes going down on
ไหล
C.
มาแบบชิว
Really struggled on the defensive side of this map, but their attack was sublime. So
ๆ ใจร้อนไปหน่อย
it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to fix their issues. Valorante, well,
อโลรันเต้หนัก
doesn't look like it's getting any better. Cooper under pressure. He will be
หนัก
able to
มาก
fall
พิซิฟิก
back to his
พิซิฟิก
teammates.
หนักมาก
That X duo of Liquid Academy looking to try and
ผม
hold the line.
หมดครับ
It's all on to Ninja. He will not be able to do so. A solid first round from the side of GX, and well, already doing okay on their defensive side because they are halfway to what they managed when they played Vitality.
Yeah, it was.
พิซิฟิกใครโหดอะครับ
I think this is a conversation
เซเว่น
that
ครับ
we had there
เซเว่น
when it
โหด
comes to Ara. Last year we talked about him as being inconsistent, up and down, and this year it does kind of feel like we're seeing the same. But I do think the changes might favor him. His waylay looks really rough. I found it hard to get.
เซเว่น
any value
สำหรับ
off
พี่
him.
น่าจะโหด
Now
สุด
with
ละ
it maybe moving out of the pool, moving towards Neon, which historically has been more of a strength from him in some of the bigger games they had last year. I like that, and I do think for him the important thing is
เอาจริงนี่
to
คอม
try to stop that
คอม
bounce
พิซิ
up
ฟิก
and
นี่ก็
down.
แอบอินดี้อยู่นะ
He's so solid when it comes to his ceiling, but we too often see him play at his floor.
Yeah, for sure. As you saw on the lower third, it is going to be the first time we've seen Pacific play this map at all.
Wait.
Well, it's not the cleanest start. Already Ara down and Flickless incredibly low.
จริง ๆ คู่หน้าก็มันครับ
Paranoia will be sent through, and they've not actually managed to put the pressure onto Flickless. The danger, of course, is
เพราะว่า
still Valorante lurking around the
อีฮิโน
edge of
ไฟ
that
มัน
side. And the gun that they've picked up,
เอา
obviously
เรื่อง
a
อยู่
lot better if somebody pushes there. Unless, of course, you're on Neon, but unfortunately for them, 7 is already dead.
สวัสดีครับน้องเต้ยคณินนะผม
That space trade, and as you said, the judge, great if they go walking in the garage, but we would have some serious questions about GX's shot calling
อ๋อ
if that was to be the case.
วุ่นๆนิดหน่อยครับผมไม่ได้เติม EMI วันนี้
There is a camera watching the
ก็
walkout.
เติม
The judge
เติมในตารางไปแล้วพี่ก็ไปเขียนในตารางไว้
Although with 34 HP, range isn't going to be too much of a
ไม่
problem.
วุ่นทั้งวันไม่ได้จับโทรศัพท์เพิ่งมาจับพวงจัดสตรีม
Wait for backup, play this on backside. But this explosion from Pacific, if they go through that smoke, they have got a chance of making this a favorable fight even. Checking the right way, they'll at least get one. The question of damage answered with 3 players alive for GX.
Yeah, not too bad in the end, especially with how things started out, and for them to get those initial defensive rounds. Although it is worth mentioning that with having that chamber as a more aggressive Sentinel on the defense, you could argue that maybe this composition is a little bit more defensive from Pacific. So maybe both teams are looking for that second half. I am excited to see more of the 7 duelist though. I want to see how he's going to be able to be that little bit more aggressive, while CNED can maybe play a bit like Filu did, like having that operator on attack when they can.
ใช่เหรอคู่นี้ตารางยังไม่ใส่หรอ
An important win for GX on this map as well, with Pearl up next. Got 13-3 last week. Have to change their comp most likely, with it being Ara on the waylay. He was 1-8 first kills.
วันนี้เหมือนใส่ไปแล้ว
Nice opening here from 7
เดี๋ยวไป
again.
ดู
Him on the duelist, opening up a lot of space. And the B-side plant already coming through. Got to be cautious of the flank, but that's exactly what Ninja's doing, locking that down with a deeper
Oi.
from Valorante.
ผม
Losing CNED,
นี่
not
ตัวนี้
ideal, but of course,
จับตาดูตัวนี้ครับ
7 is here to pull back every
ตัวทีเด็ด
advantage
ตัว
that
ที
they'll
เด็ด
give
แป
them.
ซิฟิกตัวนี้
This is a stellar round already.
Oh.
Sticking around for more in 7 with 4 on the tally. Only Ara left to fall, a judge in hand. Not too many examples of where that judge could be used favorably. 7's low, so maybe that's your prime target, but the ace just 1 kill away. And Ara's almost teasing them with it. Oh, it's so close. The shots don't land yet, but in the end, it seemed inevitable.
เป็นเรื่อง
God, nice round for 7. It's one of those
เอ็ดเฉย
you want to get that confidence brewing, especially on the Neon, but this was all him. I think there was hesitation at the end because you go, well, I don't want to give a rifle away.
Yeah,
Like, I don't want to turn this into 2 guns being dropped versus a bonus, but that's superb. Just great at taking those isolated fights. And also the confidence clearly there. 1 away from his ultimate, but this is where things should get a little bit more difficult. You can see Westside already having that run it back online, and in a fairly aggressive position. There you go, straight down mid he goes, and well, it's Ara to take the initial fight and lose.
รอดนะว่า
Could run out.
Yeah, aggression on A. Lose a player. Ult used to aggress down garage.
จะไปตัดเขาโดนเขาตัด
And
ทิพ
now
หายละ
GX, having played their hand early, they're way behind. The recovery, there's no easy answer to this, especially with how Pacific are playing. Look how patient they are. They've got a pick a minute 10 into the round, and they're still spread in a default, still covering their bases for any extra pushes that might have come down or might come down from then on. And it looks like we're going to at least indeed get the drone coming out on mid. A little bit of posturing in that direction while GX group up and walk through on A. How many did Valorant just see? I think it was only 2, but it's enough to send them to C.
It's very open C site. You do have the cam available, which will give a little bit of additional information. If you watched any of the Vitality game, this was how they sort of adapted to GX when playing that attack, was you just slow down. You let them come to you, and I'm hoping that GX have worked on having a little bit more in the tank. This retake setup seems to be the goal, but they are losing those fights again though. Westside springing to life. He's given a small chance.
ข่าว
to
2-1
Cloud. Well, maybe a chance of the 1v1, but he's not looking the right way.
Big danger from Valorant as well. I mean, this guy sneaking his way around. If they were looking to full retake,
ตัวเดียวต้องเดียร์แซงนะครับ
if it took them a second or two longer,
ให้ Giant
he
ครับ
would have had a massive
Giant BBL ครับ
that round. And although yes, a phenomenal attempt by Westside again, adding up that headshot tally, he's number 1 in EMEA for a reason.
โอ้โหเชียร์เซเว่นแม่ง
It's
มัน
not
จัด
enough this time for GX to keep that lead. Tied up 2-2, and now on an eco, it looks like we're going to pass the baton over to Pacific.
Yeah, I do wonder if this is a map that Pacific are going to be happy to play going forward, or if it was just we watched GX play Haven and we're not worried. Because this isn't a map that they played. They've not been particularly keen to play this. I think they banned it last week, but when you watch the way that GX played the defensive side, it was just
ผมมันรอโรเทตไวเอาเลยเหรอ
keep pushing. So if you have faith in your own default, which I imagine Cooper will do, I think they're going to be fairly comfortable playing this attack. And I want to see if GX do have a more passive look. Now in this round, they do, but this is just trying to gamble the rotations correctly.
We've seen this before, used off of like a KO knife, even the early reveal, and then full stack the other side of the map with an advanced position. But 3 players sitting in spawn off of next to no info. Trips aren't particularly far. The drone went in, but we haven't seen, I don't think we even saw the reveal go up for quite a while. It was like a minute left on the clock. And now they've spread into a default. It's a strange looking round. But in the end, it will be a gamble
มาหา
once
ข่าว
again. Cover their bases. Make sure that the defensive line has
เรียบร้อยครับ
and now
มาหา
rotate
ข่าว
to A, where they already find their opening pick. The
เข้า
problem
4เลยหรือเปล่า
that the rest of Pacific are towards this C site, and Flickless has got the bandit. It's not like he's helpless in that fight, but he makes the wise choice to wait for backup.
Try and get back in as a squad, but it's only really Cloud that has anything to play with. The few pistols that can be put in as well. Shot darts might make things a little bit more difficult for Seven in the backline. In fact, nice. It's semi-bin check, but the trades have worked. Even still, though, Seven comes alive again already.
เฮ้ย
Maybe
เอ็ดอีกแล้วเหรอ
second ace of the game.
No way.
There's only been 4 rounds so far, a 5th in this one. It could be 2 aces in 5
อย่าบอกนะ
rounds. If he can manage to take it home, he's in the right place at the right
โอ้
time already. What is going on? We had Chloric, another import,
เฮ้ย
managing to go and
ไอ้เหี้ยมันบ้าจัด
to a 1v4. Now we've had in 5 rounds 2 aces.
Yeah, I mean, they're just one of the best players that we've got in the scene, honestly. Seven, when they joined here again, I say this almost every time. Yes. Hey, eco kills or not, an ace is an ace, my man. An ace is an ace. We said this, that like someone that came with a lot of hype to our region, but we've seen that before, and often that just leads to
ลูกพี่
expectations
เขาเอ็ดไม่หยุดเลย
than reality can ever meet. Seven has exceeded expectations, even though they were set very high. 10-3 right now, a solid start, and Pacific get the lead with that play. Now for GX to go back onto a full buy, to try to fight yet again on even footing. And these rounds have typically been overextensions on their part getting punished. Pacific, as a result, happy to sit back and wait, at least for those first 30 seconds.
This time though, GX have been a little bit more patient. I'd still like to
สง
see
สัยอยู่
the
นะ
operator come
เช็ค
in.
ห
I
รือ
think
เปล่า
that will help quite a bit with this. Grabinho, he's not going to survive,
Ah.
but the trades are good.
Spike down mid.
เรียบร้อยเลยครับ
Leaves them in an
เจอค่ายคนที่ B
a chance to equalize with Ninja and Alorante, the last two. But the bigger problem is they don't have the spike or any space. And well, Ninja has found information, but at the cost of well, almost his life.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
now becoming an impossible task
Yeah.
with the last man dropped. And for Pacific, the way that they approach this round, I think, is just expecting that GX will stop pushing, that they will sit back and wait. And the hope is that the B side is where the weakness sits. But evidently, that's not the case. As soon as Seven loses that fight, maybe that's where they need a call for the pullback. But again, they hope that's the only guy. We can isolate that fight, we can trade, and then the full hand revealed with Westside there as well.
Well, there you go. 0 aces to 2 aces. It's not bad. It's been, so far. It's been good so far. The one thing I will say is I do wonder if GX are passive continuously, how difficult this is going to become for Seven. Because he is sort of the tip of the spear. It's not a double duelist. Like, you can't have CNED doing exactly the same thing. The answer, though, is they're not going to be doing it at all. That is a full mid-push already. With space taken in towards the window, the rest of the team though are
ตอนประเด็น
patiently
ยังครับผม
waiting, but it
พี่เห็น
leaves
ข่าว
a
ดี
pretty
อัดดอป
hefty
คัมแบ็ก
gap
เห็นแล้วครับผม
really covered by a
เอาคนชาติเดียวกับบูมาใช่ไหม
Gamble
ชื่อ
was
อะไร
looking for the
อะไร
trap,
คา
but
โต
they're
โรส
looking
เลย
to spring.
ชื่อ
Two
อ่านยากจัดเหรอ
flashes waiting in the garage. There's contact
พี่ไปดู
power
ส
going
แตท
up.
มาสแตทโคตรแย่อะไม่รู้มาทำไมครับ
Ball sent through,
น่าจะเป็น
but
ยุค
it
มืด
gets nothing.
ทีเลติก
An
แล้วอันนี้
immediate
อาจจะต้อง
stun
พัก
sends them back. Good
ทีเล
work
ติก
for Pacific to keep
คู่นี้น่าจะ
control.
ใจแอนอยู่แล้วครับผม
Will be heard.
แต่ว่า
Very close
แต่ว่าไม่ใช่
arrow.
งานง่าย
Now that they're moving
สู
to the
สีอยู่
A side, but Cloud has to either hold his
พีซิ
ground
ฟิก
or
หลัง
get
ๆ
out
สู้มือ
alive,
ใครเจอก็
and
สู้
he
มือ
at
หมด
least manages the latter.
This is where you look at that retake setup. Having the ultimate gives a little bit more of an opportunity to get back into the site. But it's also where CNED's
เต็ม
operator
มาดอกนี้
can become that little bit more deadly. Just watching that flank, patiently waiting for anybody to attempt around that corner. It needs to be a pacey swing from Ara if he's going to get past. And well, he does, but there's a second layer to it. Seven. Keeping them in an advantageous position. Now Westside goes through with the ult, but he's not able to connect the shots. He needs someone to attempt to trade, and it's a little bit further behind. Even still, they're making
ต้อง
this
ได้
run.
ต้องได้นี่อ่ะ
Time ticking. Ninja, the
นิน
only
จา
one
คนเดียว
remaining,
ไม่
gets
ไหว
back into the smoke, but it fades. And Cloud with 3 will now give GX back the lead.
Yeah, needed an extra second on that smoke, and he would have been fine, but caught with his pants down there. That's going to be 4 for GX. Very well done. Again, coming into the next round with Hunter's Fury, thanks to that from Cloud. They are set up to fight their way right back into a convincing lead. And you know, you look at some of these rounds from GX. I did think back to 2 ago where they went for that B control. They went without the initiator. It seemed like a little bit of a blip as they pushed the extremities on C and on A short, then send 3 players to dive in blindly for the B take. That's a symbol of confidence on their side that they thought Seven could just decimate that opening fight. But you really can't put it all on one guy to do that. 4-3. And I think this is where Pacific, well, I would have thought, group up, play more direct, get in towards that site. But it's slow. Again, pressure towards A, getting some util out, the push up from Ara as well, the AWP avoided, and now they'll group for this B hit, this time with their initiator to back them up. And I think that's what was missing. Like a little reveal through that smoke. Set 7 up for success.
ล่างส่งมินิบูอ่ะ
Going into garage. This is all a
โอ้
ruse
พอ
to take
สแตทมันคือถ้าคนพร้อมใช้งานสแตทมันจะโหดครับ อันนี้สแตทรู้เลยต้องเอามาปั้น อุ้ยสวยอยู่ช็อตนี้ ผม นี่เป้าไว้ใส่แม่งดุจัดตอนนั้น
No operator in hand anymore, and of course the defense, they'll be waiting for Ara.
Oh, there's his get out of jail free card now. He's going to sustain those fights. The stun is perfect, and he nearly gets away with it.
So close ครับ CNED วินนี้
But the round falls again into the hands of GX.
เกือบอยู่เกือบอยู่
Big one to reset this fight and keep us neck and neck. But again, you look at Westside, how much value this guy is able to get in positions where often you call them one and dones. Not for him. Just keeps on going.
Really good Hunter's Fury as well from Cloud. I think that connected on multiple players, gave not only the positioning away, but also did some additional damage, completely disrupts the take. But I also just like much better the way that GX are playing this defensive side. Like, you go back to how they played it last week, and it was incredibly rough.
เอาแน่นอนเมตาเป็นอย่างนี้ครับเมตาลูกซองเข้าสโมกอยู่แล้ว
Microphone muted. Microphone
เพื่อ
active.
เห็นรูปแบบ 2027 หรือยังเห็นแล้วครับผม
Scrolls, but it was crazy time. It's back when we had open qualifiers.
เอาแน่นอนอยู่แล้ว ดีขึ้นกับเทียร์2แน่นอน
Imagine that.
Imagine that. The good old days.
ไม่มีอีกแล้วเทียร์2ต่อไป
You never know when
เป็น
the
เทียร์
good
เดียว
old days will come back, and for CNET, he's looking to capture that spark yet
ปา
again.
รีสวันนี้ยังต่
New heroes.
7 เมตร
Valorant, we know, is a
น้อยมี
crazy
นะสวัสดี
high
ครับ
ceiling as well on that Sensi. 5-3. GX building up some steam, pushing the economy of Pacific to the limits. They have another full buy here, but it's
7
expensive.
เลยครับผม
The ultimates they have to fall back on really just come down to that Viper's pit. This time,
บ้านเรา
the mid pushes the adaptation.
เทียร์มีแต่เทียร์น้ำตาครับผมบ้านเรา
He's surrounded, not so easy to get out. Scot-free, a price to be paid, and the
สวยละ
paranoia should lock that in. Pacific trade out the early fight, and we'll get a plant now.
And they'll run it back this time, but
Pit.
they do have the overdrive.
อุ้ย
Pit makes sense. Gonna make it tougher to get out. What's saying that? Ara's just gone. Rifle retrieved.
พิษอะไรของมัน
Killed out by the flames as well, so that's at least gonna make things
Ui,
a little
เจ็บ
easier. Almost a frag. A swing around
Yeah.
from Grabinho, but that was the low player. They still are yet to find the Viper of Valorante lurking in the darkness.
อ่ะแล้วปิกเล็ตหลุดเข้ามาแล้ว
The problem is that spike positioning. They now need to swing out of the pit. They need to go looking to try and deny. And the second they are, they're
หม
just
ดเลย
waiting
ครั
on
บ
the other side. It was an idea to stop them getting back into the site, but the second they did, that post plant fell apart.
Yeah, it's the fact the cage from Flickless, he has a safe space to jump in.
แม่งสเนกไบต์มาวัดมุมมาอย่างดีนึกว่ามีของ
Once, as you said, once they break out of that, you're kind of done at that point.
It's like, that's why Arrow, while the
ของ
pit was
ที่ไหน
still
ได้
wide
ของ
open, was
เก๊
like, I'm sending it over the
Get
top.
in there.
Like, the worst thing is, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Let's have a look. He did not use overdrive.
No.
He went out with an op in
With an
hand,
op, swapped the
thinking
rifle.
I will pick up a gun,
Yeah.
which is insane.
It is a little bit
When you
mental.
have an ult that's not
ก็
like
ใช่
what
ครับ
you
น้อง
need to keep for a rainy day,
ตา
really.
ตาไอ
A bold play from
แต่พิมมี่ก็ถือว่าไม่ใช่ดูเอลิต
Arrow.
ไม่ใช่เมนดูเอลิต
He didn't
นะ
find
เป็น
the
ตัว
result,
เฟก
but
ตัว
drawing
2
the
นะ
eyes of
ถ้า
the
ดูล่าสุดอะ
attackers
ดู
was
เอลิต
all
จริง
he
คือ
needed
จิต
to do.
นะตอนนี้
6-3 as we
You want
go
to play,
to a pretty
lazy
hefty
play.
advantage for GX. And again, this
Yeah.
is a map that they want to be winning.
ใช่มันของเก๊ครับเมื่อกี้ตีเก๊ไปเลยครับพิษอย่างนั้นอะพิษโคตรกากอะเมื่อกี้พิษทำร้ายตัวเองเห็นปะ
Last week, the walk up here from
แล้ว
CNET
ซีเน็ต
being washed
กับเซเว่นเอ้ยไม่ใช่
straight into the
กาลา
crosshair.
เรียบร้อย
Fires a shot into
กาลา
Ara. Returning
คนรอต้องเป็นคนโดน
to
อยู่
the
แล้ว
site, this time with a 5 versus 3 and no pit, but it looks like it's already a guaranteed win.
Yeah, no, the Hunter's Fury.
Come back ออกแล้วครับผม ไม่ทีละติกมาได้เด็กเทียร์2มาสแตทโคตรแย่ไม่รู้ว่าทำไม แต่ว่าอยู่ลิทัวเนียชาติเดียวกับบู
If you were going to ask me for a benchmark coming into this half, how many rounds GX needed, I would have gone with 5. So I think they're already past the benchmark on the defensive side. Like, they managed to get 6 rounds in the attack versus Vitality. No offense to Pacific, people are putting them at the bottom, which I am included. But we'd put Vitality much higher on the marker. Like, they are a team that we expect to be at the top. So I think the GX can be fairly happy with this half already. Of course, you don't want to teeter out at the end. You don't want to have the chance to go in with a lead and then lose a few rounds in a row. That means a pistol could throw this into the mix. But I think GX right now are in a very good spot. And I'm waiting to see, okay, what more do Pacific
หัว
have
ข่าว
if they
ว่อน
can
เลยครับ
challenge
ตอนนี้
more
คั
on
ม
this
แบ็ก
map?
ออกแล้วครับ
Well, a 2-round gap with 2 left to play for. We could end up neck and neck, and a big investment from Pacific. The op in hands for CNET. Cash to buy up in the next if needed. Thanks to that victory being pretty damn clean. So they've got the ability to fight for both of these. But as you said, expectations. We're about 5 for GX. They've already exceeded, which now puts the pressure on for Pacific to deliver. Flickless revealed in the corner. Hunter's Fury on its way. It won't find its mark, but they're spamming the cross back out. He's on
ยังไม่หยุดสแปม
but somehow survives.
รอดได้ยังไงครับผม
An opening pick for Pacific.
เหลือเชื่อ
to this side of the map instead results in the rotate going in
จังหวะ
with
ชุลมุน
deep control for Ara. Early rotation through the spawn, but it's all on Ara. How much can he get here? The favored situation. It looks to get even better, but hold on. Alorante in 7.
รอดได้ยังไงวะ
Pacific somehow are now in the lead. Flickless on 11's walking into
อาโรลันเต้เหม่อตอนนี้ยิงฟิกเลตไม่โดนนั่นเหลือ11
neck and neck again.
Well, the way we've got here
ตอนนี้กาลาดโบ
is pretty. I don't
เอ้ย
like
มูไป
it,
ไซส์ฉลาดนะอย่าง
but
งี้
we are in a 3v3.
แองเกิลนี้ได้น่าจะได้สักหนึ่ง
West side. Oh, not really going to play a part here. It's all going to be about those headshots. The first one's clean, but doesn't manage anything more. His two
น่าได้
teammates
โต
on
เมื่อกี้
the other side of the map, and well, even after the last fight, Flickless is still on 11 HP.
Well, Ninja's not looking any healthier. I mean, we've got about as even a fight as you can imagine. Early info for GX, cleared out Garrett's window, look towards sight now. Both players sit.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Delivered, and the man
เหลือ11ตั้งแต่ต้นเกม
Somehow he was in that first fight. They sent everything his way. Reveals Hunter's Fury.
เหลือเชื่อปะ
The entire team spamming him.
รอดได้ยังไง
He exits the corner. And in the end of the round, he's still drawing breath. He's the one carrying them across the finish line. Fair play, Flickless. My
I don't
goodness.
think Alorante's going to sleep tonight. Like, that is one of those rounds where you just go like, you needed to connect the bullet.
11 HP.
He should have been, like, the fact that he's
11
re-swinging
เอาไม่
mid-lane,
ลง
even
ฮะ
the way you set it up, you're like, well, he's dead.
It's a madman.
Like, he's dead. Like,
He's
he's
a
got to be
madman.
dead. He's currently 12 and 6.
แอบงง
When
เพราะ
we talked about
back
the sort of
come
swap
back
of
อ๋อ
roles, him taking over from West Side and maybe it being a little bit of a downgrade, if anything, but he has looked very good in this map. And a round that can, yeah, pretty much single-handedly put down to him. And
Now-
wins.
GX lose their trip early on towards B. Got to fill in that space. That almost works as an early rotate, though. Cloud's much closer by, but with an op. Oh, he's going to want to get there before the push comes in. Buying time doesn't seem to work out, but then Flickless steps up to the plate. Cage to play around. Finds another. And eventually, he will fall, but
โอ้แต่เพื่อนไม่
he's
เอา
done
เลย
more than his fair share. Still some slack to be picked up. And a 2 versus 2.
ผมฮะ
Nice work by Ara. Coming in from heaven just in
ผม
time. And Cloud's following
แล้วสไปร์ยังไม่ได้วาง
Double swing. 7 manages to isolate one. Dodges the shots and slides in for a little action. Neon on Neon. Why goes Ara and puts 7 in the dirt.
It's an 8-4 half, but it
ยาก
could
นิด
be
นึงนะ
one of a million different scorelines with the way that the last few rounds have gone. I don't know how we can explain anything that's just been going on.
ใช่เหรอคัมแบ็ก
Do you know I've heard
สื่อสารกับลูกพี่ไม่รู้เรื่องหรอ
heard on the grapevine
ลูกพี่บูอ่ะ
that
ไม่
we
น่าใช่นะ
don't need to explain things that have been going on.
Oh.
Because there is a man who
โอ้
is
โห
maybe slightly smarter than us, and that man is called Mini.
แข่งล่าสุดแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยอยากแข่งแล้วผม ดูแข่ง
There
ดี
was
กว่า
a lot of yapping this week about Viper Walls on Haven from a bunch of coaches. And as the most storied coach in Valorant with all the trophies, that means my opinion is 100% fact. And so I want to show you guys what my favorite Viper Wall is on Haven. If we bring that up.
สวัสดีน้องไอ้กาล็อบนะครับ
Okay, I don't see it at all, guys.
วันนี้มองไปที่
Okay, my
Giant
favorite
กับ
Viper Wall is,
BBL ฮะ
this one, which is a variation on Loud's Viper Wall. And then the reason why I like it, first reason is because it allows you to push middle as a duelist. You don't get seen by the turrets or the defaulters. Second reason, it helps you to defend garage space. You have to run through the Viper Wall there. Third reason is because it helps you on the back
เชี่ย
side boards here.
แม่งเอามาแก้คิวจอยตรงกลางโคตรแย่นะ
Get a kill. Underrated reason here is because it facilitates retakes, allowing you to cut off the sight lines from the front and the back of the site. And lastly, it gives you access to the best Viper orb on the map, on the A side of the map, allowing you to defend. So that is all the reasons why I love this wall. Let's see if Pacific go for that too.
ส่งไปเรียนภาษาอังกฤษแล้วไม่พัฒนาขึ้น
Very
โดนดรอ
well
ป
put, Mini. I think at this stage,
Oh.
I'm just a bit disappointed, to
สวย
be
ละ
honest. It might be because you ran out of time there.
ต้องกลับไปอยู่กับพวกแก๊งตุรกี
If there wasn't the technical blip, we would have seen the next wall, which was, of course, just straight up mid from window. Asserting dominance is really what it's all about. I don't know if you've seen that, but Angel, big fan of it. And yeah, I really hope to see it. It's more of an attack side wall, you know, just one like that. It's a little crooked, but you get the vibe. Cut the door in half, cause confusion, assert dominance, easy rounds. The Q, don't you disrespect my boy, all right? Hey, my rivals duo.
He used an op in the skirmish. We're allowed to disrespect.
Only for 2 rounds. Only for 2 rounds. It's fine.
The 2 that closed. Wow, this pistol's going to be really important for Pacific. They left this map open. I guess they watched how GX would dismantle on this map last week, and as of right now, they have not been able to recreate that. Already the CSAC
นี่มองข้ามไปปีหน้าแล้วเหรอ น่าจะไม่นะ เอาปีนี้ให้รอดก่อนตอนนี้มี EWC ต้องเอา มองข้ามไปขนาดนั้นน่าจะไม่เวิร์กนะไม่ว่า
The second this trip is broken, yeah, you're immediately going to see players start to look the other way, start to realize that they're being encroached on. And the worry as well for Pacific is this has been quite a slow look at the retake. That time has been ticking.
Keep on ticking it, shall Paranoia sent through. Now it's time for Pacific to close the distance, but they haven't accounted for Flickless up close, already taking one, leaving another on a sliver of health, and it looks like nothing but a sea of success for GX. CNED, 10 health and a dream, but a dream soon to come to an end. Great work by GX, and with this pistol, victory seems assured.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I came into this thinking, okay, if this is even an 8-4 in the other direction, GX's attack side was good enough that I would still be fairly confident they could turn it around. Them being 9-4 up and just about heading into their attack side, yeah, I'm very
ไม่เคยได้ยินแบบส่ง โดนดรอปเพราะว่าภาษาส่งไปเรียนแล้วไม่ดีขึ้น มีใครดูแพทลูกนี้แล้วไปทำตามไหม แบบส่งเพื่อนออกลองก็เข้าท่าอยู่นะปลอดภัยน้องเกอร์สวัสดีครับผม พี่เฮดกำลังหน้ามืดตามัวครับอยู่ในช่วงขาลงของผมตอนนี้ที่ติก
Yes, that is the concern. But for Pacific, maybe they can help him out by closing the gap a little, giving him a few 3K round losses.
ดีแปดลูกนี้ดี
so far. And remember, next map up, not so favorable for GX, but if they're playing like
ตายคาวาร์ปเลยครับซีเน็ตนะและเอโบเลยอย่างนี้เป็นเด็กลิทัวเนียชาติเดียวกับบูครับเป็นเทียร์2สแตทมึนจัดเลยไม่รู้มาได้ไงเอาว่าพี่ไป2สแตทมาแล้วพี่ก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังให้มันมาแบกอ่ะตอนนี้
I must have missed that title card. I must have missed that one come up.
They're just going to die to the spy, can't they? There's not really anything else you could do here. Do you want to give Westside more?
น่าจะเป็นเด็กเส้นนะ
No. Does he only need one? So is he going to run at you? Yes. Does he have anything to lose? No.
He's getting his orb one way or another here. As soon as you hear that flash, you know you messed up by being anywhere close to this angle. Oh no! Oh no! He's got 2 out of that. I mean, they've only got classics, but you know, they say strength in numbers, but he's picked the herd apart. Phenomenal job, and again, not just the ult, it's the confidence builder. He could have walked in there and got shut down. He'd be happy enough. But to take 2 with you,
อ๋อรู้เขาจะตัดแบบว่าที่ที่ไม่เคยไปด้วย
It looks like he is.
Hey, where are you going?
ชีตไม่ต้องวัดสวัสดีครับผม
He's having a good time. Pipson's having a good time.
ปีหน้า VCT League ยก
It seems like he's having an okay time.
มีรอบ Open Qualify แข่งแบบออนไลน์
Right now, yeah, we've got to look at this as
ถู
a
กต้องระบบ
must-win round.
เอาง่ายย้อนมาตอนวันลงเปิดอ่ะเห็นข่าวคัมแบ็คเห็นแล้วผมงง
They
ปะ
have an ultimate to play with. Mitch, I'm going to be honest with you. They might just be able to take this bonus.
Yeah, I have no reason to doubt it. No reason whatsoever. I'd like to see how things are working inside GX. That's what I've been wondering all game, but you know what? It's time to take a listen.
I'm at stand 140. Hey, walk, come. Walk garage.
ยังไง
I think. You can have a garage. Omen was garage scout. You can do.
Cause
อ้าว
Straff was behind the box now.
จะเนียนสักหน่อยครับ
Omen, backside.
Go towards side.
Go towards side you.
They're giving up C by the way.
Yeah, he's city. He's top city.
It's just like me for real.
โหแทบโคตรเกรียนอ่ะ
Can't believe he was behind the box.
เรียบร้อย
Nice job by Cupert. There's Flickless down, and Grabinho, last man standing. If he makes this happen, we end the game, end the series here and now. Nice paranoia, but he'll be put to bed. Okay, a nice round for Pacific, a little flawless on the board, but they have quite the climb back to rise back into this series.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments. So you get an in-zone flawless off the back of what has been a bit of a rougher time. You get that economy booming. You get yourself into a position where maybe you could build something back into this half. We are looking at it though as
Nice. Let's go, guys. Good job. Nice.
as the players other than Seven, because Seven's had like, well, let's put it up. He had won 50% of their rounds up until that point, which it's not a great sign. But he's 18 and 11 as a duelist Neon who's diving into sites. He's doing his job. You now have to look at the rest of the team. CNED, I want to see more. You are that
ดีคัมแบ็กล่าสุดแต่ดี
aggressor. You've got the ability to steal TP out. I'm
ดี
expecting
เลยล่ะ
damage from him here.
Yeah, there's 7 duelist.
เขาบอกมันเป็นเรื่องภาษาครับผม
After losing 8-4, phenomenal
Ui.
work from him. But what? How deep does the bench
เขาบอก
go?
ว่า
Pacific
ทีเลติก
right
ส่งไปเรียน
now,
ภาษาอังกฤษ
off the
แล้วไม่
bench.
พัฒนาขึ้น
Narrowing out a little bit. Only room for 4 left, but in comes 7, now on site ready to defend this Ninja. Has timing to walk through that smoke, but Westside was watching it. It all falls into the hands of 7 yet
โอ้
again.
เซเว่นแม่งยิง
This
ไม่หยุดเลยวะ
time, only 2.
Only.
More than his
3-2 อะ
their share, certainly.
หลังมา1 เว็บ
So
ไซต์
much
เล่นกับ
more
เพื่อน
to be done. Damage onto Westside.
เว็บไซต์มีฮิลอยู่
Wall's gonna give him a little bit more health to play with, and the flash might mean it just doesn't matter.
Cover going out.
Oh, they know where they are as well. So he's going to actually wrap back through heaven.
Nasty.
Still has a flash available as well, so jumping out might be a bit of a
Home.
risk, but never mind. Westside with his third of the round and Flickless there to close once again. They said how devastating this Phoenix on attack can be, especially in
ใช่
his hands, or more so in his hands.
เหมือนกดแรงค์อ่ะ
Yeah.
เมื่อปะ
It's exactly what I'm talking about.
กดแรงค์มันก็คุยกับคำเดิมๆแจ้งเดิมๆกี่ตัวตรงไหน ก็จะได้
While everybody else has fallen, you have to kind of look at other people and go, okay.
Kill in the back. What's happening? Where is this ace that you
เอ้ยน้องนายเดี๋ยวครับผม
Oh. Well, I mean, he did get 2 there. I don't think 7 did anything particularly bad. Fair enough. They're giving it to him.
He's the guy
11
standing up. You got to give it to the guy standing up. You don't give it to the guy sitting down.
11-5. The Pacific feels like, although we talked about GX as the sleeping giants, it's
Ui.
Pacific who haven't woken up today, but 7 wide awake, taking the first.
Ooh,
West
7
Side
มัน
in
บ้า
big danger, but now more threats pop up. A shot missed.
เฮ้ย
Oh, no!
ซีเน็ตไม่มีใครเห็น
Oh, the man
ไม่มีใครเห็น
come to look at us, one of the best. The prince that was promised long ago, and my goodness. That's not what we were looking to see here today. How far they've fallen, 12-5, and I'm begging you, EVS team, I'm on my knees begging you, don't give us that in slow-mo. At full speed, fair enough, but just let's not see the hero that once was there for EMEA, our champion. Let's not see him at his lowest. I don't want to. I don't think I can take it.
I'm surprised we're not already looking at it. I'll be honest.
Mid-round replay.
ใช่แต่
The second you
แมตช์ที่แล้วมีปัญหาหนักจริงการสื่อสาร
It's hard, but it really does feel like we're in a scenario where
ทุกคน
there's only
ใครที่
one player
Watch
that
Party ในคอมนะ
Pacific,
ฝาก
the second that
ฝากออนซูปอีกแคปผมด้วยนะครับ พี่พินไว้ให้แล้วนะใครเพิ่งเข้ามานะ ใครอย่าลืมนะนี่สำคัญมากเลย ฝากเปิดซูปไว้แคปด้วยนะหรือถ้าแบบจะดูในซูปเลยก็ดีนะครับ ในซูปเอ็นโคเดอร์มันค่อนข้างชัดอยู่นะ ต้องการยอดนะนี้ฝากด้วยนะครับ ขอบคุณครับผมล่วงหน้านะใครเปิดไป
Almost had him.
55.
เด้อ
That was the op shot missed right before it as well.
They were so busy slowing it down, they forgot to bleep the swear word. And now we've just cut to Pips and laughing at him. Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, let's not be mean to our previous champion. Oh no, let's just bully him as much as we Lord.
ซึมเลยซีเน็ตเจอช็อตนี้ไป กี่ร้อยวะนะเมื่อกี้
And on the other side, no shortage of players standing tall.
That's going in the end of day highlights, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Get the hour quote in there. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Well, 12-5. 7 in a row needed for Pacific, more than double their current stance. Far more than double their current streak.
7 in a row. 7 aces, you mean, right?
นี่เป็นยิงทะลุได้นะเมื่อกี้
There's no need for you to join in. West side and Ara, okay.
ซีเน็ตโมโหครับซีเน็ตโมโห
He saw the replay and he said,
โมโห
not again. Not like that.
เฮ้ย
The prince is back, baby. Where's his throne?
โมโหจัด
Let's go, CNED. Get that one slow mode. Beautiful.
โมโหจัด
Oh, thank God.
Can we just run the Arako again? It works here as well. It works here.
Couldn't hit a barn door last round, but now look at him go.
It feels that long ago, does
Last
it?
game as well, to be fair, but let's move past that.
Okay, 6 more of those needed.
See, it wasn't an ace.
Yeah.
It wasn't an ace. It was a 4K. That's half the rounds have come from 4 or 5Ks.
Now we
but
only
let's
need
move
6, 7.
You know, chat's going wild now. You know what you've done. You know what you've done.
Okay, he's truly back. He's back. It's 2021 again. Oh, no, it's not. We're back in 2026.
ไม่ยอมมาดิ
Has managed to trade things back into an advantage. Hunter's Fury through. They're kind of boxed in, but I felt like he was closer to hitting his teammates there than hitting anyone else. But maybe a missed call, maybe a little bit of a worry that somebody has managed to slip the net. Ninja still has the drone. It's going to be broken. Paranoia immediately in and tries to cover. It should be a clearance. Grubinio does well. And now left to, well, the man of the moment, but not this time. Okay, the streak continues. Pacific have found their footing. They still need 5 in a row.
The worst part about that is they, just on the way
ใช่
out,
เกอร์นายเคย
they saw that Grubinio had TP.
ทำงานผ่านที่เดียวกันมาหรอ
Let's play a game. Where could he
เฮ้ยแต่พูด
possibly
เป็นเล่นไป
if not that
PCIFIC
quick?
คัมแบ็กนี่ก็เป็น
It's like
มีภาพอยู่นะครับผม
go. And no
CNET
one checked
นี่
it.
น่าจะ
They
หมด
gave
แล้ว
him
ล่ะ
a chance to wipe the whole team.
If he jumped, he could have got behind the...
But they saw in the reveal he was not jumping. They saw feet on the floor. So it wasn't logs. Maybe he went onto flat in the open. Yeah, it's loud, which affects their vision, of course. A bit of an oversight, but they adjusted quick enough. Grubinio didn't get a 3K spray down. Thank God. And Pacific, they get another bite.
ทำไมถึงเป็น FC ของนาพิเกอร์
7 down early. Great
ไป
flash.
ประทับใจ
This is something
มาได้
we've
ไง
seen so many times.
ซี
Even
เน็ต
last
จากจุด
week
พีคเต็ม
from GX.
10 ตอนนี้เหลือเท่าไหร่แล้วครับ
In the same position being used.
น่าจะ
Completely
6 ครับ
caught
ผ
off
ม
guard by it. That's not a good sign.
6 นี่ไม่ใช่ว่าไม่เก่งนะ แต่เมื่อก่อนมันเก่งจริง
Great job of cutting to that flash almost every time he's done it. So
ถ้าเทียบกับ
even if
ตอน
they
นี้
watch the
นะ
VOD, they will have seen
ไม่ได้
that
บอกว่า
change.
ตอนนี้ไม่เก่งตอนนี้ก็ดี
Grubinio got tagged. Silver linings. 7 is dead again though, but you know, last 2 rounds they haven't needed him at all, so it's not a problem. Ninja, great position. Should be at least 1 and 2. And Grubinio's low. You know, if anything, it's an advantage. Lorente, at least he's traded evenly.
Yeah, it was clean as well, Tom. It was so clean. That's the important
จะ
part.
ปิดได้ไหมครับ
Really
12-7
clean.
So just precision off the charts. And now backside, CNED isolated from Cupid.
พี่กวาง
Looks
เดี๋ยว
like
ลอง
Cupid's going to make his way through garage to meet up, but CNED's already backed up, given the space, great awareness, and a good play.
อ๋อเกอร์รู้จักกับเอิร์ธด้วยเหรอ
Another round on the board. Now 12-8. This loss stops being the story that we were selling of, well, look, I'm worried even about Pearl if Pacific can't show up. Now individuals
ที่
are
สังสรรค์บ่อย
activated.
ช่วงหนึ่ง
CNED
ที่
had
ไปบ้าน
possibly
พี่บาส
the
สมัย
worst
ก่อน
win of
อะ
his life, and then popped off.
เจอบ่อย
And this is what we wanted to see.
นิสัย
Back on
ดี
the horse.
Nice! Bro, the off-angle god is there, bro.
I don't know what he said.
The off
ผมว่า
angle
เมื่อก่อน
god
เจ็ต
is
มัน
there,
ยังไม่
bro.
เนิร์ฟแดส
Oh,
เวอร์เวเตอร์
got
มัน
you.
เลย
Okay.
แข็งมาก ใช่ครับ
Thank you. Thank you for
ก็
that.
ซีเน็ตเวลาจับดูลิตัวอื่นคือหลับสนิทเลยครับ
None of
จับ
those
ได้
were
แค่แบบ
timed
ว่า
for me. I don't know
เจ็
what
ต
happened there.
แล้วก็แชมเบอร์นี่แหละ
If anybody needs a translator from English to English, I got you. Don't worry. I'm here to help.
Oh, here we go. Deep play by
Wee.
Seven, and Cloud just
What?
carts him. Unbelievable. Cooper stuck inside the
What is
window will be
happening?
slid
Hier
on by
baat dat.
Allen. This is
ไม่
chaos.
ใช่บ้าจัด
I've
สวย
seen
จัด
death matches with more of a
GG.
defensive and offensive line, more structure than what I'm witnessing here. And don't slow it down, for God's
He
sake.
hit the shot.
นี่ไง
What's going on?
What is he
No,
doing?
they forgot about Westside's ult. He went back into the corner, and there was nobody.
แล้ววีเนเบิลเลยมึงทีนี้
He didn't move.
Oh no.
Wasn't he out of ult for like a second there and
I
just
don't
staring at a
know.
wall?
I guess either he assumed he was dead or it was still delayed. Nonetheless, somehow seen it. That was a chance. Ara is looking the other way, but his teammates a little bit further away. There's still a chance to fight
เอ
this.
โอ้ยสวยละ
Through the smoke.
สวยแล้ว
This is a 1v1. If I had
สวยแล้ว
Henry
แล้วซีเน็ต
falling
คัด
out,
กลับมา
you never know.
12-12
Greatest clutch of all time.
ซีเน็ตคัดแล้วกลับมา
Rubinho on the
12-12
other side. Time has been ticking. Cena needs to move. He spotted him, but Rubinho's going to close
เชี่
it.
ย
Oh, the round is over. So is the game. GX are a map up.
เฮ้ยแต่นี้นักแข่งมันผอมลงเยอะหลายคนอยู่เฮียเป็นไปได้เมื่อกี้ เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
In the earlier part, your Cypher was insane. What's changed to have such a showing on an agent like that?
I don't know. I just watch Westy and I just do what he does. That's all I do.
Okay, and of course the elephant in the room, the fact that did struggle a little bit for you guys in map 1. What happened? You just wanted to let them feel themselves, so the final blow was tougher?
I mean, he was popping off a bit on the neon, so we just let him have his time. Next map will be a bit different, I think.
Okay, I like that. Already alluding to what's going to happen next map. Ollie, go back, join the team there, and while that's happening, we can head to a break on the other side. We'll see if it is going to be any different for GX.
จริงฮะเทรนมากับมือตัวนี้ ได้เลยเกอร์ปันนี้ครับ ว่าแล้วก็ไปหยิบของกินออกไหมอ๋อคือที่พี่โฮบอกตอนแรกคือซีเน็ตเป็นจอห์นวิกเหรออืม4-3
we misunderstood a couple of things on the game plan, but I think in terms of micro, the map looks good. We were doing what we expect from them. It's all about the micro, and I think little mistake that can happen first time on a map when you play an official. But yeah, we were ready for it.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA. That is a lovely first map that goes the way of GIANX. Mini, we were just hearing the coaches from Pacific saying that the micro wasn't really there, that they have already seen where the mistakes were and how the planning was wrong. Were you that quick when you were a coach?
Sometimes if I really hated stuff, I guess. I think it's obvious with a game plan. If you have a game plan coming into a game and then you realize that Alfie has forgotten everything, then you're going to be like, okay, we can see the problem.
You know who didn't forget? Westside. I don't think so. When we take a look here at the numbers, I think that if we take a look at the bottom, we see GIANX, you know, they win both pistols. Also in that first half, we have that incredible performance coming in from the side of
2-0 แน่นอน
Some copium here from Pacific that, yeah, they lost both pistols. They made it kind of close. But
ชัวร์ยิ่งกว่า
I think
ชัว
the
ร์
reality of the situation is that they need wins. Like, they can't look better than kickoff. They need to actually win because, again, this matchup pretty much determines who goes through the group or not, in my opinion.
Yeah, anything could happen. Still, it's open. But yeah, I see your concerns. But at the end of the day, it was the first haven for Pacific this year, and they still have a lot of things to explore as a team. Losses being one of them. But let's take a look at the winners because I was mentioning Westside. We also heard from Flickless there in the interview. What performance these two had on Haven.
มันไม่ใช่เมตาโยรูแล้วอะเลเวลล็อกมันดูไม่ได้โหดเหมือนเดิม
And that can hurt your performance. Like, ideally, you want to be playing the same kind of role over and over again. And then they decided to, you know, prove me wrong. And Westside is once again amazing on Phoenix. And this time, Flickless was actually popping on the Cypher too. I liked what he was saying before with Nat, who said, you know, how did you learn how to do this? And he was like, oh, I just watched Westy, which is a really good dynamic to have in a team. You have someone who's really good at an agent, and to just be like, well, could you just teach them how to do it? And I don't have to, Pips is like, I don't really have to.
ตีเน็ตไวไหมแบบ2ไม่ไหวครับ
I think that
หมดแรง
next
ละ
time that we go and kiss to victory for GIANX is everybody play like you're Westside on Cypher. But yeah, it's very good to see that they are finding some comfort. We speak about the struggles that they can have, but also we need to highlight when that goes into comfort.
Yeah, I think one thing is that we
เป็นคำถามที่ดี
this week. Like I said,
คนใหม่แทนคัมแบ็กโหดไหม
last week. But I think that was just Vitality.
เดี๋ยวเราจะมาเปิดชื่อให้ดู
putting them in their place. Like, it's a kind of good thing that having Vitality look that
คนใหม่แทนคัมแบ็กจะให้ดูสแตท
still
นะ
looking decent against opposition that they should realistically be beaten.
We speak about these changes, and you speak about Vitality putting them in their place. Let's see what Pipson had to say from his new spot.
ดูสแตทเทียร์2
I don't think so.
เอาเรทเพลเยอร์1 คน
I think we
นั่นเอง
when we played
นะฮะ
we didn't play Phoenix as well, so it's you cannot say that it's like a replacement for Yoru because it's
น่าจะเป็นมือสไนนะเปอ
still
ร์เซ็นต์เฮดช็อตน้อยจัด
completely different agent. It's more about that it's probably working good with Neon.
คือไม่ได้มีเกมที่แบบ
You can have your Neon
โด
balls
ดเด่น
and
เลยครับ
flash through them, and at the same time it's also opponents
เอาว่า
playing
เลทเลย
Neon
อะ
almost every time, and Phoenix is really good against these things like. You
เกมนี้ก็ดูดีแต่ก็น้อยอ่ะ
you can have you can still counterplay like or do certain things against an enemy Neon like using her wall into your advantage, similar that a lot of teams also play Viper, so like it comes that there are too many walls when Phoenix
น้องไททันสวัสดีครับน่าจะมาเพราะว่าเป็นคนลิทัวเนียบ้านเดียวกับบ้านเดียวกับบู
for Yoru just because the main idea of Yoru was I have fast TP and rotation.
For attack it is a replacement for a defense.
10 เดือนที่แล้ว
That's true.
And our next map is going to be Pearl. A lot of thoughts there from the coach confession room, Mini.
Yeah, I once bumped into Pipson with his wife once, and his poor wife was sat there for like 3 hours whilst me and him were just yapping away.
Were you standing?
We were standing on the stairs, yeah. So
even on the stairs,
yeah,
and she was just there?
Poor girl. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Pearl.
And at no point during the 3 hours you felt like you...
It wasn't 3 hours, but let's be real. Eventually I was like I feel sorry for you. I bet it's like this all the time. And she was like, yeah, he just likes to talk about Valorant all the time, which is a good thing to be.
You feel sorry, but do you feel as sorry for her as you felt for GIANX and what they had to undergo here on Pearl last week against Vitality? Because at 13-3...
No, they put it on themselves.
Why?
Because they, like I said before, they play very aggressive on Haven, which is really good. But what they were doing last week with this tail fade.
Crowd hit jaw อาราเวเล อุ้ยเฮียซีเน็ตนีออนจีป่ะน่ะขายไม่ออกตัวใหม่
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time.
เวในตัวเดียวมันไม่เหนื่อยต้องเซตอัพดีๆครับต้องเซตอัพดีๆ2อินนี้เซตอัพแบบดีๆก็ไหวครับตัวใหม่มันต้องเล่น2สโมก
set up somebody else, which when you
ก็
look
ไม่
at
จำเป็น
what
นะ
comp they're running, they don't actually have like a neon or something secondary that if he dives in, uses the stun as he could in the past, someone else is there. No, they won't be there. So clearly they
ครบ
have
ตัว
another
เดียวใน
goal
แรงก็ยังใช้กันได้
overall,
เลย
so I don't necessarily hate it. I did hate watching how it happened last time though. So I want to see if again though they managed to fix a lot of their issues from when they played Vitality. We've now got to see if they've been able to do that in fairly quick fashion.
Well, aggression from GX. We saw
Ow,
this as a downside of the
Valorant.
previous map. Something Pacific were ready for, but this time Valorant lurking out on that veto gets caught off guard. West side delivering headshots. And now a 4 versus 2 thanks to his efforts. The flank coming through, connects every shot, and 4v1. The IGL of Pacific. A kill under his belt already, but
แมป2ก็ยังให้เจี๊ยกอยู่ครับคู่นี้
and Flickless makes sure of it.
Yeah, solid pistol, and a solid pistol for Ara. More importantly, what did you say? He was 1 and 8. He's already 1 and 0.
First
so
kills,
the one is there. Yeah, he was 4 and 14 overall in that map. So it was definitely a rough day out. Again, like I'm gonna caveat it, they were up against Vitality. We have very high expectations of Vitality. And also just like some of the rounds they lost were like Chronicle winning a 1v3 and like things where you go like, how that happens. That happens to everyone who's ever played against Chronicle. Even still, this is where the expectation is going to be higher on Pacific. It's their map choice. A map which haven't been massively successful on when they played it before, but
2-0.
Yeah, there you go. It's already almost guaranteed to be better than last time, unless he dies first for like the rest of the rounds of the game.
Yeah, even then, 2 openings set your team up for success. It might balance out. Nicely done. Pressure on Grubby, but he's
ทำไม
still
เมื่อกี้เว
alive.
เลเหมือนแพทใหม่แล้ววะ
They're really trying to finish him off, but they can't land the last shot. Grubby's got so much backup there. Everybody chipping in. In my rank game, I'm dead 4 times already, but fair enough, man. That's a good team. GX 2-0 and a strong start as well. This hasn't been scrappy so far.
Yeah, been a little bit more confident. Happy to get aggressive, but it's kind of in the next round where we'll see if things get a little bit tough of them. Obviously, this is where the buy comes up for the side of Pacific. This is where they can look to set that pace a little bit more without having that same
BBL นะครับ
level
น้องเอก
of
ผมไปอ่าน
disadvantages. But I'm just want to see how Seven and CNET are going to work off of each other. It's again quite an explosive, quite an aggressive attack side comp, and we haven't been seeing too much of that raise recently.
ถ้าอย่างนั้นก็คือของพวกเติร์ดปาร์ตี้แหละมันจะมาเกี่ยวด้วยหรอไอ้ที่แข่งอ่ะมาหมาอะไรอ่ะ
3 players towards B. No intention of fully pushing down, just robbing some info with the smoke, and they'll back off. See how they handle this one. Let's jump in with the comms again.
Can we pick you together?
Yes, wait.
1, 2.
We poke B-Link, you go out talk B-Link with my Roomba, okay? Yeah. I need a smoke, Yeah, I can smoke close. Yeah, smoke and then I Roomba. Rooming now.
I'm ready to pressure, tell me.
Walk out. I broke Keep walking out, then you pressure zone.
Yeah, tell me when.
Okay, go pressure A. We activate here. 1.
I'm in con, 2, sync. They're anchoring side, guys.
Do you have raise nade? Raise nade backside, like secret. We just need to raise in secret.
I'm coming.
I only have smoke for flower.
โอ้
Stop sides.
1, 2.
Nading.
Close main.
Hold the main player.
สวย โอ้โหเดดแมนครับ
I see side.
Oh, now full site control landing into their hands as we saw and heard, but now GX have got players at the gates ready to rally back through on the retake, and the spike still hasn't gone down. Utility making a bit of an issue, and a wide swing from Cloud. He's got one from
3-2
miles
บนนัด
away.
ผม
Westside chimes in. Grubby's there
เหลือคิป
too.
เปอร์คนเดียว
Cupert, the last man
1-4
standing. He tries to find the final
โอ้โห
player, but
เรียบร้อย
the final player finds him. He knew about Cloud, but
โบนัสราวก็ไม่ไหว
death blow, but it's 3-0 up for GX. A strong start if ever we've seen one, especially with how Pacific moved towards that site. They're aware someone's going to be sitting there, but Cloud still manages to get away with 2.
Yeah, I think as well, you just see the value that we always
เอาจริงๆอ่ะ CS มันก็แข่งเพื่อเงินรางวัลหมดนะ แต่พวกคะแนนที่เหลือมันคือผลพลอยได้
Cloud takes away all the abilities, also reveals players at the back of the site we saw from Flickless. It's one of those things where like, okay, sure.
CS มันมีรายการใหญ่ของมันอยู่แล้ว
It just means they can
ทั้งปี
take all of those risks of swinging everybody in early because you already know where everybody's going to be.
Well, this is now still a decent buy for Pacific. They've come in with the light shields on most players, still got the rifles to work around. The money potentially getting out of control on GX with a clean round here. It makes sense that they still want to commit to this and not take it a little bit slower. You can see Salvo's lined up. The attempt. He obviously can't see the player icons as we can. He's attempting to box them into this fight if they do overextend. Allowing his teammates to have a favorable fight, but they're getting the idea on the side of GX that this play will come towards Art instead. Players shifting back and forth, waiting for Pacific to strike, but as time ticks on, no move being made, which is fine for GX with all the space that they've got towards the enemy spawn.
Looked like there was an opportunity, but
เหมือนรู้ว่าจะโดนค่ายกลน่ะ
40 seconds left on the clock as
ในทาง Pacific อ่ะ
Pacific now need to. Well, I say need to get a move on. They need to make a decision. They're now coming back out towards the B side, which is a decent read. Even still, though, Aris managed to get in behind them. The man advantage claimed by GX, but
B โบครับ20
on
วิ
that B side looking pretty likely.
ดีเทค
We saw him posturing for that fight. Now it catches him off guard, finds another.
เฮ้ย
Push up from 7, spotted as well, but the punish is still there. A 3 versus 2 Pacific having again to climb up the squad that was bottom of the table last stage now. Falling behind in this series already. One series behind them that didn't go all too well in the end of stage 1. Could be just around the corner for them. Cupert manages to land one. CNET on another. There he is. We saw glimpses towards the end of the last map, and a big play might just
เมื่อ
reignite
กี้มีคนถามว่าให้เท่าไหร่
CNET.
จากเต็ม 10 สมัยก่อนตอบนี้ให้ 6.5 เลย เพิ่มไป 0.5 เฮ้ยน้องมาจินสวัสดีครับผม
Yes, baby! Come on, come on.
Bien, vamos.
It's about the most energetic I've seen CNET in years.
I don't know. You remember when he elbowed that table?
That is true.
That
I
was
do remember
energetic.
that.
It wasn't positive energy.
No,
but it was energetic.
As bubbly as
I'll
I've
never
seen
forget that. That was one of my favorite moments ever.
Especially because the old meme was like, CNET when he wins, CNET when he loses. It's just him staring at the screen.
He's like elbow table.
Nice little bit of info for Aaron. Maybe clicked that earlier than he wanted to. But he finds them all here, and so the rotate already underway. Decent buy for Pacific, of course, yet again, with a rocket launcher. And only one, and it's a trade. Aaron's been doing so well. Another opening duel under his belt. Being on fire, but hold on! He might have opened the round, but the door shut in their face on the way through that cosmic divide. Cloud all alone, 3 to take down, and chances looking slim to none. A high, low, lower setup in play. And that's going to get another round for Pacific.
Yeah, great round from Valorant, especially. Mentioned that he's had a pretty quiet start to not only week 1 but the previous map as well.
เปิดแคนพลาดเมเจอร์ครับผม
I was just going to say, it's unlucky with how many sort of like light shields and weaker purchases into that round. The one player arrow shoots, it takes a bullet. Like that's enough for him to go down with it. But then it was the attempt to get in before. We heard last week when talking about Pearl, Mini was saying that the post plant on that B side is really hard to break through. So they tried to go early. They tried to get through the Cosmic Divide, and well, that was their demise.
Well, round 6, and again, presence towards B, but CNED waiting outside of A is going to be at least destroying the Prowler, keeping boots on the ground on that side of the map as West side falls, but a push through mid. We've seen it before, and Ara, he's just got in range, I believe, to hear that trap. Doesn't want to give them the information and sits back waiting. Alorante, though, suspicious of a flanker, thinking that with no presence on B and a man down, they'd already take info elsewhere, and he spots him. Doesn't take the kill or the fight, but this is almost better for him. Not avoid, you know, he goes out for it eventually, scares me a little bit. You don't really want to give them opportunities to pick up those better weapons, to take fights back into their hands, and CNED does well to shut down that mid-aggression. Now the world is Pacific's oyster.
Yeah, they needed to clear out that player because otherwise they might be walking into a B stack. And instead, it actually sells the opposite idea. We've cleared one player out. Grabinho spots the Prowler, but they are now going back in the other direction. Leaving that timer maybe a little bit lower than I'd like. The one real danger from my perspective is the sound.
Giant.
And actually the C's. Yeah. Like, there's a few pieces of utility.
ไม่เชื่อว่าเฟก
The lower that clock gets, the scarier
แล้ว
things
ฟิกเลต
are.
มีปืน
They think they've sold a full fake out here. That could be a little bit more of a problem. Here goes the potential of that C's. There goes the salvos.
เอ้า
Gonna survive, but
ได้เล่น
is waiting. The
โอ้โห
second
ถ้ามีคนอยู่ power ได้เล่นเลยเนี่ย
two dangerous spams would need to kill him, and it doesn't. Now it shouldn't be too dangerous.
Oh, well, already getting an ult out of Ninja in this round. It's
จบละ
not too bad.
He's chipping away at the ult economy. See if that, pardon me, damage can be done. I like the Pacific just took that safe space towards Art. Goal! Let's see how safe it is. Two left, both towards this angle, but time is going to be a big factor. 7 pushes forward. The Cosmic Divide shrouding his steps as he gets up close, but a player behind. It's Grubby, who's ended up taking the kills. CNED shot in the back, and the round falls into the hands of GX once again. But this time, it's gonna have so much more of a sting to it.
ทุกคนวินนี้แม่งสวยจัดอะใจแอนน่ะคิดไปทำไวอะยิ่งอันติอัตตาเห็นปะแม่งกลางเสร็จแล้วแม่งยืนอยู่คนละมุมของอันติอะเดี๋ยวดูช็อตที่มันเนี่ยเชี่ยดีจัด
And the second you give Cloud his ult, that puts the entire round in doubt.
It was our eco.
Yeah. Yes, two slightly different outlooks.
Some strong words.
No, he was actually saying, guys, that was really unlucky.
คิดไปทำไวสวยจัดวินนี้ GX จริง
lip reading there, Tom. I need a little bit of work, but it's a good baseline.
Because I imagine you said it in Spanish.
Quite possibly, yes. Well, that round.
จริงถ้ามันวางบีแล้วจบแล้ว
I mean, on Pacific's camp, they'll hope it's a blip in the
มันเรียกว่าชั้นเชิง
That's a really
เยอะไปหน่อย
blow to be dealt
There's been a
early
fair
on.
few blips.
On a map where GX have
ซึมมาบอกเลยโดนบินเมื่อกี้ไปอะ
previously, now coming in with Ara playing the nerfed Waylay, and well, it looks like he's gotten a buff individually. And this, I love this play. Super passive from GX. So many of the rounds have had them pushing up mid, taking space, taking fights. Pacific gear up for that, look for early mid fight, take the free space. And all the while, the strength here is the control in A main, the Cypher setup on B, and the fact that they will sit back for the most part and just wait. The only real risk is Grubby, and they are about to pressure him.
Well, I think as well, Valorante's just used evolution, so he's going to be able to avoid a lot of this utility. That's a surprise factor that I still feel like some might not necessarily be used to be dead. He's not immune.
ตัวแรกเวลากระโดดต้องไม่ยิงว่ะจริง
hits onto 7, so he's down to just 1
ต้องปล่อย
and that time is
ตายอยู่ดี
ticking with their players slowly being diminished. They haven't even destroyed any of the trips. It's going to make things even harder to get through this utility unscathed. Well, nice shots from Ninja.
2-2 เฉยเฮ้ย
Still alive. The jump across is risky. That was the danger.
มาให้วางครับมันแล้วไม่ทันแล้วนินจา
Which they shouldn't.
No, it would be a crazy round to throw.
It would be a crime.
Genuinely, yeah, they would be investigated. But for GX, really nice, man. The fact that late round aggression still comes into play, but they avoid it early.
คู่แรก
on.
อีมีครับ
Pressure the predictable
วัน
play
นี้ดู
around mid
เกม
that
ไป
we've seen from them so
คู่
often.
ครึ่ง
Instead, it's the super late walk up through A after they confirm the hits coming in there. Didn't even notice that. Very well played by Cloud to be wary and ready for that scrap. And 5-2. This is a strong lead for GX and a timeout coming in.
ทุกคนใครเพิ่งเข้ามาอย่าลืมนะฝากเปิดซูปอีกแท็บไปด้วยนะครับในทวิตกับ YouTube นะครับพี่พินไว้ให้แล้วนะครับฝากด้วยนะต้องการยอดนี้หน่อยนะครับใครสะดวกฝากเปิดไปหน่อยอีก1แท็บหรือว่าถ้าดูที่ซูปเลยก็ได้นะเอ็นโค้ดชัดลองดูได้
Really clean. It's just we haven't seen enough of it all at the same time, but then when you lose like a 2v4 versus a team that's playing an eco, you kind of then go, yeah, those are the bits I want to see ironed out.
Yeah, some work to be done. In terms of time for stage 1,
see that bucket?
Very much running out. And next week you face a Fnatic hot off the back of the battle against Vitality. And if they lose that one, you're going to face a wounded Fnatic, and that's the worst Fnatic to face.
It's either way is bad. If they beat Vitality, you go, oh,
they're strong as hell.
It might be the best team in the group. If they lose, you go, oh, they're going back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
So wait, you can't even take it to the maps they would lose because you know that they're probably the team most likely to fix those mistakes. So yeah, it's a really bad time to face them. So it'd be nice to go in with a win.
It would. Things looking unlikely here. What should be a strength for Pacific and more importantly a weakness for GX. This played out in an unexpected manner.
Okay, so CNED with the Bucky. There we go. I was about to say, CNED with the Bucky made a little bit of sense. Cooper with the Bucky makes absolutely no sense. So
just pop a load of smokes and run through them.
He has this. I am sure with his Team Liquid Academy days, he was very used to just playing awful weapons and giving the guns to young, crazy, talented players. So
I'll see it below.
You're in the tier 1 now, bud. You could take the gun sometimes.
No wall to break through, but nobody watching that cross. If it's a blitz towards elbow, there's danger for Grubby, but he will be slowed for now. Great timing from Ara. Going out for the
ไม่พลาดครับอารา
and now the dash out. Made it up
โอ้
and
ได้เสร็จหนีเลย
wonderful work from Ara. And again, success for GX in dominant
เรียบร้อย
fashion with an in-zone flawless on the board. Pacific are being left in the dust.
Yeah, I actually I don't know if this will manifest itself as much on the attack side, but I almost quite like it for Ara's sake that combo of utility has died. Because then it's like, oh, can you dive in and do this? Doesn't work anymore,
no,
sorry. I'm just
sorry.
gonna have to use my utility for me and maybe sit on an angle with an operator.
Yeah.
The thing I'm good at. So it might remove some of the players just having to like literally die all the time. I think that was the case even when we saw some of the changes to Jet, where it's just like, yeah, I'm not just going to dash into a smoke anymore every round.
Definitely from what we're seeing, it's benefiting. I think, though, here in the defense, it separates it out into being more individual pieces of
สองคู่วันนี้เดือด
for
มาก
individual
มี
moments, right? When you go to the attack, I'm curious to see how he's going to make
will he
use
still do it?
of this agent. Because, yeah, again, you maybe do want to be diving in, but just for info this time, making that recall much quicker, just one operation instead of two. But
มาบี เจอสไนอารา
I'm not super sold on it.
เดินหรือเปล่า
I also haven't seen it in this patch just yet.
เอามาหนึ่ง
With how Ara's playing right
ดึง
now,
ดึงสโมก
I
ดิ
don't even need to go to that old style. The op trained in on an angle. It's now being smoked off. The jump up would be risky, and you'd maybe even have to burn your recall for it, just as a safety. Instead, they lose any information there, and now Pacific can walk up to A, where There's still quite a lot waiting for them.
Yeah, Pacific have been trying these fakes a lot, but they're up against a double initiator, and so that hasn't really
โดนเบรกครับซีเน็ต โอ้
against double controller. Maybe you can try and pull that off.
เอ้าเวสไซด์
This time though, they have managed to catch West Side. And they did rotate in towards middle. The players that they saw were caught.
แต่ไปตัดเขาโดนเขาตัด
Now, Ara still does have his ultimate available. One piece of utility that is still powerful over on that waylay. But with how widespread some of these players are and the fact they've caught Groovy, see whether or not they invest it here.
Going for this at this point, near impossible. An uphill battle, although they'll catch Cooper, it's still double the numbers on the other side. And off in hand, just not worth the risk. And they won't throw those credits away. Instead, a save call and Pacific find their third. And you can see from Pacific, although they weren't forced into a fight late, Cooper was the only one taking the risk. Everybody else was playing further back. You had waves of utility ready to be thrown in. I think Seven was just holding the grenade. You had the C's for Ninja as well. This gets them around. How repeatable is it? I mean, realistically, this comes off them walking into the site where the Sentinel's set up and doming him, which is a good outcome. But when you're against Westside, it's not often a repeatable outcome.
Yeah, it's one as well where they because of their initial push towards B didn't really sell anything, but their pressure in mid did. Like it pulled in this more aggressive
ด่านนี้ครับ
GX.
แอบให้
So it was only Westside on that side of the map, and yeah,
ให้บุกนิดๆนะ
win the
ว่า
1v1 fight, which most people normally don't. That can help you out. Early space taken again. Ninja one-off ultimate, so potential maybe to get that online from the orb or go towards that showstopper, depending. Either way, they're getting close to a lot of ults.
Important to note that they've spotted two players here, but neither of them were West Side. That could almost sell as a ruse, but now cages go up. They know, and already traps are going to be destroyed. Utility sent through for that. And over the top. Oh, it's a risky play.
เอ้าเซเว่นเรียบร้อยเลยครับ
Seven pays for it with their life. A 4v5, but the post plant at least
หวาน
secure
เจี๊ยบ
for Pacific. A safe
แล้วปิดอัน
rounder,
ติ
so
คืน
they move towards actually fighting the site. Ult goes in from Ara, perfectly timed. He's wrapped
Oh,
around. Shot lands, leaves him low, and Grubby cleans up the kill. Numbers keep on ticking in favor of
ดูซิเน็ต
GX
ดูซิเน็ต ดูซิเน็ต
gets its way to
เป้าเหิน
3 kills
พยายามอย่างหนัก
in the blink of an eye. Flickless, not even involved in the final fight. He was just sat there diffusing away. And 7 on the board for GX. Very nicely done. And again, comes back to what we said. How often are you going to be able to dive on Westside like that and take him out? And not very often.
นี่รั่วเลยว่ะเซเว่นช็อตนี้
No, especially if he sees you and knows that you're there. I think that sort of retake was really, really well played though by GX, because I looked at that initially and I was like, okay.
That I don't even know what they do.
All right then.
Oh, they're so lost. He doesn't even know what they're doing.
I was going to give them credit for their retake, but I guess it's irrelevant because he thinks they're bad.
He thinks they're awful. Wow.
Well, especially with the Nightfall thrown in as well, that's got to be a painful loss. Showstopper picked up. Still some weaponry missing. Cooper, again, going to be that sacrificial lamb. And Ara waiting on the corner. And has Grabinho for support. That Showstopper on entry last time managed to eliminate him very quickly, but it was the 2-shot sniper. It wasn't quite quick enough. The operator might just be a different story. And while they've
โดดเข้าหรือเปล่าถอยวะเอ้าตัวมีโชว์สต็อปเปอร์ด้วยถือว่ายิงถูกคน
And he's out.
He killed Showstopper. He killed 7. That was the one ult they had. Of all the players to hit, that's the worst.
Have one more chance to use it. I mean, you know, Rocket's coming your way next round at least.
โอ้โหแล้วแม่งโยกมากว่าจะถึง A.
Might make the next round even more telegraphed. One player down. No response to take a fight towards this laneway. In through the double doors, but Cloud in the corner. Seen it, expected him, but can't
อะไรวะ
deliver the kill. And now, yeah,
ไป
sure.
โฮอยู่ B
A for free. The position
โยกกลับมาโดนตัด
super passive.
เปลี่ยนไปเข้า B ลิงก์
Still has his
เข้าไปแย่คนเดียว
still has his trips, and
โดน
all
ตัด
they'll do is hold the space. They're in a, well,
โยกกลับไปวาง A ตอน 19 วิ
still inching forward,
เหลืออยู่
and it's making
3
me
คน
a bit nervous. If it was anyone but Westside, it'd make me terrified. But now the cavalry is here.
เฮ้ยยังไง
They're watching and waiting for Ninja to walk through. He's going to go right into the
ยังไง
scope
อะ
of Ara.
ยังไงอะทีเนี้ย
Nothing but success again for GX. The
โอ้โหไม่ไหว
Giants
วะ
are
PCIFIC
stirring, and One hell of a lead built
ค่อน
up
ข้างรั่วนะ
already.
วีนี้
It's fair to say Pearl's looking a lot better than last week.
Yeah, and that's again that sort of seems to be the worry. It looks like Pacific
น้องพี่แมนย้อมผม
take this series to a place of okay, we got to watch you play that last week, and we're gonna repeat what Vitality did, and also then maybe add a few bits in ourselves. Well, you haven't really managed to do that. I will say where GX lost the majority of their rounds were on the attack side, but we're looking at a scenario where potentially they're only going to need to get themselves 4 rounds on the attack, and with how some of their players seem to be performing individually,
มันใช้ของเคลียร์แท็บเคลียร์แกดเจ็ตที่บีแล้วมันไม่เข้าเฉย
It's not looking like a good scenario, and it isn't looking like a strong pick for Pacific, which is what I'd much rather see than trying to lean into opponents' weaknesses.
You have to commend GX for patching up the gaps. We'll see how the next half goes, of course, but for now, at least a big success. That trap has slowed him down. 7. He's not going to make it quite as far, quite as fast, and that's going to make a big difference to that showstopper doing what it needed to here. At least it claims them space. A bit of crowd control, but they end up walking right into the open. Another opening duel to tally on up 5-0 in this half. And again, it just goes to show this guy has got such a high ceiling, and this time he's operating on it. But Ninja's pulled this back. Now a doable round till Ara sings in, and Cupert left alone. The shot lands to start. The man of the hour. He's faked it to start, and Cupert's not falling for it. He was waiting for the second tap. Swings in and misses the shot, but buying time is all he needs to do. Ara gets ahead of the problem. And plenty of time for the defuse. The golden child down on that stage. What a return to form for Ara.
5.5 ครับผม ขอคะแนนเฉลี่ยอีกรอบ
On the other side with a lot still to do. We will hear though from Pacific in the feature.
Kickoff was like a little bit tough for us. I mean, we didn't have a big expectations, but at least we want to show some like more problems for the team, I will say. But
เปาเหินเหมือนแล้วจังหวะนี้รีเจน
that how we
โอ้โห
expected.
เป็นตำนานไปแล้วตอนนี้
Like we didn't put the system like good, I think, in the team. Like we didn't had a good comms like right now. I think we improved a lot back then. Like right now we are, I think, completely different team, and we are still practicing. So yeah, like kickoff didn't went how we expected, but we are really believe right now to stage 1, and we can, you know, we can do so much better. Yeah, we had the time to reset ourselves.
เห็นแล้วครับผม
Like,
คัมแบ็ก
went
โดนเตะไปแล้ว
all to countries. We spent time there, but after the breaks we worked a lot, and now we are here and we're ready to win. Like, I don't want to give too much insight, but I think the biggest change it was for us like communication thing. Like we decide to communication wise how we should call and how we react and which players call what basically. So I think this was the biggest change for me, and I think for the team. BBL is a strong team. Of course, they come from Premier, and they like did a really momentum like to Premier, then win the Ascension, win Turkish League, etc., and then win Kickoff, and then they went to Masters with that. They have a good like team building. They understand each other. They're a strong team, but like we had a good matchup in the Kickoff. Like we almost win against them. I hope it's gonna be this time the different score. I think communication. Like communication is the biggest thing. I think it should be the perfect almost in every team. I think it should be communication, like the best thing to when you build a team. You should just care about communication first.
Well, a lot of talk about hope there in our interview with CNED, but a lot. And with GX on this form, with Ara showing up the way that he is,
ดาราวันนี้มันเล่นดีอยู่นะ
what we're waiting to see is Ara on that attack side. How are they going to make use of that waylay?
นี่ตอนเปิดลีกมาวีคแรกนี่มึนจัดเลยนึกว่าหมดแล้ว
Wow, last pistol.
เฮ้ย
He was able to dome a couple of heads.
อะไรวะนะเพิ่งจะชมไป
I'm guessing the utility might not be at the forefront of what he's planning to do. I have a feeling he's just going to try and shooty his way out of this one. They've all bought sheriffs bar one player.
Yeah, they have. I was wondering about that one. You know,
อย่าไปยืนอย่างนั้นกับใครนะครับผมยิงงงจุดที่โดนพีกอะโดดขึ้นโดดลงเห็นปะเมื่อกี้
does increase your win rate in pistol rounds by quite a bit. 4 is actually more than 2. So I would say
นี่อันเนี้ยมุมซีเน็ตเอาเป็นเกิน
minimum amount of ghosts, of frenzies, of classics. Who knows? Shields.
นี่เมื่อกี้ยืนให้เขาพีกเลย
Where did you see this stat?
It was told to me by some friends. So I said I saw it. I heard it actually. I've been informed.
Were they a reliable friend?
Yes, they work on teams. I trust them. I'll name them if I find out it's wrong. But for now, 9-3. If it's right, it's my idea. 9-3 for GX.
30 seconds.
And a chance to really hammer home this victory. Going aggressive with the
GG ครับผม
wallbang headshots, missed shots on the other side. The spams and the smoke for CNET not lucky today. And even though 2 players are clinging on for dear life, GX still have a 2-man advantage.
แต่ไม่แน่โล 2
One enemy remaining.
จบแล้ว
You can stop there. They've lost. Ara's on the scene.
Why is he dropped this sheriff and got more kills without it? So you know,
the damage done from the sheriffs. You see.
He shot the head.
Can't remember.
I don't think it made a difference. I think he was fine anyway.
Confidence, because he thought his teammates might have done the damage.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
One
it's
enemy
just
remaining.
decimation.
Fall
Like,
back here.
I want to see if they ever do that pistol again with 4 sheriffs, or if this point they're just going, we're just
I think they're 9-3 up, and they said let's just out-aim them at this point, and
it did work.
It worked beautifully.
Ara is already, so he's already had 3 kills in the attack. He got 4 kills in the whole map last time, so
yeah,
I think it's going slightly better.
His opening duels, I think they're 5-0 at this point. I mean, he's just been looking fantastic across the board. 6-0, pardon me. Sorry to undersell you there, Ara. And yeah, considering last time 4 kills total, 1-8 in openings, you can say this is quite the improvement. Again, though, they were against some pretty steep competition for GX. Waiting for a move on that defensive side, trying to avoid the stack. They have, although they've pushed quite far down here on Beat Long, you take a look at the map and see that there's no real concerns. They've got trips covering their back. Watching mid, watching a long push. And they are now gravitating towards this B position. That makes me worried. Because this is where all of the defenses, the best chance for Pacific, they're going to go through, aren't they?
Okay. Cage gets him out. Do they know there's a second player here? Well, they do now. And it might not matter too much. There you go. There's the slow. Oh, it did hit. Just about. He got an assist.
I didn't even notice it, the pulse on the top of the head, but okay.
Or he just shot him a little bit.
Maybe he did damage, yeah. I think that actually is more likely.
I think it might be more likely because it didn't look like it was fun.
Of course, we have the new hood now that shows you.
ใจแอนไม่เหมือนรู้ว่าจะโดนกระทืบ
was just damage. And in zone flawless. Yes.
เวสไซแม่งรอเลย
That was beautiful. 11-3 now.
ใช้ได้
Yeah, look for Pacific. They had the right numbers in the right place, and then they pushed through a smoke, thinking, well, they might leave after seeing a few of us. We need the information. It's been so long since they actually pushed, since they took a fight. And when they walked through the smoke, the round was lost immediately. You're fighting rifles
ใช่
in range.
พี่สงสัยเหมือนกันพี่เห็นมีแอนิเมชันพี่ทักตั้งแต่ตอนครึ่งแรกแล้ว
At least for Pacific, they now have rifles.
ก็เลยงงว่าเอ้าสรุปเป็นยังไงวะน่ะ
Oh, you know, from here on out. Last week,
แต่ที่ได้ยินมาคือวีค4
got 13-3'd.
Yes.
After they lost a map, I think 13-8.
Yeah, actually.
แต่ว่าด้วยคอมของใจแอนก็ไม่ได้มีผลกระทบอะไร
It was 13-8, yeah.
There you go.
Exactly.
ส่วนมากมันจะเป็นเนื้อเบเล2ดูเวลิสเพราะว่าคู่นีออนหรืออะไรเงี้ย
Yeah, I think he was talking about the BBL game.
Yes. Yes. 2-0's 2-0. Sadly.
That was a better score. They're being forced all the way back. Gravwell,
เกือบฮะ
Salvos,
โอ้โหแล้วสั่งก็บอก
being used by GX, and now they're going to run down.
ไป2บอกดับเบิลดาเมจเซเว่น1
Only one's managed to find the kill. Seven's been quiet. The 2 aces of the last map not really having the same impact. And a nice shot from Flickless, but that might be all she wrote. Spike down in a horrible position. They are pushing into west side though, and you have to be careful doing that. And Ara, I think he's going to be figured out now. It's been too long where he hasn't reacted off anything his teammates done.
ทำทีบีฮะ
They are expecting a flash.
ก็ได้ตัวแรกไว้ได้ลุ้นอยู่
That ult could be so dangerous.
1
First, and it's Cooper.
20 วิ
back into Art. Now the spike is theirs. He doesn't know it though.
เฮ้ยแพทใหม่ว่ะทุกคนใช่มีแอนิเมชันแล้วน่ะเห็นปะ
12 seconds left. He's got to go. Dashes up and over. Sees nobody here. 10 seconds left. I don't think he's got time to make it back. No, he doesn't. He's miles away. He'd have to win both duels, and they will not offer those up today. A rifle carried forward, but a round lost. Pacific, well, the start of the win streak has to be here and now.
This is such a gamble. Yeah, it looked like they were going to try and push towards this position, but it's not worth the risk. Like GX have credits to buy into the next round. The other side done.
Well, it won't be a complete duplicate of GX's score last week. There's at least that. One better for Pacific. They did pick the map, though. And again, I think all props to GX for coming in and rethinking how the approach is to this one. We had that aggression, but it felt much more tempered. I loved what they did with mixing up the mid control that they were constantly going for.
แสดงว่าอีมีปรับก่อนชาวบ้านเหรอหรือว่ายังไงวะ
Mid control, and they left mid. They left water. They left everything wide open and played the extremities, and then pushed up in the extremities.
ก็ยังไวใช่มันเนิร์ฟให้แดดไปสโลว์ไม่ได้ประมาณนั้นนะไม่ได้เนิร์ฟให้เล่นไม่ได้ครับทีมไหนแย่กว่าซีเคทแต่ครับไม่มีเลยครับผมไม่มีจริงๆอันนี้เดี๋ยวรอดูลีกเรา
Valorant in a good position again. It has not been a week to remember for him. Can he have that standout moment? It's going to be one, but he's definitely facilitated CNET. 2, 3, the third one. Well, a little bit of luck that goes a long way. And this round's going to be far more important. The credits waning on the GX side. Another chance for a late comeback.
Late comeback.
Last map and well, it didn't go great. CNET now a little bit low. You don't just want to throw credits into the win, but you'd also like to remove this weapon from Gruby's hands.
Yeah, 2 players low in the next. Even an outlaw could go a long way. 20 seconds on the clock. 4 players to drop, and I think the word save might be circulating in their comms right now. But he wants to make this a bit more costly if he can. Bleed out those credits from Pacific. And he won't even get close. CNET on another 4K. And this is the thing, like the conversation today, Pacific, we know they've got 1 player here to play. We know that for sure, but how deep does the bench go? And I guess now that, again, we look at consistency as the issue, because they have rounds like this where CNET's popping off. We saw it at the end of Haven as well.
CNET กดไป10แล้วหรอ
Valorant had some great flanks.
โอ้ต้องเพิ่มคะแนนหน่อยแล้วอย่างงี้
Every time. And also not at the same time either.
It seems like, very difficult for them to get all their stars firing, but also one player's comfort becomes another player's discomfort. Like the swap of roles onto Raze for 7 it just hasn't looked good. Like he is 7 and 14, and 2 of those kills came versus the bonus.
ตอนแรกที่เขาประกาศไปคือวีค4นะครับ
More of an opportunity. 7 playing anti-flash, 2 on a stack up. Clearly expecting there to be a consistent amount of pressure put onto R because they're very happy to give up the other side of the map. Stun through. It's a little bit shaky, but Ara, he's going to have to just fall back.
โคตรป่วนอ่ะดูดิมันก็ยังป่วนอยู่นะเวเลอ่ะปั่นป่วนอยู่นะ
The last 2 players
สันติเลยครับเล่นง่ายยังไงดี
Well, the information might just get them into the post plant.
เฮ้ยทำไมมันไม่เก็บสไปร์วางเลยวะ
Very difficult to spot. No, of course they're just waiting.
The suspicion you saw the ping go through from west side, expecting that there will be a player a little bit deeper. And he's got the right read. 3 coming in just as he moves. Cupert steps into the angle, rips his head off, and leaves Grubby all alone. The timing, it was almost perfect, but they've rounded the corner just as he got there. Ships in the night, but Valorant the one to open the broadside.
บางทีก็สงสัยเหมือนกันนะไม่เลือกช้อยที่ง่ายๆวะ
And again, I think back to Haven where they were 3-2 up, and then the game fell apart completely. A streak from GX, and it feels like the same thing here. A close enough start, 3-2 down, but within punching distance. And then they go quiet. And GX run away with it. They build up such a lead, and eventually Pacific.
เมื่อกี้ต้องเก็บสไปร์ป่ะไม่มีเวลาให้เก็บสไปร์วางรีโหลดทันอ่ะแค่เหลือเลย
Met on their side for that success to be found.
Yeah. talking for a point of needed a significant amount of rounds in a row. And they are still at that point. 5 rounds needed to get themselves level. A little bit more if they're going to take.
จะแอน BBL นะครับไม่ได้เปลี่ยนคอมมานด์นะน้องเซซุนะ
that level of belief. A buy round now back in. And Westside versus Valorante has been a very one-sided story so far in this match. And with the B site now completely open for business, it really comes down to can they kill Ara cleanly? And they can. That at least gives them a way back into this round. Because a 5v4 retake on B, I don't believe at all. 4v4, there's potential, but it is still tough.
BBL 2-1 ครับ
Well, they certainly know the flank is coming. And the man that's watching it is Westside. He can have support quite
สู้มืออยู่นี่ Eternal Fire
Indeed, the flank is almost all that's coming. CNET sitting back in spawn with the up, hoping for an overextension, but there is none. Instead, looking to meet them head on the flank, finding a double. He goes an nightfall though. This is going to catch them.
โดนหมด
Does it reach all the way to the
ไม่หลบ
back?
ได้1
No, it doesn't. It leaves a bit of a gap, and in fact, that gap is the only place
โอ้โห
anyone standing. Flickless, the final one to
แล้วแม่ง
fall.
ไม่จบไงทีเนี้ยซวยแล้วไง
Sensational retake with how it started.
คัมแบ็กหรือเปล่า
They're going to keep themselves alive. 11-7. I'm starting to believe the gap is doable, crossable at least.
They're halfway to being level. It would be a streak of 8 rounds in a row if they are to get there, but
Yes! Come on!
I'll be one to get the blood pumping, that's for sure. Especially into that late round, I wasn't convinced that they were going to get back in. It seemed like even CNED wasn't until they get that Nightfall online, and then he starts moving, then he pops an ult of his own. Still going to be a purchase for GX, and their ults are building up. They have a lot of very high impact ultimates to potentially just get over the line. And now CNED with that operator, showstopper available, a chance for Valorante to evolve. They haven't had to use everything to get through these rounds.
Yeah, credits built up favorably as well for Pacific. They have a safety net to fall back on. Showstopper ready and available for this round, and Pacific already putting out a feeler on mid. Second Prowler's being sent in, saw nothing. And now the 4 players that are occupying that space on the defensive side, they have to decide where they go. Unfortunately, they go towards A. The rotation now slower, and CNET left on his own. Gets one.
เดินมาโอ้โห
Even decides to stick around in a risky enough position, but that might get them the info when the smoke falls. We've seen GX
รู้เขามีสไน
flee towards mid, where now there is a fight brewing with Ninja. It's a bit of a risk being in this spot, especially when there's a trip right beside him to hold down that push, but it has worked out. The double, an advantage is built on from here.
What was he saying? The off-angle king? That's what he was calling himself earlier. And clearly it worked. It's playing a slight...
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
For Ninja and that climb back. Definitely going to be continuing at least a little longer. 5 rounds in a row now for Pacific. And we start to look back to that attack side half versus Vitality for GX. That was where they really struggled. I think it was 2-10. It just didn't get anything going. So if that's going to be the case again, and what was there before was just the momentum of that previous half getting them through, 3 now the difference. Pacific are genuinely getting themselves into a spot where I'm starting to question what GX have got left.
Well, that's it. They're on course to find that success. And in fact, perfectly timed from GX, a timeout. Their first of the map. They felt in
ชิปหายละอยู่ดีก็ตีไม่เป็นฮะจังหวะนี้ คัมแบ็กเหมือนอยู่ไม่ถูกที่ถูกเวลาจริงๆน้องเก่งนะแต่ไม่เข้า TH เลยอ่ะเขาบอกว่ามันเรื่องสื่อสารครับผมบอกว่าส่งไปเรียนภาษาอังกฤษแล้วไม่พัฒนาขึ้น
Again, both of these teams 0-1. You set the stakes at the start.
มีปัญหาเรื่องการสื่อสารด้วยครับไอ้ล่าสุดอะ
Basically goodbye to
ไม่รู้ว่าเกี่ยวกับช่วงนี้ด้วยหรือเปล่าเลยดอก
They will need a miracle run and certainly a complete change of face going into those last 3 weeks, especially with the teams they've yet to play.
But that's the thing. It's like you're talking about Pacific, Vitality, and Fnatic alongside Eternal Fire, GX. Pretty much the same, but they've already played Vitality. You swap them out for BBL. It's not better, is it? It's I'd say about the same.
เดี๋ยวมันต้องมีวินคุกคิกครับสักวินหนึ่งแล้วขึ้นแท่นแล้วปีสปิกจะกดดันหรืออาจจะเป็นวินนี้หรือเปล่าวินคุกคิกวินคุกคิกเฮ้ยโอ้โหแล้ววินคุกคิกมาจริงแต่ในฮอยไม่เคลียร์
A snake in the grass, sneaking his way through. Clears one, clears two, leaves just one man standing, and in fact, he'll take the lot. A clean sweep from Cooper as a solo retake, where the plant never even came in.
No, he interrupted it, got ahead of the curve, and now
แม่งเจอคุกคิกกลับไอ้ซ่า
the others having their big rounds. El Capitan
เย่อยู่เทียร์2อะทีมไหนไม่รู้ถูกลงโคจรไปแล้ว
hot off a timeout. They find nothing. They get nothing. And I think that shows you everything you need to see.
See, do you know what's always good though? They say that like men sometimes.
เอาเซต้ามานานเนี่ย
Pipson never does.
I ain't never seen Pipson suppress a
There's
ball.
no suppression there. He lets it all out so that he can get back into the game.
He was shaking there.
Same as Alex. Alex don't suppress no emotion.
มา
He
เลย
lets it out and then he gets some
คู่หน้าสูงปี๊ด
right mindset.
อีเทอร์นอลไฟสู้มือแล้วก็ BBL ไม่เวอร์เหมือนเดิมไม่มีโยรู้ของเลเวอร์ล็อก
Pulls up some wrestling VODs for the guys to look at. Well, here we go. Deep play from Pacific. They're trying a bit of aggression. Are going to be
ถ้าวินนี้ไม่ได้มีปัญหาละ
And that wire broken. Westside knows what's going on. Cam's going to spot one walking through, the others with a patient face. And now they'll group up. I like this. This could completely catch them off guard holding mid, but Westside not one to miss those kinds of shots. Oh, man. The right idea from Pacific, but GX, they were ready. And the fact that it wasn't just Westside, the Grabinho is there as well, is very unlucky for the defensive side. But those shots landed. There's no look about it. That's pure skill. Hold on. He's wrapping up behind Alorante. He's being launched, and the shots don't land. Cooper, great round last round.
GG.
Yeah, would be a bit too much. And again, for GX, they pounce on him at the same time. Very nicely done.
Yeah, made sure that there was never going to be any shenanigans. And as you said, I don't mind the call. I don't mind the idea, but it is just the shots again from Westside. So clean with it. Moving himself ever closer to the top of that board. And that's the problem.
Nice!
You see these sort of streaks going in, but when you are this far behind, a single round can be enough to break it. Like that's the moment that all of the doubt creeps back in, all of the
ทำไมหลังๆมีสู้ลีกอื่นไม่ได้อะ
and all that momentum can just
แล้วแต่
dissipate.
ช่วงนะผม
Pacific
อี
needs
มี
3 in a row just to stay
จ
in
ริง
this
ๆทีมที่แบบ
series. And maybe, like, I know it's super
รอบนี้ทีมที่ตึงๆไม่พร้อมมาดิเดี๋ยวดูรอบนี้ดิ
maybe even stay in the tournament.
เดี๋ยวดูรอบนี้รู้เรื่องเลยอะ Vitality รอบเนี้ยรู้เรื่องเลย
Pacific get the info early. And they're in the right position to avoid that ultimate coming through. The
เนี่ย
seed
เซต
not
อัพ
so much. Arrows
ในถ้า
already
เซตอัพอย่างเงี้ย
out.
เซตอัพดีๆมันก็ได้อยู่ครับเห็นปะ
It takes down 7.
ดูลิตัวเดียว
Wild spray through the smoke. I don't think he could see him from there. The X is further back than where the body actually was. He was still on the steps. Oh, that's devastating. A player down already. CNED on his way with an off. He spotted one close, but the stun doesn't catch, and there's a second man behind him. They are ready for this swing, waiting for it, and Ara doesn't need any help. But Alorante with a triple. They're still in this. They're still alive. Pacific have fought their way back, and the game far from over.
There he is. There he is. He's definitely been missing, and we've been waiting for those moments. Oh, we talked about like Westside and how he's known for that sort of headshot capability.
แล้วดูเป้า Alorante
In the tier 2, the name that always came up was Alorante.
Well, you know there was a lot of teams interested in taking him outside of Pacific as well. This man was
ชอบครับสกินกุหลาบชอบแต่ไม่ได้ซื้อลืมซื้อ
I'm walking it off. I'm walking it off.
12 to 10. 2 chances to close this out, and the attack side historically not kind to GX. Ara 23-12 as well. I mean, again, what a phenomenal turnaround from this guy. But from what we've seen so far,
ยังดีพอซื้อได้นะ GX แพ้นี้ OT เลยปะเนี่ยแล้วอยู่ดีอโรลันเต้ลั่นเฉยเลยพอเปลี่ยนเป้าไปเริ่มมาเนี่ย
It's like a watch party, but he's also in the coaching booth.
That's what I like about seeing when we tune into the comms. We can kind of see him in the corner and just
he's beatboxing.
It looks like he's IGLing. It's like back in the day. What is this? A game of fracture? 12-10, 2 rounds to go. And GX, they are on the verge of course correcting on that last week.
ดันมาดิตรงอาร์ตอะ
Up to still be in contention. Maybe not for the top of the group, but to make it through. And all those players coming back in. Art timing is perfect. It looked like it was perfect.
เอเมนไม่เคลียร์ต้องเช็คเอเมน
Another huge round by him. CNET knows, and he'll catch one. He'll get out, but he is surrounded and has to fight his way out, brawl his way back to his buddies. And he spotted them. He's seen a player up close. That's the only man he needs to deal with. But CNET will be there waiting.
One coming through.
สวยแล้วดิ
Stunned up, but no one able to react off it. A very low HP CNET, but with an operator that might not be too bad. The players have been heard making their way to the site, and that's CNET gone back into a 2 versus 2. No salvos to be had, not a lot of post-plant this fight. It's everything, and Cooper wins it again. The position not good. Westside had to run.
Pips and Cam.
And this continues to climb back.
จริง
One round now.
อยู่ดีอโรเลนเต้เป้าใหญ่ของเขาเสือกลั่นเฉยเลย
I believe they were what 8,
โอที
9
ว่ะ
rounds behind.
จนจัดตอนนี้
Well, we talked about this, the climb up from the very bottom, the bottom of the pit. They were 12 out of 12 over in kickoff, coming into this, expectations low, and then GX start to bruise and batter them. But now, we haven't seen this kind of climb since Christian Bale. 12-11 Pacific. A team everybody counted out. They've won so many rounds, not quite in a row thanks to round 21, but it's good enough. One last hurdle to jump over. And what could be the final round of this map, of this series if GX are to take it. Let's listen in with GX for this pivot round.
เอาละ
BBL. I'm pillar. Backside.
ถ้าเกม
เฮ้ย
PS
โอ้โหโดนสแกนนะ
ให้เกมแบ่งระหว่าง CS2 และ Valorant แล้วถ้าตลอดกาล
It lands with Cupid, but this game is not over yet. If you told me you believed in OT, I would have called you a fool, Tom. But here we are, 12-12.
ถ้าตอนนี้อะครับ
Somebody get Pips in a new desk.
ถ้าเล่นจริงๆอะให้วาโลนะมันมีอะไรแบบมากเยอะแยะมากมายตะกงสกิลอะไรแปลกใหม่ดิ
And they just lost. I think it was every single attack round they lost to Starzo's.
แต่ถ้าตลอดการต้องเคาน์เตอร์ว่ะ
games where at every single hurdle I'm going, okay, post plan 5v4. Oh, they lost that one. And just each step of the way, somebody brought back in from Pacific. Like these players have stepped up, and we were joking about how it was the 7 show. It actually hasn't. It hasn't been him in this map. It's been anyone but, in fact. He's definitely still been there to liven them up, but this game is now firmly in their hands. And GX, they've got to feel dejected at this point.
ลืมซ้อมบุกมา
That's the thing, right? Both teams have had the same performance to end up here. They both won 12 rounds, but in how we got here, in being so close to reaching their goals, to fall short like that.
คู่แรกยังไม่จบเลย
No doubt. This is a tough pill to swallow for GX, but the battle is not over yet. Another map after this. If
พี่ว่าวาโลเขาต้องปรับแบบอะไรที่มันเวอร์เกินไปออกหน่อยวะปรับให้มันไม่เกินไปอะตอนนี้มันมีบางโมเมนต์ที่แบบมันไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นในเกมยิงตอนนี้
40 seconds left. Committed to this B site. A 4th player rotating in. And Aaron taking some serious damage. He's gonna miss. They've almost forgotten about him. And he has sprung to life over the last couple of rounds, but another man they've forgotten about is Aaron in the backline. Somehow still standing, and now the only one left, he will fall as well.
ทำไมอาโรเลนเต้มันถึงยิงฟรีทุกดอกเลยวะ
Impact triple. And Pacific from
มันยิงใครก็ยิงมันไม่โดนเว้ยเห็นปะแบบไม่ตายอ่ะไม่คมอ่ะดูดิไอ้เหี้ยพีคไปยิงเขาช้าด้วยเขายิงเหลือ70อ่ะ
They're standing on long, they're putting utility out, the stun, the nade, then the wall goes up a while after, each time letting it settle.
ตั้งแต่ก่อนโอเวอร์ไทม์แล้วเห็นอาโรเลนเต้ยิงปะยิงเขาช้าเขายิงไม่ตายส่วนเขาหัวแตกหมดเลยทีเดียวต้องเอาสวัสดีครับผมยิงพีเป้าใหญ่ไม่น่าใช่นะอาโรเลนเต้มาเล่นไม่ใช่เป้าเริ่มต้นใหญ่กว่านี้เฮ้ยลืมปิดเสียงไว้ที่เป็นไปได้วะเขียนแล้วเขียนชื่อแอลโพไปแล้วโอ้น่าจะเยอะอยู่อะเดี๋ยวนี้ลงสตรีมเขียนเลยเขียนให้เสร็จเฮ้ยเอา2 ชื่อเองเหรอเดี๋ยวจบแบบนี้ถ่ายให้ดู
One that they chose, one that GX looked bad on last week, but I'll say, like, Ara couldn't get anything done. He was being shut down in early fights. Now he looks so much better. GX have tidied up the game completely, and it doesn't appear to be enough. At least
ไม่ใช่ล่าบอก OT ได้ไงวะไม่อยากจะเชื่อ
on the attack side, the one that they struggled to find rounds on. Already
อะไร
blitzing
ตาย
in, losing Ara on the entry. It seems unusual in this map to see him lose an opening duel.
It's a good seize, but they just don't manage to capitalize off it. A few players tagged up, but those tags don't really play a part. I like the re-aggression as well from Pacific. They're not just sitting pretty, they're feeling confident. They're looking for those fights, and they are going to find 2 players about to round the corner. One dead immediately, the second as well. Map 3 looking inevitable. With the spike dropped, it's now a retrieval mission. Utility having to be used just to try and claim that back. And Grabidio's space has been watched for. West side 1v4 split
มันคมอยู่แล้วครับผม
unless he can have another hero play, which I'll be honest should never have been needed.
This is unbelievable for GX. It looked like
ขาดเตี้ยนะตั้งแต่
right, fanning the cinders of last week into flames and shining so bright for so long in that second half. They held the lead. But now,
เชื่อเวทไซอ่ะ
at the final hour, the final minute, at the bloody finish line,
โดนอ่ะ
have
โดน
come
PCIFIC
back through. For all intents and purposes, they have snuffed out that flame of GX. Map 2 lands for Pacific.
พี่เอ๋ยครับทำไมคู่นี้ GX ถึงโดนเหลือง่ายจังไม่ผ่านตลอดผมนึกว่าดูทีมซินเวอร์เล่น
มันลืมซ้อมปลุกมาครับผมเชี่ยรั่วจัดเลยไม่พอ กอกหูลัทธิเพลงจีนอะนะเพลงอะไรอ่ะ
ผมได้ดินน้ำมัน12เอามาแบ่งพี่ครับ
เดี๋ยวมีครับอ๋อไม่กินแล้วครับผมวันนี้กินไม่ไหวแล้วฮะแน่นจัดเลยครับผมได้ดินน้ำมันเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องบุญชัยนะครับผมดินน้ำมันขอบคุณนะครับผมได้ดินน้ำมันมาแบ่งเอาเมื่อกี้เหรอโอ้ยเดี๋ยวเราจะพี่จะใส่เอ้าเฮียไม่กล้องไม่ชัดวะไปถ่ายไหมมึงขอบคุณครับน้องบุญชัยนี่ใครใครเติมหลอดนี้เดี๋ยวเอาไปใส่ที่ขาเตียงเนี่ยเห็นไหมเดี๋ยวใส่น้องบุญชัยไปด้วยเมื่อกี้นี่เป็นไปได้วะลิงทิปมีใช่ครับผมเดี๋ยวมันต้องไปดูในทิปมีมาว่ามีรายชื่อใครบ้างแล้วก็ไปย้อนใส่2 แมปแรกจบสกอร์เดิมเหมือนเกมก่อนเลยหมายถึงเกมไหนน้องสเตนเจอร์
ตอนนี้ NN มีชื่อติดท็อปโดเนทบ้างไหมครับ55
ตอนนี้เอเดนมีชื่อติดท็อปตัวเน็ตบ้างไหมครับโอ้น้อยเดนนะครับน่าจะมีอยู่นะเราอะถ้าเราใส่เกินหลักร้อยแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเขียนชื่อให้แล้วหลอดนี้มันต้องดูยังไงอะอ๋อมันเลือกเป็น2 เดือนไม่ได้วะเฮ้ยได้แล้วโอ้โหมีอันนั้นถึงอยู่ตั้งแต่กุมภามีน้องพันธุ์ด้วยโอเคมันดูในนี่ได้
to keep calm in a situation like that, make sure your game plan is executed to a T, and momentum, sure, that's an element of it, but to be 11-3 and have enough momentum to force
อันนี้
overtime
แต่อัน
and
นี้มัน
then
เตียง
win cleanly, Mini. Like what
How
on
does it?
earth?
How do people do that?
How do
Like,
people?
seriously? Can you imagine?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, I know what you're doing, but yeah,
Oh, do you?
I have no idea.
God,
I think it's
so
just about you start believing again, the momentum. I think that Giant X specifically on that attack side, I highlighted before the game, they weren't defaulting that map again. They were just running it down, and Pacific had a good game plan going into it, being able to absorb the fact that, you know, if Giant X are going to go one direction only, then we can rotate really quickly. We can do anything we want to.
I like the way that Giant X was playing on the first half, like the way that Cloud was working with Deco. I think that there was a lot of very good individual moments as well, but then things turned around. I think it's crazy. We also saw in the graphic that we just showed.
คุยกับอิงที่ไหนตัวเนี่ย
engagements also going
เฮ้ยขอบ
into
คุณ
the side of
ซี
Giant
เนฟ
X.
นะครับน้องซีเนฟ
This
นะครับ
comeback
96 เดือนนะ
seen it
เดี๋ยวเรา
in
สุ
this
ขภาพครับ
moment here with the Neon. Is he now
สวัส
going
ดี
to
ครับ
be
ผม
proficient in so many agents? Cupid in the 1v3? Like, hello, that did happen. Very, very exciting to see this kind of Pacific. And we heard the coaches speak about momentum. Think about how Zenit was screaming top of his lungs by the end of this map.
Yeah, one thing I was worried about coming into the game is that, like, obviously 11.
เดี๋ยวก่อนเมื่อกี้คือมูลชายเลือกตอนที่โดนนำไม่เยอะแล้วคัมแบ็กก่อน
But they hadn't won a map yet, and then it was going
ผ
down
ม
to
บาด
over
จัด
3. I was like, okay, maybe
ตั้งแต่เท่าไหร่วะนะ
this team. And then
Right,
coming
they're just
back here,
crumbling type thing.
not crumbling. I think they just made series close.
มันรวมยอด
But
เป็น
then
เดื
this
อนอะ
map, I
ที่ไป
was
ดู
like,
ในนั้น
maybe
อะ
they're just gonna prove us that like they can't just win.
เขาก็ไม่บอก
But here we go, first map win of stage 1, and looking good going into the third map.
นอกอะไรวะนี่อะไรวะเนี่ย
Viperdemon สวัสดีครับพี่เฟิร์น
เชี่ยเหลือเชื่อว่ะ
It was still pretty set in stone, and of course it wasn't the Waylay that felt like the thing that was undoing their comp here. The Waylay did phenomenally in that first half that you liked Kukuga.
Yeah, and I think that Ara is one of the players that we always highlight as he has to be having a good thing for them to succeed. But that is not what we saw on the first map. Also, in bringing back the Waylay conversation, Pacific, now we're going to jump into splits, right? They did play the Waylay last week. Zenit was on it, and he's moved away completely from it.
เวสไซด์เวเลแสดงว่าการที่เนิร์ฟเวเลอ่ะมันก็ยังเล่นได้นะ
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
โอเคอยู่งั้นอ่ะ
at some point they're 'em to carry it for this one. I would like to for them to keep that momentum that even make them come in.
11-3 ลากมาโอทีแพ้รั่วเลยวะ
Not as pumped up as Hypok was backstage. I actually saw him do a little giddy. Well, I can't say it.
น่าจะแอน2-1
What was he doing? What? Giddy?
I was gonna say giddy jiggle, but I couldn't get the first word out.
เมื่อกี้แมป PCIFIC ด้วยEternal Fire คือ ULF เก่าอะครับ ULF เก่าบางคนนะแต่มีการแบบปรับเปลี่ยนนิดหน่อย
And we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to take this one over the line.
Feeling gee is what you meant, but that's okay. I'll catch you on that one. I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised Pipson could still speak after his voice should be gone from the screaming as he watched.
Sorry, he's not allowed to talk into a pause now, so he can chill.
But that doesn't stop him. We've seen it. He's speaking to himself.
Waylander just sat there like,
it's one way to handle it. For GX,
แล้ว PCIFIC ก็ต้องไปหา
I don't think it would make a
คนทั้ง
difference.
5 มารวมกันใหม่ เพราะทั้งหมดไป BBL
we test our headphones.
Just get him up here. Well, it will be slow play towards A. This Viper wall, something you're going to see a lot on the attack side, just robbing information, making Pacific overextend, trying to grab that info back, but already they've spotted players towards the top of ramp.
เสียหายเลยช็อตนี้
Come through the bottom. Cena dodges the flash.
1
Beautiful shot onto Ara as well, starting with a first kill
โหเจ็บมาแล้วตัวละนัดเชอริฟ
damage.
เอ้า
But GX, they battle back
โอ้
45 or less on every single
ขอ
player.
แค่ตัวละนัดครับเชอริฟเมื่อกี้ อยู่ดีก็หัวขาดหมด
GX with the time on their side.
แต่ไม่แน่อโรเรนเต้ตัวนี้ของดีอยู่
Down to mistakes. Is anybody going to give them an opportunity?
One enemy remaining.
เนี่ยเฮ้ยยืนดีจัด ถือว่ายืนโคบกันดีช็อตนี้ Giant.
It is going to be the pistol round heading in the direction of GX. And something that is worth talking about is Westside going onto that waylay. Because obviously we've seen him play Yoru before the nerf a little bit over in Clash. Phoenix has looked pretty good.
Phoenix has, yeah.
The waylay though... Come on! It's a very different role. It's you going in first, a lot of the time you dying first. So I want to see if that synergy has been built up between him and Ara. And if they are going to be able to make that one work as a duo.
It is a strange time to be moving to the waylay for him after the nerfs, but we did talk about this before we started the show today of like, you could have your waylay is going to have to pick different dive spots if you still want to use the stun, but that can set up the Neon to be the one closing the gap off the back of it. And I can see some success on the attack side coming from a well-executed comp like that, especially with Sky there to blind them up.
Yeah, Pipson in the coach confession as well sort of almost doubled down on what I said in the last map, which is that they didn't want to do that dive and throw slow. That was never their goal. So if you're not trying to do that and you're just using it as a better jet,
exactly,
that actually makes a lot of sense. So clearly, it didn't go fantastically on their last attack side, but hopefully on split alongside that secondary duelist, which is what I feel was missing, it might help them out a little bit.
But I do just think Waylay Neon Sky is so damn strong. I mean, you're playing with a Viper, and you've got an Astra, the amount of opportunities you have to
ตึกตุรกีดาร์บี้แมตช์
burst out of smokes, out of walls.
โอ้โหชิบหายแล้วไปปิกโรเทลหมดแล้วไง
Tiger sent through to pave the way.
เนี่ยแหละพอมันตีช้าเนี่ยเจอเหตุการณ์อย่างเงี้ยนะ
Decent amount of defenders backing up this
ตาย
side.
ห่ากันหมดครับจังหวะนี้
A sea of blue of
Ow!
Cyan, and well, Westside's turning it red, but they've lost 2 battles. Pacific fighting their way right back into this. They didn't even invest. This is not a force, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Cloud, 21 HP.
Look at the health.
They've got 50 between them on the other side, but 3 weapons pointed right back. 10 seconds and no chance? Surely. He doesn't have time to plant it. Only one of them needs to play. A mistake needed for him to have any chance here. And well, planting is definitely not how you're going to win this round. Cloud done for. In the end, it's Ninja's triple that brings us 1-1. A beautiful round, and you have to think for GX, they just took a little bit too long.
Yeah, ended up walking into the sack.
ชอบโยก
Time for Pacific to pull off that rotation, and I don't think Pipson's going to be.
Bro,
any...
I'm the GOAT, I think. No, actually, I'm the GOAT.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Ninja got 3 kills in that
yeah,
round.
I think probably it was a good stun he's talking about there. Got a lot of assists for him, but
มันก็มั่วอยู่นะ
overselling your impact on the round there.
He's won champions, you know. It's fine.
True.
ชอบให้เวลาน้อยๆกดดันตัวเองเดียว
1-1.
รั่วเลยทีนี้
GX. Well, if they were feeling happy about winning that pistol, that's only amplified the loss right afterwards. Flickless down towards A main and Pacific with
ตอนนี้ยังเป็นเมตาบุกอยู่ครับตอนนี้ยังเป็นเมตาบุกอยู่
really the weakness of it when you don't have players to back you up.
2 ดูเอล 2 สโมก
And GX, it's a good round to learn from, to see all the utility that Pacific are going to be throwing at you, to see where they're playing. Maybe that ramp walk is going to be a weakness to exploit in the next. For now, though, it should be very, very difficult for them to find any impact in this round.
Yeah, I like, again, just the positions we're seeing from the Pacific players. Like, no real aggressive spots.
มันอยู่ดีอโลเรนเต้มัน
I can't imagine
มา
this
เฉยหรือเปล่าวันนี้
played much during the actual buy rounds, because you know that it's going to be so much harder for them to get those picked with the weaker weapons. And it is so flawless in round number 3. A huge boost of economy. Obviously not too much saved from the prior round, but it's mainly just winning when you were full ecoing, winning when you have all the guns, and now going into that first buy round with pretty much everything you could desire on the defense.
Yeah, it really is the best way to start a map, is losing the pistol and then following it up with a 2-round win. Your economy sky high.
Without buying as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You can pull that off regularly.
If you force buy round 2 and win, that's still a fantastic scenario. But yeah, coming in eco and winning, it's really a slap in the face for your opposition. 2-1. Buy up for both squads. Seekers online for the attackers. Not much else to report on. Certainly not in the defense. Nothing to answer back with. Deep aggression, eh? Yeah, I said this could be something to explore for GX, but oh my goodness! Running into the spawn, and that is going to be their choice of grave.
ฉีกเป้าที่แท้ทูอ่ะ
Really dominating those early
เห็น
fights.
มันกระโดด เห็นมันกระโดดฉีกเป้าอ่ะ
The attempt, but the shots hit on the other
โอ้
side.
มันตั้งใจโดดมันกระโดดเฟลนะ
I also wonder, like,
โอ้
a
ย
lot
ผ่าย
of the time you're going to see teams playing either a 4-1 or maybe like a 2-2-1 with the
มัน
one
ต้องกระโดด
being outside
ฉีก
the
เป้า
base
สูงข
zone.
นาดนั้นเลยวะ
I wonder if that was just them expecting that to be
รั่วเลยนี่
because the second there are 2 players, it does become a little bit more difficult to try and clear everybody out. Even still, though, Grabinho doing a stellar job, and hey, if anything, keeping 5 players alive on your side, straight back into a 2-2 scoreline. It's going to be important for GX just from the mental
Good
side,
round,
because that
GX.
last map is going to take
ไม่เสียเลย
like you were in such a commanding lead, your opponents needed 9 rounds to basically get
อ๋อ
themselves
ใจ
back
แอน
into the
ลืม
game,
ซ้อม
even
บุกครับ
taking
แมตช์ที่แล้ว
time, and you let that happen.
And you had clutches and big kill rounds from almost everybody on the side of Pacific as well. So many opportunities thrown to the wind by GX. That's why they're here. But yeah, like you said, I do think that's the exact adjustment from Pacific, is we're going to full push towards A main. You have your C's, you have your nade. I think it was CNED that was there as well. So you've got the stun that can come out and
ใช่ครั
a
บ
lot of
โดน
aggression.
ล่ากมาโอทีแล้วก็
So if
แพ้
there's numbers there, you catch them in the choke point. And if there's not, it's probably Flickless again, just holding that control by himself, and you overrun him. He has backup, and that's really where the plan falls apart. The blind spot used to the attacker's advantage. Now it is just Flickless sitting outside A, but predictably, Pacific don't go for the push that lost them the last round.
Now, operator in hand, mid-shot, getting out of here. CNED's trying to time it for when they stop spraying, and he has managed to do so. In fact, doesn't even take a lick of damage. Supportive utility in the snakebite to make sure they can't quite chase him down, and he kind of has a player locked into the angle, but a smoke utilized just to get them out of there. That's not bad though for Pacific. It means they've been able to hold on to that mid control. And actually, without spotting too much, you can really see the temptation from Cena to potentially gamble back towards A. He's been thinking about it.
Cosmic Divide lined up, and it will be to heaven. They're going to full push ramp, leaving Ninja to take a fight through a smoke or just spam his way to success. The reveal caught them for a moment, but no kill off the back of it. GX gets his side.
ไม่เจ็บเท่าไหร่ไม่เจ็บเท่าไหร่
Soon to be found. Ninja almost losing his life to the return spam from Flickless. It will be the retake to be played for. And for one pick there, if Ninja just found it on the way out, that could be huge. They'd have Nightfall to fight their way back into the site, but failing that, both Prowlers used, this now becomes a very difficult retake for the defense. Still without first blood to be drawn.
Oh, decent stun. Gives them the angle back, but the trades are immediate.
เรียบร้อย
Singular kill for 3 on the other
Save.
side. And yeah, for Pacific, it comes down to holding on to the weaponry. Yeah, you can rebuy most of what you have, but the operator will be that little bit too expensive. Again, I think another round where you look at GX when they have a high impact ultimate, in this case the Cosmic Divide, and they look pretty good. Like the take was very comfortable. The only real thing that could have gone wrong was if Ninja catches something off the reveal. I think that was the one piece that could have worked. And he does hit the reveal, it's just he doesn't hit the shot. That's all it came down to.
I think he put him half.
Yeah.
There's still a few shots landed. It's just hard to hit that neon when she's sliding around like that.
Pacific วันศุกร์ T1 20
GX to end up taking the cake there. We go back to sort of the observations towards that A site. The aggression had been there. They knew this round with Flickless's info that it wasn't. And that's the late play, is just pop down the Cosmic Divide, force the pressure onto Ninja, and take the site.
พี่ว่ามันถึงเวลาของ DI อีกแล้ววะ
Oh, he's continuing. Aaron's gone through the stun. The Waylay dive as well, but they're not accounting for another player. So close inside the smoke. 7 gets a second, but all his teammates have fallen. Ninja now last alive. Fires through the Nightfall. And I think caught them both as
ล็อบ
well.
บี้นี้เอาแค่เอมในสายตาพี่เก่งสุดถ้าเรื่องเอมให้เวสไปครับผม
Ninja won't lose this one. The ult, when he's all alone, is a risk taken, but there's your reward.
Considering the operator, but it's already there on site. Not going to be missed, but I feel like we've seen quite a few of these moments. A huge play from Ninja individually, but then you kind of look back to, like, the second that Nightfall hits in the Red Bull clutch, it almost just looks a little bit panicked. Like, too many angles to check. He could be running it down him from behind and giving him those 2 isolated fights. Like, after what was some impressive trades, it's just that. It's Ara in the open. I think he's a little bit worried that maybe somebody's coming from main. But the fact that you saw where he used that Nightfall from probably should have given the game away.
Yeah, I mean, it was more towards stairs, right? So they are understandably suspicious of like a spawn walkout, but to be completely blindsided by the heaven play is unfortunate, to say the least. New Viper positioning, thanks to the changes on the ult. It's going to still cover all of mid, given a lot of space, but it's abandoned immediately. The pit left open as they wrap into heaven. Pacific reinforcing it with a snake bite down. Already reacting to a lot of utility, and this time CNET ahead of the curve. Ninja backing him up on site. In goes the showstopper as Flickless falls. And, well, that push comes to a close very quick and cleanly for the side of Pacific. An in-zone flawless and a statement success as they get back into the lead.
Yeah, and an attempt at a much faster play from GX after kind of having the same success in the opening of the round. They go back to the same execution, and this time you just see that tunnel being created, and rather than cowering behind it, they get that little bit more aggressive. Wow, that's a very unhappy looking. That's maybe the first time that I've seen him look sad.
อโรแลนเต้วันนี้มันเอาเรื่องจังวะ
Someone give him a hug. Waylander, give him a hug. Pippi needs a hug.
เอาเรื่องเมื่อไหร่ปกตินินจานี่มึนจัดเลย
Embracing each other.
เอ้าเย้นี่มันสไนคุณปู่นี่ว่า
West Side's ahead of their own flash, and you could see they never expected that. It almost looks silly from CNED's position, or from his perspective. Just him with his back turned in the middle. But
let's never stop hugging.
4-3, but it looks like we might be equalizing very soon, because the push up from Pacific, they think that they're wrapping behind the play behind the push, but
เอาดีๆกูเป็นโยโอเคแล้วยิงถูกคนด้วยดิ
thing to happen for Pacific to overextend and then to come
ก็
in
ไปรู้กับเพื่อนไปละ
and now
ขอชัวร์
they'll make their way towards the site now that it's a
ระวัง
5
แค่เมน
versus 2 and they know one's outside B. The thinking is correct. The B would just be wide open.
Spike planted.
Again, the decisions have to be made. You have some credits to burn, but
ทำไมวินที่ GX ได้ง่ายมันก็ง่ายจังวะ
versus the potential loss of those extra weapons. As I said, it won't affect them too much going into the next round, but it's the future of the economy going into a 5 versus 2 scenario. It seems like maybe just going to trap them on an exit or two. Start in place. Grabinho's going walkabouts. He's looking for an opponent on the other side, and actually they do clear up those remaining weapons.
จะไปตัดโดนเขาตัดหมด
From a flawless in the last to 4 standing in the next, it is a peculiar game to say the least. But we do end even.
Well, it's also a consistent game in that sense. It's being peculiar from the get-go. Not much has changed. A timeout called now by GX. Still tight in the early game, and well, Tom, you gave us it on Haven about the.
Yeah, I think that back and forth, and especially the dominance of. That makes sense?
You'd make a great coach.
Yeah.
For the halftime. I'd love to see some of the players.
They'll never expect it.
Do exactly what we did last round. Run it back. Well, look, for Pacific, I think either way this has been a success. Showing that they've got the resilience to fight back into the previous map when genuinely, I've come in today, I'm rooting for them. And, well...
Why is that?
You know why. You know why.
I know why.
I got my carry down there.
There's a few other people watching this game, so...
Oh, we don't need to talk about it. But for Pacific, they've come in and...
I knew you and Pipson were close, but that's news to me.
In map 2, I really thought that there's no chance for the bounce back. And for them to keep themselves in it. After the kickoff that they had, after last week, after map 1, after half 1 of Pearl. It's impressive. It really is. And it shows that we definitely have some of the right pieces there. There's more to be done.
กด PCIFIC เหรอ
orb being thrown through. It's active on both sides, and it will be the defense to drop theirs as they continue to walk down mid. GX waiting again, though. The patience there on the attack side. They find a huge
หมดเลย
Arrow with the double, and Flickless follows up. Now,
รวมฮิวก่อนรวมฮิวก่อน
5v2 right off the timeout. GX have read that perfectly.
It turns out they tried to counter Pipson's rap god communication. It turns out he was just repeating himself, just do the same as last round. That's what he was saying over and over again.
Just wait, just wait. And if they do this,
just wait.
And if they do that, just wait.
The funny thing is, I could actually imagine him doing that. I could genuinely...
45 different... And in Flash A, just wait. You know what you do in Flash B? Don't answer. Just wait.
it's like Cloud. If they were to do it, and he goes, well, I would... No!
Shut up! Just wait!
Well,
except he would be shouting. We just use his speaking tone.
I know we all love each other. That's how he actually starts.
That's how he starts. Yeah, he's actually a very wholesome guy to speak to. That's all love with Pips, and that's what everybody says. Well,
I think he wishes he had the pause now. Because after back-to-back rounds where you've immediately gone into a 2 versus 5, that's probably a time where you'd really like a pause. And also off basically the same thing. Like you're trying to get aggressive, which is normally quite common practice when you're running a double duelist, especially.
ทีเฮดคิดว่ามีปัญหาเรื่องการสื่อสารครับมีคนบอกว่าเหมือนส่งไปคัมแบ็กไปเรียนภาษาอังกฤษแล้วไม่พัฒนาขึ้นครับไม่รู้ว่าเกี่ยวหรือเปล่าแล้วก็ดูนัดล่าสุดมันสื่อสารไม่ค่อยดีทีมอะ
That's kind of where you'd like to have a
ไม่รู้ว่ายังไง
and they do still have the credits to buy like the way that both teams have been able to keep the rounds they have won clean and in some cases
ใช่ครับเปลี่ยนเอาคนลิทัวเนียเข้ามาแทนครับ
I am intrigued to see if
สแตทแย่จากคนมาใหม่
is he going to go with
ไม่รู้ยังไงเนี่ย
a shieldless rifle and he has
it's a bold strategy Cotton
hey if you hit the headshot and don't get headshotted or body shotted.
Or even if you do get headshotted, it is what it is.
That's true.
As long as you're up against the Vandal or nice and close to that Phantom.
He just knows he's up against Westside. He's like, well, he's going to headshot me anyway. I don't even need the shields.
Exactly. It's a valid strategy, actually. Just always go half armor, except when Ara has an outlaw. Then you're in trouble. Learn that on Pro.
คัมแบ็กตุรกีครับคัมแบ็กตุรกี
He's on next step. He's evolved.
Well, let's see if this pays dividends.
โอ้ใครคน
Already going to be avoiding the ultimate
ไม่โดนสักคน
side now. The heaven split. They force themselves into main. It's going to be 7 alongside Cupid, but it's only 7 that's needed to hold the line. Clean shots without the shields, and clearly he doesn't need them. Westside and Cloud, 2v5. The shoe on the other foot now as 7 storms the site. Pacific with an in-zone flawless in return. I don't know what's going on anymore.
See, no, I've got it.
Okay.
So,
Seven bad tap.
Hipson was actually planning for round 9. I think he was planning. He was a step ahead. Or behind. Don't know which way you look at it. Probably behind. He was a step behind.
He knew he could never beat Hipson right after the timeout.
He
so
knew
he
couldn't beat
for
him
the
in
round after.
So he was like, guys, we're gonna lose the next round.
Yes.
But we'll go for round 10.
We're gonna lose.
Round 10 has always been my favorite round. So if we win that one. They're going to get a full sense of security. Yeah, it's balmy. The fact that they're winning their rounds so dominantly, but we sit 5-5, it's genuinely so confusing.
Treat him like a buttercup. Build him up just to take him down. Love to see it. Generational plans from Thinky.
That's the guy who just killed everyone last round.
Yeah, he got 3
เมื่อกี้มัน
headshots last round.
ไอ้นี่อยู่แล้วครับผม
Now he's caught in the open.
กาดรูปบีอยู่แล้วไงมันจ่ายสกิลมาขนาดนั้นไม่เหลือแล้ว
managed to make a big mistake and then massively overcorrect into a 4v2. This is a strange game, folks. I don't know what we're witnessing, but I don't want it to stop.
คือถ้าตามสูตรจริงๆอ่ะส่วนมากบีเมมก็คนเดียวไงเอามา2คนกาดเทรดได้ยังเมื่อกี้ไปเจอต่อให้คมมันก็เลยออกมาภาพนั้นนะ
I thought you were going to say a 6-6 so that we have a beautiful little pattern on the scoreboard. 1 round, 2 round, 2 round, 10 round, 2 round, 2 round, 1 round.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Let's go, man.
And the good thing is, as I am a broken
แพ้มา
record,
ผิดคาดไหม
they can very
ผิดคาด
comfortably
ถ้า
still
แพ้
fight,
นะ
and they come into this round with 4 of their 5 ultimates. So a good opportunity here for GX to level the half. It's exactly where we should be with how things have been going. An operator for Ninja. The fade operator is a nuance. It's not something you see very often, and might be in trouble. They're running through the utility, but hey. It's worked out for Pacific. That 6-6 not looking very likely. I think a combo breaker pattern ruiner is about to happen.
Oh, they always say a Viper wall, a snake bite, and a nade. Very weak combination. They pass each other on the ropes. They've passed each other on the ropes. Valorant, he's dodged the dog. What's going on? They have not seen this man. He is a specter, a shadow, and he is about
หายแล้วมีเรื่องราวเกิดขึ้นมากมาย
He's made noise. What is this game? And now he's leaving the site where they are to track the guy he doesn't know is flanking. I don't know what I'm witnessing. Grabinho somehow comes out of this in the best possible. Strikes onto Cupid. Valorant on the other side of the bloody map. And now Pacific, they've only got screens in sight to play with. They back themselves into a corner.
20 วิมันจะกลับปะล่ะถ้ามากระทืบเอก็3คนอ่ะ20 วิผมโยนเดียวโอ้จบเลย อุตส่าห์มาตั้งไกล
He's dead. There's no way he comes out of this alive. A 7-5 Pacific will claim the lead going into the half. A peculiar half at that. And we'll see if GX are going to turn the tide just one more time.
จริงๆหลังๆมันบุกกันยับเลยนะเมตา2ด้วยเลยอะ
Red Bull gives you wings.
เซเว่นเข้าฝักแม่งเข้าฝักทุกนัดที่ดูเซเว่นอ่ะตั้งแต่ดูมาแม่งลั่นตลอดเลยผมว่าเจ๊เสียของเยอะไปหลังเข้าไซส์เลยไม่มีเหลือต้องเดินแบบแห้ง
Vitality is going down.
2027เป็นการเปลี่ยนแปลงเขาไม่ได้สปอยครับผมเขาเฉลยมาหมดแล้วตอนเนี้ยตอนแรกบอกว่าอะไรนะอีกกี่เดือนสภาพบอกพรุ่งนี้สภาพไม่เฉลยเลยล่าสุดพี่อิงแม่งเข้าวงการเพลงซีรีส์เกาหลีร้องเกาหลีด้วยเหรอ
You know, normally you see these videos, it's like the 1 in 100 clip
ของ
from
สายจีบ
ranked
สาว
from
เกาหลี
official where they pause it and say, what happens next? You could do that with any moment of this game on any map so far, and I guarantee you nobody would know unless they had seen
most
it.
of those are fake and in custom service.
Yeah. A lot of people don't even sing over their clips live, and frankly, that's outrageous. Jack Igo mentioned. Well,
อันนี้ยังไม่มีใครรู้ว่าที่
round
1 กี่ทีม
13, the pistol round. From what we've seen, it means nothing because you can win with full classics against the buy in the next. That's what Pacific did. It's how they got here. For GX on the defense, this is a bit of a challenge for them. But the success of the attack, a lot of it came from just waiting for their opponents to push into them. I do wonder if they'll have different energy here, though.
That normally seems to be the case. A slow attack, a fast defense, and Valorant looking to claim that headshot machine title, but there is other contenders in the server. Ara maybe being one of them.
เปลี่ยนมากระสุนว่าจะขึ้นน้อยลงหมด
At least claiming one, but it's the advantage in the favor of GX.
แล้วเสีย position A เอาโรนันเต้ยาวอย่างนี้
meta game the story so far.
อันนี้มีปัญหาเนี่ยจะโดนตัดปีน่ะเอาโรนันเต้ไม่ได้ position ดีจัดเช็คหรือเปล่า
Oh, he's got the position. He'll catch one. The other on the other side of the wall. But Flickless comes through with the pick they needed. Ninja's giving away the fact that he's here.
30 seconds
left. Of course, they would have suspected it, but now they know for sure 25 seconds. And it looks like they'll give him the space to stabilize, to get this plant down and flip the clock into his favor. He's very close to the elbow, but that gets him round. Well, okay, very close to the elbow and goes there with his knife out. Big mistake. And Westside's there to punish. Another pistol for GX. Now just behind by 1.
12สรุปต้องไปงานครับต้องไปงาน
I like the reaggression. Ara does incredibly well to sort of get back down mid, shut down
เพิ่งรู้วันนี้เลย
any of that additional control. That's going to be their second pistol. Of course, they didn't manage to get the conversion last time around. I do think that on the attack, that should be a little bit more difficult. It's not so much getting all the players.
ที่บอก8เพราะว่าเผื่อเวลาเขาทำสายการแข่งขัน8ทีมมันจะพอดีไง6มันจะไม่พอดี
Right now, it is fairly dependent on a Grabinio judge.
เพราะพาร์ทเนอร์จะเป็นทีมวางถูกต้องไหม
But you never really know, especially if Cena goes sliding past the angle.
He's in the smoke. He's playing a crazy game, a risky one, that's for sure. They're about to come out off the back of a reveal that he can't break. His teammate needs to. The shots do not land. My God, it's atrocious, and they've killed Flickless in heaven. I don't know what I'm watching.
As DJ Khaled once said, another one, or maybe not. A chance to try and respond.
Okay.
He wants to try and do it all, but he's died to the nade. Comes back down to a 2 versus 2. Still, only classics, he says, on the other side. But a gravity well, which could make things awkward. A chance, maybe, to do something here.
On time.
Already.
Got it half, though.
Got it to half, and that's definitely a problem. Somebody's going to have to swing this and hold in the angle. Wrap around, not going to do anything. They manage to stabilize and convert the second round.
That's a really
มันต้องยากขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
awful round, top to bottom. Well, not quite the bottom. They got there in the
All
end.
I'm going to say is I called the judge. I said that, you know, if CNED comes sliding around that corner, sure, I'm really surprised by.
What's that?
We can get in slow-mo.
That's true.
They've turned a page.
Yeah, the replay's not over.
เจอทะลักสโมกมายิงไม่ทัน
I'm waiting to see it.
Just
Okay.
cut away now.
เกือบแพ้
It's going to go right back to it. Whoops, forgot one.
We're going to miss the round, but we'll see it though.
But the 7-7, the fact is GX get out with 2 weapons that makes this round a lot
จริง
more
แต่เราจะอย่างยาก
7 is on 11-11.
My head's already
Make
hurting,
a wish.
Tom. I don't... What? What? Okay, 7-7 is the score. And Pacific are feeling some pressure. Feeling the push in towards B main, they're going to back out of there. The reality is, this is a round they don't want to take unfavorable fights, like when GX are, you know,
ยังไม่จ่ายของหนักจัด
You evade that because they don't have a lot to work with on that defensive side. They have a lot of weaknesses, and now they've missed the timing. I think Grubby might even have been
โอ้
seen
ทำมิ่งไม่ดีฮะแถวนี้
Team Pacific were more than ready. And now, if they get the plant down, they can keep all these fights to range, which is what I want to see with so many weaknesses on the other side. And it should be an easy closer.
Yeah.
But what we're going to see,
I don't know.
Probably something different.
They're going to keep 4 players alive. I have faith. See, good start.
Nicely done.
Gone. Flickless.
Let's not push around.
Gonna take a bit of it.
อุ้ย
3 players alive. They're going to keep 3 players alive.
ขออีกหนึ่งโอเคได้เล่นอย่างนี้ได้เล่นครับ
Two would be worrying if anybody else was to get caught from here. It would be an absolute nightmare. How?
I'll give you an answer to that, Tom. They pushed ramp. They said we've got the advantage. We've got the plan. We've got the time.
Take it away.
And they're going to push in.
Oh, he's not ready.
They're going to push into us, and we've got the range. So let's just take the fight to them. Let's
ขอหมดแชร์ส่วนในเทคแทน
the pistols.
นี่มันวิปเองด้วยนะ
Oh my goodness, this game. I've already lost years off my life.
At least you were right.
ตีเน็ตวิปช็อตนี้
Thanks, man. Yeah, it feels
ตีเน็ต
really
วิป
good to be right in a moment like
ทุบ
this.
เลยฮะ
That's just such an overplay of your hand. Everything went your way. You won the opening fights. You got the plant. Time's on your side. They've got to push into you. They've got to push into your angles. And sure, you want to get ahead of the utility. They've got a very good comm for bursting out. I understand that. But they also have pistols. And you pushed into the pistol range.
Now they have rifles.
Yep.
It is a repurchase. A judge for CNED. Judge has been unkind so far. Normally, well, when I watch the other Pacific, the region, it's normally pretty good. But we'll see. Over the top they go. This is a ruse. CNED is being sold to the wolves. He's being sent to his doom.
เชี่ยแผนอะไรทุกคนตอนนี้
Position from Ara. Only really needs to take
มง
1.
แผนมง
Into the retake.
เฮ้ย
Ninja's position
ที่
is
แต่ว่าได้ซ้ายอยู่ครับ อุ้ยกูทำมิ่งนินจา ชิปหายแล้ว ชิปหายจริง เฮ้ย
Ninja by name, ninja by nature, Alorante.
แล้วนินจาสมชื่อ
And now that backstab becomes even more deadly. It's only going to come down to Flickless if he can turn the tide, if he looks back in the other direction, but he is just waiting for his teammates to make that move. A troublesome position for one. Cooper in the corner, Ninja, that defender, but the trade has been made, and there Flickless pounces his patience.
ถือว่าเฉียบอยู่ช็อตนี้
GX will claim the round in the end. It's a nice try by Ninja at least.
Yeah, I think really that doesn't come down to Ninja doing something wrong, right? It's just that they didn't push out the way he needed them to.
Yeah.
He needed them to flood so he could get them really quick.
Demon 1 นะ
Flickless can wrap up behind, and that closes the round. Otherwise, very different round we're looking at right
มัน
there.
ไปทีมอะไรที่คนขาดวะ
But now the lead for GX and the money falling apart.
ไม่ได้ดูอเมริกาเลยผมไม่รู้เลยเนี่ย
There's a couple of
แต่มี
credits.
ทีมอยู่มีทีมอยู่
Few shots in the arcade machines. That's all they're going to get. And a timeout called here and now by Pacific, calling it out going in.
เปิดดูเลย Envy เหรออยู่ Envy เฮ้ยก็ลั่นอยู่นะ
Sort of talk through because get the orbs and also get the timer ticking in your favor. But you've also lost all 4.
แล้วไอ้เดี๋ยวนะ
That is quite a damning statement for the
มัน
first
ไปเล่น
few
ตัวอะไร
rounds.
แทนวะ
And now you're coming in. Well,
เฮ้ย
you've got ults and a Bucky.
มันก็ยังเล่นโยรู้อยู่เหรอไอ้เอ็กซ์เตอร์นะมันจะไม่เปลี่ยนจริงๆใช่ไหม
Looking for double digits. Not that much of a disadvantage in play for GX when it comes to the next buy round, even if they lose all their players. Start is good for Pacific and Trade, and now they'll focus in towards this A site. This is all we need. The control and GX to go pushing into you. This time,
อ๋อไม่กลายไม่เริ่มเมื่อกี้นึกว่าไอ้นี่มันก็เริ่มแล้ว
if they can get the pit down, this game that could be completely different, turning their weaknesses into a strength.
สวยแล้วลากดอันติไปไม่ได้เลย
They could put it down, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Maybe going to rely on other ultimates. They're going to have to rely on other ultimates because Alarante's already dead. And well, I guess they just weren't feeling it.
Oi.
A chance for Ninja, but they get next attempt. He's been having a good game. It's safe to say, but not this time. Another post plant.
คิดว่าไอ้เอ็กซ์เตอร์มันจะเล่นตัวอะไร
Yeah, the thing is, I've seen teams like if it was the only ultimate they had, I could sit there and go like, okay, like maybe you want to save.
They have a plan in the next round.
You want to save it for your
จังหวะนี้ออนหรือเลสเปิดเข้ามา
4, I'm a bit surprised that you don't use 1.
You've got pistols. You put their HP
แล้วแต่สถานการณ์ครับถ้าอยู่ในมุมเนียนแบบหน้าบีอะไรเงี้ยปล่อยตัวแรกไปก็ได้ถ้ามันแบบคิดว่ามันพุ่งเร็วไปอะไรเงี้ย
And it also nullifies if they have an op in play, which you don't know at that point. It nullifies that. And it seems like a mistake. But
แต่จังหวะเมื่อกี้ต้องยิง
this is the round
จังหวะเมื่อกี้ต้องยิง
waiting for. The
ไม่มีสแกนเข้ามาอีกทำถูกแบบ
They saved over every
จังหวะเมื่อกี้คือมันเลือกยิงแบบได้1ตัว
not committing it to the 4v4
โดนรีคอน
and for what? Well, that answer, it's within reach. It's a few seconds away, and already Flickless is down. That's a huge spam kill from Ninja. He's been very good on those. In this series
โยรุ
so far,
วาร์ปหรือ15วิครับ วาร์ปหรือ15วิ
Westside right out of there.
8เหลือ
Great
1
response from the defenders.
Showstopper out as well. Pretty much every kill you get on the GX side removes one of the ults, and or what would have been a good plan of get in with a showstopper, put down the Viper's pit. That idea is now gone. Nightfall sent through. It's not connected up to anybody. They'll give some space. The reveal lets them know the west side is hit, but this is a ruse. And this is a ruse that, as of right now, has claimed 0 victims. Nobody has yet to move on the defensive side. They're sitting passive.
มันติเลย
Cosmic Divide goes in, and it's a solid ult to really make things awkward for
มี
Aaron.
ดักโรเทต1 คนนะฮะ
But he's going to connect to the
เป๊ก
side.
ว่ะ
And now with 30 seconds, they go back into a B site, which again, as
โอ้
said,
แล้วขา
no one has
ขา
moved.
แข็งจัดนะฮะ
Yeah, they heard
บอม
the
บี
op on A. They think then that the rotate should be
อุ้ย
coming in. The pressure
ผ
should
ม
be felt, but the headshot machine. He's got it again, and then the run. Oh my goodness!
อุ้ย
Iris missed.
ชิป
That was a
หาย
crucial
แล้วครับ
shot,
ผ
a
ม
much needed one. 12 seconds. Okay, they can
they
win.
know
วิ
the
สิบ
sprint
วิ
to the
สิบ
site,
วิ
and the first man doesn't have the spike. His job is to clear this out, to find this defender if they're on side.
โอ้โหวางไม่ทันนะ
A double with time too far gone. It's 11 for GX. A close round, but
ไม่
not close
แล้วทำไมมันไม่
enough
สู้
for
บีไปเลยวะ
Pacific. The timeout burned. That was the last one as well. And
สิบ
now
ห้า
the
ก็
home
แทบจะ
stretch for
เอาออกจาก
GX.
เกมทิ้งไปเลยครับผม
Something that I sort of mentioned back
พี่
on
คิดว่า
when
เอ็ก
they
ซ์
were
เตอร์
playing
ต้องเปลี่ยน
the
ตัวเล่น
defensive
ครับ
side was that-
Yo, you run back and forth, bro. You need to know what you do, brother. Okay? Let's go,
Yeah,
baby.
It's kind of yeah.
that's fair.
He said it perfectly. It's like they like to sell fakes on Pacific, but if GX don't move and you're not sending anybody into those sites, there's no real reason for them to. Oh yeah, let's over rotate, let's gamble, let's make all of these moves. It's not going to happen, and that is what lost the round for them because the move back to B at the end, that wasn't the plan. That was panic.
ตกในวันรุ่นนี้
Didn't find the openings they were looking for. The adjustments on
Aw.
the fly not coming through after an incredible comeback on Pearl. It looks like one might be needed again. Not quite as daunting of a score line, but here on Split, the attack we've seen so far, there is much left.
อ้าว
Oh, to be seen from
อุ้ย
Pacific.
แต่ว่าเพื่อนเห็นได้
Good kill by Cloud. Flickless on the rope takes down Ninja. And now the numbers back to a 3v3. But this time the pit does come into
จะ
play.
รู้หรือเปล่าซินเน็ต
It's
อยู่
not
ข้างบน
on the site. They can completely avoid it, wrap around it. Grabinho has other ideas, sitting inside, waiting for aggression. They've caught CNET around the top now. Pacific want to push through. They want to get some information, perhaps. And if they do, that's the hope of Grabinho. He'll be there waiting, shorty in hand. But instead, they back off. Move towards the site. This creates danger. If Valorante goes down, Grabinho can easily join the troops. And in fact, the pit is going to fall. Now that whole defensive wing completely crumbles as Grabby lands both.
ใจเย็นจัด
And for GX, success against the odds, fighting back through that ult, through that utility against the clock. But for Pacific, it's just another head scratcher, man.
He didn't mean to let that pit drop, did he?
I don't think so.
No. Because like there was a moment where I was like, okay, they're giving up on the pit, so that maybe it reveals someone.
I'm gonna have a heart attack, bro. Oh my god. Let's go.
Same, Cloud. Same.
We are right there with
จ
you,
บแล้ว
brother.
I'll be
Don't
honest,
you
like
worry.
up until this half, you guys were partially to blame. Especially the last map, but you know.
But right now, the second half is a completely different story to the rest of the game, which is GX are punishing every mistake.
Yeah.
That's
นี่พี่สับสนกับวอลนี่มันวะทำไมมันต้องทำให้ยากขนาดนั้นด้วยวะ
has been them retaking and winning. Like we're going to set
ดู
a
ดิ
new record for the worst post plant in VCT history.
มันต้องปาพอเส้นคาวลงกลางลานแล้วก็
certainly with the sample size. Ara, he didn't even hit the boombot. He's out of there. Giving up control. Damage done on the 7th, down to 30. And this one of 5 attempts for GX to close it out. They go pushing into the defense that's shown on almost every retake. They have waited 30 seconds. They've let the clock run down. They've let Pacific make a mistake. And this time, it's an early mistake. The same punish there from GX. A big advantage. And look at them again. They are just waiting. I don't know if Pipson genuinely screamed just wait 30 times during the timeouts, but if he did, perfectly played. Hold on. There's still some life in Pacific. We've seen them bounce back in some big clutch moments before.
โอ้ยซีเน็ต
It's only the Viper from the pit left standing. Flickless does well, but
โอ้ซีเน็ตไม่ยอมอีกแล้วเหรอซีเน็ตอีกแล้วเหรอ
at least one more fight.
Yeah, we finally seen him come alive.
พี่กำลังสงสัยอยู่ว่ามันตีเอเร็วใช่ปะทำไมมันต้องปาพอเส้นคาวลงตรงออฟด้วยวะ
This overdrive was everything. Again, we saw this in the last map. Like, all it takes is a little bit of a spark, but there doesn't seem to be a spark.
คือถ้ามันเล่นเลิกมันมาคนเดียวเข้าใจแต่ไม่ใช่มันตีเอเร็วปาพอเส้นคาวลงตรงออฟ
They
2
were
รอบ
screaming, they were shouting, they were 3, 4, 5 rounds down, and we see them almost off their seats. We even joked about how CNET's getting hyped up. Solid.
งงจัด
But that's the problem, though. The way that they've lost these rounds is getting a foothold, having an advantage, and then letting it
GX
slip.
บุกไม่เป็นครับผม
Completely
แต่
different
แมป
vibe. They
PCIFIC
can
ด้วย
shut
ล่ะ
down the entry. Okay, sure. We lost that fight. We played this wrong, but big mistakes were made. Pacific have a lot, of course, correction to do. 4 rounds in a row needed from this point, and it will be a slow start. This time they adopt the just wait. approach and the fake again. This time towards B. They put pressure in B heaven. They're waiting outside B main. In fact, they're aiming.
ไม่แน่ไม่แน่
rotated back. This was a B fake into an
เฮ้ย
A
เอ้า
fake into a B
ใจเย็น
hit.
ขาแข็งก่อน
That's the plan from Pacific last time.
เวสไซด์ขอ1หัวครับ
Cloud was
มีอันติ
screaming
ฮะ
at them from across the stage. Let's see if they've got a better idea
เอา
this
ชิบ
time.
หายแล้วบีเมนมาด้วย
Slow thrown in. He's trying to create disparity between the push, and I'll be honest.
โอ้โหเวสไซด์ไม่ได้กดอันติ
They need a little bit more.
โอ้ไปกันต่อเลยอย่างนี้
This time it's not
แม่งเล่นยากไง
an advantage in one, but Cloud's trying to get a little bit cheeky. Gravwa, I like it. It's going to deny that little bit of extra space. Arrow though has found one on the back. It leaves them a little bit more segmented, a little bit more trapped. The reaction from Pacific should be to try and fight one of these players. They're completely isolated. They're sectioned off. But as of right now, they're yet to find that fight, and they're splitting up themselves. A chance still for Arrow. A chance to maybe take this here and now, but it's Cooper. He will keep them in the map. Another fight back from Pacific needed. And 2 rounds that come down to 1.
Such a
เชี่
narrow
ยแต่แอนปิดไม่ลงอีกแล้วตัด
onto a cliff's edge at the tips of their fingernails.
I think it's a pinky finger at
It
this point.
really is. I need Luffy to pull them
มันโหดทุกคนนะตอนพวกเนี้ยแม่งรวมตัวตีมาแต่ว่าคนมันมึนๆไงปาเวอร์มันได้หมด
Well, they're winning.
Yeah, they are, but they lost the round. You know what he means. You know what he means. Thing is, GX come in 3 ultis to play with. Big impact on them as well. Arrow to close distance. West side to open them up. The retakes can be terrifying. And we're seeing the same thing. We've seen this before, even from GX, even in this series. Most players, or some players, sitting in spawn while others look for information, find where the push is coming in. But I will give commendations to Pacific. The last round was much better than what we saw before, where they decide to play a much faster set of fakes. They left too much time between the B hits and the A hits last time, but this time it's much more direct, it's much more convincing. And that's a great sign. With 3 left to go.
More synergized as well.
Yes, yeah, they're fixing their pacing.
Because I think you could see it from the utility thrown out from West side. The goal was to hit one set of players so the others couldn't pincer them at once. This time though,
พี่คิดว่า 2-0 หวานเจี๊ยบด้วยตอนแรก
Reed is a wrong one. Valorant is doing a great job to sell a fake with
เป็นไปได้ไงเนี่ย
only a bandit. Oh, but
ปล่อยเอ้า
they're gonna go back.
เฮียมันน่าจะเลี้ยงก่อน
Oh no, maybe not. But the
เฮ้ย
thing is, if that's been
เอาที่อย่างนี้
sold
เสือกคิดเยอะ
to actually get to walk into an open site, it's definitely a little bit more risky if they want to move, but yeah, it's worked perfectly.
I was very nervous, but it is. But there it is. That's exactly what I want to see. Yeah, if the stack was still here, they know by now. Perfect. And I think the fact that they
เมื่อกี้ถ้าแม่งเลี้ยงไข่หน่อยนะ
เฮ้ย Here's the retake though. We talked about this. How powerful it could be. The old pop by Arrow, but he's going to be caught off by Ninja on the side. In goes the dash, but nothing found him. West side caught on the
แล้ว
way
กด
back
อัน
out.
ติไปแล้วครับ
That was huge commitment. I mean, for West side to
อาลาสไลด์ไปเลยป้ายทุกคน
has to do the same to try to get in there quick, have some impact even on the slide, but being shot from an off angle completely decimated that play. And now those are some big pieces of the GX puzzle that will be missing for the rest of at least regulation here.
Yeah. Oh, clearly felt like there was a gap to exploit. Wasn't the case.
He looks very surprised that he hit that shot. Not what you want to see, but you know, Cubert, you got a 3K the other round, so we'll let it slide.
2 rounds, 3 in a row. It seems like Pacific only start the party once they're basically out of the map. It felt like this was a done deal. Or maybe we're looking at the other side.
อ๋อไอ้คิวเปิดไปเลย
GX can't win a round the second they get to 12. Arrow is looking to change that.
GG หรือเปล่า
The operator with the opener. Pressure being placed on, but Arrow's there again. The distraction of Cloud has helped him out massively. Can he get out? Yes, he can. And they've been fantastic in their retakes with a 2-man advantage. Make it a little more. This time, it doesn't look like it's going to go back the other way unless Cooper has one of the clutches with the ages. Not this time. GX have managed to finish their second dinner.
โอ้โห มันสูสีเฉยเลยว่ะ ห้องน้ำก่อนเทปที่1 เกมซ้อมก่อนน้ำมันเป็นอะไรวะเอ้าสัตว์ถ้ารู้ว่าในไซต์เป็นสไนเพื่อจะโถมหรือย้ายไซต์ถ้าอินเกมสั่งมาแล้วว่าเซตเข้าเลยอ่ะแบบเมื่อกี้มันรัดอะมันก็ต้องรัดแล้วครับจังหวะเมื่อกี้ทำอะไรไม่ได้นอกจากรัดเข้าไปโดนเบรกตัดแล้วดูท่าไม่ดีอาจจะโยกแต่ถ้าเขาเล่นที่เดิมซ้ำๆอาจจะหนีครับถ้ามันดูเสียเปรียบเกินไป
We use it like kind of like a jet, to be honest. Like we always, I have no refract, for example, the ability, and it's kind of becomes a jet with a stun. So I don't really feel like it's bad or something. I feel like it's a good addition, but we still have to cook it up a bit more.
Okay, I like that though. You're like, we're not putting it out of the question by any degree there. The other question I have is, a lot of the Giant X fans out there obviously happy to get this series win along with you guys. How important did it feel though to get this win? Because we're saying it's a lot of importance for you, but did you feel that coming into today?
I mean, this win really helped us, motivate us a lot after last week when we lost against Vitality. But we kept working hard, we always keep working hard, and this is the key to success, I guess. And we will keep working hard, even with this win, and I think it motivates us more.
Okay, I love that so much, Ara. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again on the win. We're going to be going into a break on the other side of it, though. We still have so much more action as we're only halfway through our day number 1 for week number 2 here at VCT EMEA. เฮ้ยมันก็ยิงเดือดอยู่ได้เลยต้องจากกันนี้ครับฟอลคอนซันเตเลส
1 เมษายนสัตว์เอ้ยก็ตกใจว่าพออนาคตมันจะทำให้เลือก4 ชื่อได้เปล่า ไม่มีไม่เคยได้ยินเลยว่าเขาจะทำ4 ชื่อคู่หน้า BBL 2-1 ครับ
ทำอะไรครับเบย
แล้วปิดเลยใช่ปะ
เริ่มอะไรวะ
PBE อ่ะ
มีผิดด้วยเหรอ
โหมันปิดตลอด
ตลอดเลยเหรอ
แพทมันยังไม่นิ่งไง
แต่เล่นเราไม่ค่อยว้าวอ่ะ
มันยังไม่บาลานซ์
ไม่แบบเมคานิกเกมอ่ะ
ทำไม
ที่
อ่ะ
เลือกกอดอ่ะ
อ๋อ
แบบเมื่อก่อนมันตอนมีอะไรใหม่ๆมันว้าวกว่านี้อ่ะ
ต้องรอดูตอนเปิด
ก็ไม่น่าจะปรับอะไรได้วะพี่ถ้าปรับอะไรได้มันก็เป็นเมคานิกกอด
ยังไม่ได้ไปสมัครเลยสมัครที่ไหนวะ เปิดมา2 วันสมัครแข่งเลยอ่ะ แข่ง 17
yeah.
Next year?
Yes.
ระบบนี้คือเขาคิดกันมานานยัง รู้นานยังระบบใหม่อ่ะ
รู้นานยังไม่นานรู้ได้แล้วมั้งรู้เมื่อคืน ใช่
เพิ่งรู้อะไรงั้น
เขานัดคุยกับเจ้าของทีมทั่วโลก
นัดคุยกับทอหินทั่วโลก
ใช่
อ๋อ
เขาไม่อยากน่าจะกันเพราะว่ากลัวลีกแหละมั้งเพราะแบบกลัวลีกน่าจะแบบพูดปั๊บแล้วก็วันนี้ประกาศเลยถึงแบบนัดมาอธิบายแล้วก็ Q&A กับวิดีโออ่ะที่พูดในคลิปอ่ะ
ตอนแรกบอกเดี๋ยวประกาศแต่ว่าบอกพรุ่งนี้ประกาศ อีกชั่วโมงนึงประกาศเลย
And the Turkish players and the Turkish history that we have within this game have been amazing throughout the years. So let's, take a look back, right? Because
มีลีกด้วยเหรอ
ก็ที่เพิ่งประกาศเนี่ยตอนแรกเขาจะเดี๋ยวประกาศมีข่าวว่าเดี๋ยวจะประกาศแล้วมีข่าวว่าพรุ่งนี้จะประกาศแล้วประกาศเลย Hello from ตุรกี Hello ตุรกี
พูดภาษาตุรกีดิ
อ่ะ
ที่รู้ว่าเฟดเป็นตัวละครตุรกีนะ มันพูดอยู่บ่อยๆอ่ะเวลาซื้อปืนให้อ่ะ
thank you
ไอ้มันพูดอะไรวะเช็คกูเลย
อะไรนะ
เช็คกูเลยเช็คกูเลยอะไรสักอย่างนะ
เช็คกูเลย
กันเช็คกูเลยอะไรพวกนะ
No thank you. And those were very international rosters.
กาลาตาสลาย
Because you thought that you had a better chance back then with international players.
I mean, it was like
เนี่ย
in
เช็ค
the
กูเลย
other games, like what, like in FPS games, Turkish
เมลมาถึงเมลส่งพวกว่าเจ้าของทีม
they
ใช่ไหม
know
น้องซัน
still as a aimer, but not known as a good as a team. So I think it's
ใช่
gonna be the
เมล
same.
เพิ่ง
So
ส่ง
I
วัน
just want to start
ก็ตามที่ความหนดแหละ
in Europe, so I think
ว่า
I can get more experience
ประกาศวันนี้ส่งเมลวันนี้
like that. More get better.
นี่ไงใช่ด้วยเห็นไหมเช็คกูเลย
Do you know เอาไทยไปยินเดีย You know เอาไทยไปยินเดีย
ภาษาอะไร
ตุรกีอ่ะ
จริงไหมเนี่ยแปลว่าอะไร
ชื่อนักบอลตัวสำรองแมนยู
Back in 2021, before you did it, when we speak about teams, the only team that we saw was SMB, Supermassive plays in that 2021 in Berlin. What do you think has changed in the narrative or maybe the ecosystem in Turkey from when we went to just having individuals to having full rosters?
we team you support
Being that successful.
we team you support ตุรกีทีม BBL
Like as a Turkish people, we start to care about the game more. You know, like in the before.
นี่ไหม
as I said,
Heretic ไหม Wood
like we didn't have chance to prove ourselves. We didn't have the ecosystem can help us basically in the can show us. You know, but in Valorant, I think like I can say like I'm one of the I think first Turkish players like going into the scene in Valorant, and maybe I show the people the can. You know,
You
like,
paved the way. You paved the way. Yeah, that's
and
exactly
then
what
people
you
get courage and everyone start to play, and there is like good ecosystem which Turkish players can. There is like region for Turkish players to show themselves, and as a team, as an individual, you know. So that's it. I think.
And then moving on, I would say, into what it is this year, right? We see Foot that got the win last week, but I think that we have to be even more excited about the new full rosters that we are seeing here, Mini.
Yeah, I think that like that middle period, I think Foot were the successful team, and then I think they paved the way as a team also for teams now like BBL, who used to be BBL Pacific. We have Eternal Fire right now looking quite good, who used to be Ulf, and Foot right now with their roster looking quite hot too. So like it feels like we're in an era where it's not just players and it's not just one or two teams like Foot. It's now like coming together as a whole. So do you think, Sina, do you think it's like the best era for Turkish Valorant? Like if you're a Turkish player right now, would you want to join a Turkish team?
You're in the reputation era.
It's hard to say.
I mean, hard for you to say in this moment.
Hard to say. Like I think depends on a lot of things, but until learning the English, I think maybe other languages, I don't know. And you can just start as a Turkish team and you can do whatever you want, you know? Like there is of course big international orgs, but why not like in Valorant, Turkish orgs can, you know, cannot win champions, why not?
Yeah, why not? Did you see the news about next year?
Yeah,
well, one of the reasons why we're saying all of this is because Turkey will have its own region. What do you make of that?
I think it's very good. Like there is a lot of Turkish players like which plays the game and wants to competitive and come to the like arena scene, like show themselves. I think it's very good opportunity to show themselves. You know, we can go open qualifier to champions. Why not?
We love those stories. You know who else absolutely love the stories? The teams that
เจ
we
อ
have for our
เจอ
next
มุกนักบอล
match.
ไป
So let's
เขา
hear what BBL and Eternal Fire have
เงียบ
to
เลย
say
ว่ะ
ahead of today.
ฮัลโหลว่า
ไอ้โต๊ะได้ติดต่อ
You
ต่อ
guys
ปะ
have such a good head-to-head record
ไม่
up against
ไม่ได้
Eternal
ติดต่อต่อ
Fire.
เลย
How do
เขา
you
บอก
prepare for a team like Eternal
พูดไม่
Fire?
ได้
Yeah, we don't have
ผมบอกพี่ไปยังนะ
special things
ที่เขา
for
สปอนที่อื่น
Eternal Fire. If we
อ่า
play
บอกแล้ว
like ourselves,
แล้ว
we
เขา
are
ก็เงียบไป
gonna
เลย
win this match.
โอ้โหจบ
And
อะไร
that's
เงี้
it.
ย
We don't have any special
GG
prepare for Eternal Fire.
Do you feel that it's going to be
เดี๋ยวลอง
an
ตาม
easier
อีกทีนึง
matchup
ว่า
because
เดี๋ยว
you
เดี๋ยว
have
มัน
such a good
แต่
head-to-head
ล่าสุดนะ
record
ที่ผม
against
เคย
them,
บอก
you
พี่อะแล้วก็
continually
เงียบ
beat
ไปเลย
them?
I guess is yes, we are gonna win easy. But some in the matches, if we make some little stress, maybe they are gonna
take 7 or 8 rounds maybe. Yeah, like that. I think it's gonna be easy.
Okay, and what's gonna help you have an easy win against them? Specific agents or maybe a specific map?
Oh no, we don't have any specific map or agent. We are just like family in each other. When we are family, we are gonna win easy.
Okay.
Like it. I try to.
Like you just
explain
work
this.
so well together that it's just gonna be easy for you.
Open
Like you don't
สิ
even
ครับ
think
ของ
about
ซีมีอะไร
the
บ้าง
fact it's eternal fire.
Yeah.
มาเดาวมาเลยครับ
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that's it.
That's it. That's all I got for you.
Thank you.
Nice and easy, right? Just a little bit of like nice and easy against the fire. I'll take that one
I
for
hope
you.
so.
Thank you. All right, Echo, last week when we spoke to you, you said Eternal Fire and BBL are going to be top of the groups. Do you still stand by that? They're going to be your toughest opponent?
Yeah, actually, I stand by that. Thing. I think we are going to be top with BBL. In our first match, something bad things happened. It's fine. It happens sometimes. We are going to handle it. I think today it's going to be very different. We are going to destroy them. I can say that. Yeah.
Okay, when you say destroy, are you like we're going to come in? It's going to be 2-0.
It can be. That match can be go close, but we are going to win this match today.
Okay, I love it. And the previous head-to-head record of your Eternal Fire players and BBL, they've always won it. Are you thinking about that going into this series?
No, I don't think that. We are going to change it now.
Are you going to change that head-to-head record?
Yeah.
All right, perfect, Echo. That's pretty much it. Thank you. I appreciate
It's
it.
fine.
Nice and easy, see?
Yeah.
You just
GX
gotta
2-1 พูดเมื่อกี้
talk a little bit of shit. That's all I need from you. Well, I didn't think Marlo was towards that end of that lyric. I can't lie. I was definitely trying to bait them out there to really say what they needed to, and I'm just saying they enjoyed saying it, right? Echo last week, he was very much all about saying, yeah, we're the top of the table with BBL, but this time around it changes. We're going to be the top dogs here in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think the Eternal Fire are going to be the top dogs in this matchup.
Do you really?
I feel like this is the time for them to finally get that, the revenge on that curse. I think they're like 5-0.
I think it's like 6-0. It's 5-6.
เชี่ยแม่งแบบมั่นใจจัดอะ
She's still in shock about that. Yeah.
สัมภาษณ์ขนาดนี้ก็รู้แล้วนะว่าควรจะเป็นยังไง
Looking shaky.
ฟูเซน EA บุรีรัมย์เบคอนมิดชาร์เปอร์ยังมีดีเจไฟอะไรวะนะ
Eternal Fire did good and BBL. It's like the prime opportunity for this good team who almost beat Fnatic last week. It should have
ไส้เก่าๆอ่ะ
to now
ใช่
dominate BBL for the first time.
เบคอนนี่ตัดออกไปได้เลยนะ ไม่ทำมาโลแน่นอน
Although I would love to kind of see these things.
บุรีรัมย์ EA ไม่แน่ชาร์เปอร์มีอยู่แล้ว NKT มีอยู่แล้ว T5 ไม่น่า ทีหน้านี่คืออะไรอ่ะไฮด้าไม่น่า ACT ไม่น่าไลน์อัพ55อาจจะไปอยู่สักชื่อที่น้องโอมบอกก็ได้ครับเป็นไปได้
Yeah, I think one of the things they changed was Lover's Rock though. And
well, that's the thing. Yeah, well, like you want to give them a couple weeks to be like, oh, you know, they just need a little bit of warm-up. There's only a couple weeks in the season.
มิดถ้าใช้เงินเยอะก็ไม่น่าสวัสดีลามียานาวนะครับผม
I see what you are trying to do, Mini.
Yeah.
I will not stand for it. Yes, you can see that he did die to the, and I know that there were some waylay moments that were just not there for Lover's Rock. But look at his numbers. I mean, he didn't do that bad because you know what? It doesn't matter what he plays. He can still shoot every single.
จริงๆก็มี AG อีกอันนะ
anytime he's not on.
You can't disagree with me.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, thanks. Sorry.
He was pretty good.
I was talking to her. Sorry.
ถ้าเขามูมันกลับมาคึกคักก็อาจจะมี Purple Mood อีกอันหนึ่ง
But Waylay's nerfed, so maybe he doesn't even play it at all.
That is true.
That might be in their best interest. Am I convincing you?
So actually, the patch here, 12.06.
If he locks in Waylay right now, though, you're cooked.
I mean, I am not cooked because we have something else on BBL, and it's LaRock. I know that you might have not been surprised, but to me, seeing LaRock moving away from the duelist in at least one map and bringing back the initiator that I know it's in him, that is extra aggressive, that I know it is weird to find in this region, gives me a lot of hope for this BBL.
He played KO on the map he was dominating on Jet on.
and it's still
I
dominated
think
for like
that BBL's win condition is playing double duelist. I know back in the day, back in tier 2, he loved to play initiator.
But maybe they
this
have
is
to
VCT.
limit test as well, no? Like if you stale and playing and repeating the same thing, at some point it's gonna get old, you know?
If Larocque plays Raze, that's when I'm scared. If he's playing KO,
Scared for who?
I don't
For
care.
BBL? For
Eternal Fire. Yeah. I think Larocque says Raze, that's where I'll agree with you. But I don't want to see.
Even the KO, just how good it was last week.
Oh, production.
Yeah, but
is
it's the opportunity cost of like playing Jett.
1, 2. This is how BBL does it.
This is what he does with Jett any day of the week.
Absolutely. Did he flash himself? That's not in the clip. Yeah. He's going to get it. I can tell you.
4 or 5 down to Pacific, by the way.
Oh, this was like a 0-0-3 or something like that.
They were building the momentum there.
Had to win a clutch as well.
But that's what kind of goes to Kukuka's preface and the point there, where it's just like they have the ability to clutch up. There's going to be people on this team that's able to pull out deep agents that you might not be considering, and Eternal Fire is just not going to be ready for it.
There is a world
in which
because I am motivating. There is a world in which BBL could pick up 5 Reynas and still win against some teams in this region.
Not against my boy Echo, who debuted last week and was frying. I think that this guy is gonna be so full of confidence after last week. He was dominating players like Kayak and Alpha, and BBL are gonna be fine.
I will give you that. I will give you that for Echo. I will give you that for Fabian, because I was very surprised in the way that they were going up against one of the biggest names in our region, and in many of the Breeze rounds, they showed no respect. Yeah, absolutely. And in so many of these occasions, they capitalized on all of the mistakes that Fnatic were making, and that is no easy task for any team, let alone this one.
Exactly.
I'm agreeing in one. The rest still stands, and especially history repeating itself.
Yeah. I mean, I just think this is the moment for them to finally do it. If there's going to be a moment, it's right now where BBL...
When we put the stage and everything.
Well, we're coming back from
เจอมาแล้ว BBL 2-1
a little bit rusty. Yoru not looking great.
Because you also have to weigh in the opponents that they had last week, right? The fact that they both are sitting on opposite ends of the group standings, we factor that in. But BBL are the people that should be winning. Eternal Fire were the underdogs, so a loss for them isn't surprising. The way that it happened was because they pushed it all the way to a map 3, and now it is this, are they going to meet at the exact point where BBL's down and Eternal Fire are going up? And this is the intersection where it's like, we're not actually going to see history repeat itself. Like, there is going to be a new story written.
หมายความว่าไงไม่แจ้งก่อนแบบเพจจะล่มแล้วต้องแจ้งก่อนอย่างเงี้ยหรอ
I would take your side eventually, Minnie.
Thank you.
I like it. I know that for narrative is good, but how about I sell you this? BBL having a slow start on week 1, and then we go into week 2, things are a little bit more polished, and they start dominating the region. Would you like to see that team in a global event? Is that the team? Because we will send 3 teams.
That's not my preference for a global event. It was who's going to win today.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that if you look at the bigger picture of like who we are as the MEA, what we're expecting of our teams and of our region, you need to think about the globals, because at the end of the day, at some point, I guess, maybe we will win something again. So when that happens,
this region's so hot done by guys.
I just want to send a team that I'm like, oh
มาแล้วนี่คิดอยากคัมแบ็ก
I've seen them back up, I've seen them win the meta phase.
มันเขาบอกมันเป็นปัญหาเรื่องสื่อสารครับไม่รู้จริงหรือเปล่ามีน้องบอกมา
Would you still believe in BBL if they were to lose?
คิดยังไงออกไม่แปลกแต่คนที่เข้ามาเนี่ย
Today against Eternal Fire.
แปลก
On like a O2 fashion, do not even get 12 rounds in total.
คนที่เข้ามาสเตตแบบไม่ไหวเลยอะ
But I think I wouldn't write off that year, of course.
See, you're telling me your London stakes for BBL rely on this match?
Not rely, but like I'm gonna...
That's what you said. That's what I heard.
You're going to say this will tip the scales.
It would tip the scales.
If Mini continues to believe in them in week 3 and 4 and 5, and when we get further down, this is it. This is where they make or break for themselves. And it kind of starts off with a skirmish. As much as some players might not want to say, like, yeah, it's all about whether we win the skirmish, whether we really care about it or not. There is something to be said to at least having a bit of warm-up, maybe having a little bit of a fun. So we had Larocque there go into the skirmish for himself. Who did he end up going up against?
อ้าวแล้วตอนนี้เราใช้ได้ไงอ่ะมันใช้ได้ก่อนเหรอ
It's too far away from me. I can't see.
Yeah, it's very far. It's very far. But I think that
จริงๆถ้าหาตัวเสริมไม่ทันก็ให้คัมแบ็กเล่นมาก่อนดีกว่าคัมแบ็กมันแบบ
yeah, LaRock should be favored in this matchup.
ยังไงมันก็ดีกว่าคนที่เข้ามาแน่นอนอ่ะชัวร์
Now we're down to the yes.
But
You gotta bring it all the way down.
He can shoot.
Neki ain't our guy who's supposed to be out there fragging. He's rounding up the troops.
He's just having fun. Look at him.
He's
like,
also a vice merchant. Yeah,
Wait, didn't he just lose as well?
He did. No, the Rook won.
The Rook, oh, never mind.
That's
I was going to jump on that quick.
That's the world we live in. BBL win.
The Rock is, yeah, he's pretty good. To be fair, he's pretty good.
But not as good as all of Eternal Fire. Minnie, you're standing by.
Yeah, they're very good too. They're better.
Do you think that they're on?
Do you want me to give you? Sorry.
No, yeah, you go.
No, I was going to say. Do you want to? No, I will save it for later. I'll save it for later.
I thought you were just about to like show that.
Oh my God, maps, guys, maps. It's
Per Speed Factor.
It is a possibility. Oh my God, Eternal Fire is so good. We're so gonna go to map 3. We are so gonna go to the first fracture of EMEA. That's where I want to end up today.
Dude, okay, how did we get to fracture? Like
by one team winning Pearl and the other one winning Split.
No,
sorry.
That's not what she
I know.
So last week, both teams banned Fracture, and we presumed it was going to be a game of chicken. A game of chicken on who's not going to ban it. And the interesting thing is that they just played chicken to the end, and then surprise Fracture at the end. So it might be the messiest Fracture game we've ever seen.
Was the one being like, oh, you're still going to leave the Fracture open? Let me see what you got.
Yeah. So it might be a messy game of Fracture, but
I want to see it so bad. You have no idea.
I just want to...
ทะเลาะกันเหรอครับ
Like the TV's so far away. I am too blind and there's too many lights.
ดูจากรูปเกมมันก็เป็นไปได้นะทะเลาะกัน
Yeah. So for BBL, that is a map that they've been banning in the past.
ดูทรงคัมแบ็กมันไม่น่าจะเป็นทะเลาะ
Comfortable in for Eternal Fire, I think that also because of
เดี๋ยวเขาออกมาพูดแหละ
it makes sense. It's a very good map for BBL as well.
Both teams coming in with good vetoes here. I like the chicken on the Fracture, and I like the fact that they're just banning their opponent's best map essentially.
Gosh, I hope we get to it because, like I said, you guys have been, at least Kukuru's been hyping up so much, and the fact that it truly
I hope that it delivers, girl.
Dude,
if we get there.
Please, like, it just needs to, because the game of chicken that you're also talking about there, Minnie, it's like, how often are you willing to do this? Yeah, we're in the earliest stages of stage 1, so maybe if you're going to experiment at any point, it's this. But is that also some part of maybe BBL just getting too big for their bridges here? And it's like that could also be their undoing to want to play a game of chicken against a new Eternal Fire?
It's not like they're not going to have anything prepared. Like, they're going to be able to play this map. It's just interesting that last week they thought it was literally their worst map, or at least matchup-wise was a very, very weak map for them. And then this week they're just like, yeah, we'll just see what happens. I do think a game of Fracture in the early stages where we're still figuring it out in this new meta will benefit Eternal Fire more as the team that I was going to say is technically the underdog here, but...
Just because you're the underdog doesn't mean you can't win.
Yeah, they're 100% going to win.
Listen,
Absolutely.
they both went Ascension the way that they had to, and thank God that we managed to get both teams so we can get the final conclusion. We can say that this one counts as 10. So whomever wins today is the ultimate winner.
Yeah, this is like golden goal.
Yeah?
Last goal wins.
This is
me doing you a favor.
This is me doing you a favor just for today.
Just for today.
It doesn't matter what those other records are. If you win this one, yeah, you're on. That's it. It's going to be everything for you there. Do you truly, I know that you're all batting for Eternal Fire there, but is there a specific player? Because last week it felt like Echo was showing up in a lot of different ways, whether it was in interviews or in the server himself. Is he the other one that you're going to be relying on, Minnie, a bit more here in the series?
I think Izzy is someone who I'm very interested by. Like, I was very excited for Sop to be on this team and then is now on foot, but now Izzy coming in, I think that he deserves VCT. I think he's a very good player. I'm surprised I've not seen him here before, and I think it's down to him to start kind of matching Echo and doing those things with him.
I mean, we were speaking about all the Turkish history that we've had, all the players. Izzy was one of the players who went to with a full roster, a Turkish roster, to go into a global event. And that was many years ago, but you know, he still has it and he's going to prove it today.
Well, look, it's the Turkish Derby is what I'm going to coin it here, and we're going to jump on down with Mitch and one of the players to see just how they're feeling before they walk out on stage.
What's up, guys? I'm standing here with Kreven. He's about to walk in the tunnel, but I got some questions to ask you before we send you onto that stage. First, I faced off against you in a deathmatch, and you destroyed me, man. I want to know, when are we going to see you do this skirmish? Like, how do you decide who does it?
Like, Laruk is an animal, so like he needs to go. Like that's not my game. Larox wants to play skirmish, so we let him go. He's the animal.
Let me tell you, you're a little bit of an animal yourself, though, on the deathmatch servers. So I won't...
เอฟโหดครับตึงอยู่วีคแรกสู้มืออยู่ไม่ง่ายอ่ะแต่บอกว่าเจอกันไอ้ไม่ได้สัมภาษณ์ว่าเจอกันไม่เคยแพ้ชิว BBL
White nose is
เสียดายสเปกเตอร์มันอยู่แบบ3สปีดอีกแล้ว
I think they scream. Next time I'm gonna ask to join in.
I think you fired them up there.
Listen, I think that next time I'm gonna try and join in. My Turkish definitely not there yet. But we were taking a look also at the map veto, and we were speaking about Pearl. One thing that kind of piqued my eye during Clash was the fact that we saw Eternal Fire playing Pearl and playing Veto. And I feel like today the Veto was just not enough in one Pearl. I would love to see it again. I would love to see some of the wackiness.
Well, that was some of the stuff that they were trying in that clash was Echo on the Chamber and the Veto. And I was very excited for maybe some Chamber and maybe even some Veto. But it doesn't seem like they went for that approach last week. So I wouldn't be surprised.
นอกไฟนี่ก็ทีมเก่าทีมแก่เหมือนกันนะอุ้ย
Fabian, you remember when you were seeing
ฟินิกอีกแล้วเหรอ
step up for me? It was Fabian because I really think that against Fnatic he was on a different level. Like I remember him taking
ช่วงนี้ฟินิกขายดีจังวะ
Larocca will like it. Maybe Fabian coming out with the chamber. That seems to be something you're both enjoying there. Everyone at home is going to get to enjoy some Valorant right now as we're heading on into our second series of the day with a little bit of a special that I'll let them introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, we're back, but this time we brought some backup of our own.
Spawned in.
Two board versus one. Finally, a majority. Let's go.
Is that why you've got that razor over there? Okay, well, listen, I'm excited to kick this one off because this is a battle we've seen many times. At least the players very familiar with each other. But BBL never lose. I mean, have we got any reason to believe it will be different here today, boys?
I mean, I would put an asterisk on that. Again, a comment made last week was kind of like around, for me personally, being a little disappointed. We come into this now. For me, BBL have to go back to the form we saw at kickoff. It's as simple as that. Lovers Rock being the big outlier in that equation for me, we've got to get him back online. Again, if they're to look smooth in terms of transition into this kind of, I hate saying new meta, we keep saying that, but it all rides on him in my eyes.
I think on the other side as well, Eternal Fire looked very good. Like up against Fnatic, super aggressive, and right off the bat, right on cue, you're going to see this double duelist of Fabian and Izzy looking to try and put the pressure onto that attack side, and they're going to do this throughout every round of every map. They are going to keep pressing them.
Aggression.
ที่ถ่ายละ
At least for now.
ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Stuck up close after the fight, but the flash is enough to deter any re-aggression from BBL, and they will be sent with Lovers Rock already out of the round. Seems towards this B site. A nice early fight, but one that doesn't go the way of BBL and the man that you were looking at, Lovers Rock, the one to fall. It's only a pistol, but it is going to be something that it's a massive adjustment going from the Yoru as buffed and strong as he was to the current meta, where you don't have anyone like that.
For BBL in particular.
Yes, yeah. There's a couple teams, like I think Mates are also in that bracket, that they had so much success off of it, that now you have to prove you have that extra layer. And there's at least a return. Bringing it back to a 4v4.
4
Houdini unable to disappear anymore, but they have been able to take down
สวยละ
on the
โอ้
other
ยัง
side.
ได้1
The
อูดัส
fights continue. Echo looking to try and re-aggress back into that corner. Instead, though, it's easy to find one, leaving
อุ้ย
Loiter alone.
เอาละไม่ง่ายครับ
Probably very good in these
BBL
scenarios, but does he expect the flank? And now being revealed, it's only going to make it that little bit tougher.
8 วิ
If he had
ห
the
ลัง
spot,
มา
if he had the time, he'd be able to go back, but he just has to
เรียบ
walk
ร้อย
into the crosshairs, and Eternal Fire have their start.
Great cleanup here. Honestly, BBL able to get themselves into a position to actually pressure towards backside. Fortunately, even with the reveal here, which should feel like a freebie. To be a man down earlier on, Izzy's just able to counterbalance this so well.
I want to see as well, though, is like something that I find really interesting is the way that BBL like to play against some of the top teams. Is the way that Eternal Fire.
เชียร์แม่งสัมภาษณ์ไปไอ้นี่ดูดิ ขิงด้วยดิ
It makes it feel quite weird watching it the other way around.
I think certainly as well, bigger picture-wise, you look at a new, I don't want to say
ไม่หมูมันสู้มืออยู่ครับเอฟอะ
familiar matchup. Hold that thought for a second. Izzy. A ton of pressure here. Fabian's just going to find a perfect necky.
อุ้ยมาดิ
Fabian again.
หมด
Okay, they dealt with it.
Yeah.
They dealt with it. So what were you saying?
Oh, well, as I was saying, here to come into this matchup in particular with the history we have, this should be one for me that BBL just, like I said, total reset.
I sense it. I sense it. They're going for a knife in round 2. It's an end zone flawless.
Well, there's that familiar aspect we're talking about.
The crowd gave it away.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
ไม่น่าเลย
Guys, come on.
Jeez. But it is, I think one of the other topics that typically with a team like Eternal Fire you talk about is the amount of experience they have on the stage. But honestly, with their first showing there, with their showing last week, I really don't feel like it's affected them. Like they were looking really good on the stage. And I think they did run out of steam towards the end of the series. But all in all, those first 2 maps, they looked incredibly solid and not a single shake to be seen.
One of my major worries, though, is getting in their own heads. Like, we saw Echo go like, we're better than Fnatic, they're bad, Vitality
some of the
bad.
delusion,
But it's like, BBL, no, I think they're still number 1. It's like, well, no, come on, you gotta go full.
โอ้โหแทบแตกหมด
Speaking of that, Lovers Rock has found another opening death.
ตาย
Dive over the top. Echo is in a bit of trouble, but I'm looking at
นี่แหละเขาบอกนี้เปลี่ยนเกม
he's
อ๋อไม่เจอใครเลย
They're bailed out. And it's not like they have a ton of space either. It is currently being filled in by Kraven, who's walking up on mid, and they got the right read, and that side of the map is wide open.
เหี้ย Tip&Trick
Moving through slowly. Now we'll allow Eternal Fire to
ไว
fill
เปอร์
back
ต้อง
in
ไอ้
that
ไซเปอร์ต้อง
space.
ทำเกมหน่อย
It's all a question of how much control can Kreven hold onto. They're splitting up now into the 3v4.
ตัดโรเทต1 คน
Rose behind to try to catch this play out of door or play that late flank. They need to do a damn good job of holding the line then when the retake comes in. Buy him time.
Four looking to try. Wrap
ผม
back in. Only going to be the
ไม่
one
เทรดไวด้วยดิ
trading off. And Rose didn't find anyone, so he's got that long rotation back. Luckily, it means they can clear all of that flank and loiter up top. He's going to be able to keep things in an advantage only for the moment, though. Leaving two standing versus Rose. He's been phenomenal in
Recon.
these clutch
Recon.
situations. The problem, though, yeah, he's got to use the dart. No, it's too late. Way too late. He thought that he was being faked out by the tap, but not faked out at all.
โอ้โห
Well, he got him.
That would have been cool.
เชี่ยมันนิ่งจัด อะไรวะ
Not even considering the dart at the timing you would expect it, right? Confirm the first tap, get them off that initial half defuse, maybe even isolate a play outside that smoke, but really bizarre. Rose, somebody who's traditionally very cool under pressure here. Yeah, questions being asked from the coach booth for
ไอ้โหลด
Total misplay in my eyes.
And you talk about getting in their heads for BBL. That
มีรีคอนในมือแต่ลูกพี่เขาไม่ยิงสอนออกไป
That's in the back of their minds now for a little while. It's put them down to a low buy. We're coming in with a judge.
เชี่ย
An SMG, some pistols. Oh my goodness! And well,
เอาแล้วไง
there's an opportunity for the judge there, but
สวยแล้วกูบอกเลย
back, same weaponry, different result, and now Echo's there for the range fight.
สวยจริง
Yes, Rose will win, but
Rose ran out
13-0 ป่ะ
shock dart. He was just trying to kill the guy in the corner, ran out with his bow and arrow, swapped to his gun, still gets the kill.
Way more keen to use utility this time.
Yeah.
Lessons being learned. We love to see
On the
that.
fly.
Either that or he is on a 15-second delay.
And the last shot
แต่จ
by
ริงๆการ
All
ที่มันให้
Out
สัมภาษณ์อย่างนั้นนะ
for the
ไม่งแอบ
judge,
กดดันเหมือนกัน
even
นะ
an upgrade for him as well.
How's he survived the whole round, by the way?
Yeah.
He was the guy in the
Initial
corner.
contact.
เหี้ยแล้ว
Still on the same judge. Feel like. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see a very early timeout here being called. It's something just not clicking. They're not scaling up very well at all off the waylay once more. Another concern we saw previously, Laroc not really able to capitalize on that sort of pressure, which was a recurring theme last week.
What's going on? Afrophy is having a good time.
What was that?
Oh, well, we've got a musical bunch, it's safe to say.
But a
in
timeout
EMEA.
right away at 4-0 down. BBL. I mean, you cannot even scratch your head at why they're
มัน
calling
บอกว่า
timeout.
มันไม่เคยแพ้เลยไง
Mistakes
มัน
there early
ซี่อะ
on.
บอกว่าจะเป็น
I think
เกมที่
it's
ง่าย
very
อะ
important now to steady that ship before it gets way out of control. But for Eternal Fire, they've got to be chuffed with this start.
I kind of wanted to bring it back to last week, though, Mike. It's like
แม่งสัมภาษณ์ชิลจัดอะ
the way that
ไอ้
we
ลา
saw
หรอก
BBL play, it got a little bit close.
แม่งพูดอีซี่อยู่นั่น
Do
อะ
you think there was a level of cockiness? Because that's something I'm asking
Yeah,
here.
for me, it's a similar thing. It's like if you talk this game, you have to back it up. You have to be squeaky clean in my eyes. And I don't necessarily think that I don't think they were tested. I thought they were really lazy in the series last week, where almost a little complacent in terms of the approach here. Yeah, we're going to be fine walking into this, and it was like, oh crap! Actually, we're losing.
ชิลไหมละมึงทีนี้
Relying on loiter a lot in the mid round and the late round to actually find value in terms of kills and numbers, and that's just not the recipe that we saw early on from BBL that worked for them. It was all about structure. It was all about obviously fragging on top.
โอ้โห
But that's what they really struggled with.
เอ้ย เอ้า
Gets a freebie. Again, Loiter's on the corner in Astral Form.
แล้วไม่โอ้โหแล้วอ้าวยังไงทีนี้รอยต้าตาย สวยละมึง แม่งนั่งเข้าสมาธิกลางสนามรบเมื่อกี้
On B long, pushed up. The response naturally cover this ground towards A. Close in that distance. That means pressure's
Necky's
on
got
Necky.
ult, though. That's the thing. He's got his Nightfall ready to go. Puts him in position that he can at least delay this take or just set them up for a wonderful retake. It might be a little bit too late, though.
Bold investment to put it a little early here when bodies aren't in position. But still catches one.
Oh, anything more would have to be a miracle, but
จะกินหมูสัตว์เจอหมูดิบไปเดี๋ยวนี้
towards that run it back.
Where's the spike going?
First player in. Yeah, spike yet to be planted. Naturally, this run it back is going to get nothing. They're just hiding. They're waiting.
I mean, Eternal Fire aren't feeling the pressure. They've got them boxed in. Echo gets one for free. And now, yeah, they'll bail out, but what are you going to do over there? You can't plant the spike there. Fighting back out leaves Rose low and now down in the ground in the dirt. And that's where the hopes of BBL rest. A timeout.
ไอ้เหี้ยเจอหมูดิบไง
Looking better afterwards. Eternal Fire 5-0 up and well, this isn't the vibe I was expecting starting it out. Sure, I think Eternal Fire can trade blows with BBL. They can step into this ring without fear, but dominance?
Do you know what it
that
is?
wasn't on the cards.
LaRock's waiting for someone to stand up because that's what he said, right? He's like, don't stand up against me.
They're planted. They're planted.
ตีเกไม่มีโยรุตีเกเลยเหรอตอนนี้ BBL
No, I know this one. I know this one. It's been a quiet.
เหี้ยเจอหมูดิบไปหูดับแล้วตอนนี้ BBL สวยละจะเคี้ยวหมูเขาสัตว์นี่ไง
Just swing in with an op, man.
Yeah, you got your Cypher op player kicking things off.
He's not going to go through this surely.
ทีมใหญ่ของตุรกีครับผม
But the old still follows through. Fabian and Izzy.
เปลี่ยนจาก ULF มา UF มีปัญหาเรื่องการเงิน
Carry this mantle forward for the squad. Already a man down and from back
Oh
to
my
worse.
god.
Loida, you talked about it, Mike. Relying on him in
แล้ว
the
แบบหน้า
mid-range where
EF
he
ด้วย
will
ดิ
not pull anybody back into this fight. Rose needs an ace. Or it's going to be a 6-0 start for the squad that you would think should be easy pickings, historically have been. Nice shot by Rose. He's starting to believe.
I'm not yet. Another one, maybe. Wow.
The jump off timing was a
Hallelujah.
close. That made me nervous, but Orda's quick enough. And I think it is also just you look at these two teams, and Eternal Fire will come into this game going like, this is a nemesis. This is a team that we want to beat more than anyone else.
We've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Like we come out week one, we probably surprised a few people in terms of the result, right? Or at least testing.
ไม่เคยแพ้นะเขาว่า
What have we got to lose? Let's keep on pushing this.
I don't know. I think that would annoy me more than standing.
ไม่เคยแพ้เขาว่าอย่างนั้นฮะไม่เคยแพ้ครับ
Emoting on me from his chair.
Well, 6-0 start. 7th round for BBL sees pistols in play. And I mean, in terms of the beginnings we were hoping for, it's certainly not it, but you expect BBL
ทำไม
to
มิก
have
เวลคีย์บอร์ดสั่นไอคนที่จะเล่นสวาแมปนี้นะไอรีคอนรูเมื่อกี้นี้ไม่คุ้มจัดนะโคตรน่าไปฝึกนะครับรูเมื่อกี้เอาไว้เทคไอบีลอง BBL โอ้โห
That is missing right now. Odes has just tanked the slow and he almost got
ฝืนไปหน่อยช็อตนี้อูดาสฝืนเกินครับเอ้า
That's a big pick.
เป็นเรื่องครับเอโคต้องซัดเลยครับผมเรียบร้อยจุดจบคนบาปก็ถือแวนดอลไปยิงก็จบแล้วช็อตนี้
They've also had so many ultimates available for them in this one, but it's not really looking like it's going to make a difference. Hunter's Fury sat there, overdrive if needed from LaRock, but you're kind of looking at Izzy now, like, and unless someone gives him an angle, this is going to be so difficult.
Please don't give
just
him an
trying
angle.
to defend versus the taps. A chance for LaRock to just basically run in and he's gone past. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous. Mystic digs out, but the grab wall still in place. Rose, I think he knows he's got the Hunter's Fury, so Izzy's just looking to try and hunt him down. Will do just that, the last man alive, but that time is seemingly too far gone. Even still too close for comfort, but it is a round for BBL.
I mean, you can at least give them the caveat that for the weaker weapons, sure, it can spiral in the post plant and so on like that, but you really wanted to think this would be the dominant round for them, the resurgence, the bounce back, but they almost got diffed by Izzy.
Where is he? Any call out?
Okay.
No, but he's standing. He's allowed to stand up.
I'm just more. Is that the round you stand up in?
Still seated. Yeah.
You think Izzy's gonna look at just stand up and go, "Oh yeah, he got me." Like he just almost decimated the whole roster.
It's been a rough start for Kraven and Lovers Rock as well. Kraven.
เอ้ยได้โอ้มันก็ยังพอได้แค่2 วินถึงจะไหล
Oh my God, Loiter again caught. Great catch from Izzy.
The last one was Echo doing that.
Yeah.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเอ้า
Seems whoever has the AWP is going to be aggressive. LaRock wants to try and turn the tide. The first kill.
อุ้ย
Wow. Okay.
โอ้จีครับผมเชี่ยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับเนี่ยวินของ BBL ครับวินเนี้ยทำทุกอย่างสวยหมดแล้วทั้งจ่ายสกิลทั้งจังหวะเฮียเจอช็อตปฏิหารทุกคนเฮียวินของ BBL เว้ยวินเนี้ยอันนี้มันคือวินของ BBL
You've activated my trap card. This is ridiculous, though. And again, we talk about confidence for the Eternal Fire squad coming in with a dominant start. Oh! And you can see the mental, even in the coaching booth, is crumbling here for BBL.
And what's concerning is that first time that was almost the crack of the whip, right? Yeah. And it's not taken effect at all.
Well, it was what they lost the round afterwards. Finally get back on the low buy. And right back to losing ways, which is just going to hurt that loss bonus and put BBL in a spot where, again, it's a mixed bag buy. This is where they've looked best, I suppose.
I think that the scariest thing for me is this is BBL's map choice. Yeah. The next map is the one that, well, Olf was winning with standards versus like Liquid.
ก็จริงเล่นแบบไม่ความกดดัน
If anything, maybe the series
เป็นทีมรองไง
long way to go. Okay.
Thank God he's out of there.
An attempt made. Kreven will take down the Alt Hunter's Fury with an opportunity, but the spike's been dropped on the desk, and actually the Hunter's Fury's found next to nothing. Now Fabian already looking to retake space. They've even got them planted. Well, one man standing. Guess who it is?
Oh, well, he gets two out of that situation. Hey, not bad, but
not bad.
That was hilarious from Fabian. The wall goes down. He just looks at the floor, throws a flash, and his body's left when he looks up. It's like a magic trick. Thanos snapped him, but another timeout, round 10. We haven't even gotten to the second half. And BBL, the squad who are favorites, the squad who went to a Masters, the squad who, by the way, always defeat these guys, have called their second timeout.
Well, just to come to that, and again, obviously in terms of life cycle here, it's problem solving on the fly. It's something BBL tested on. Right? Sure, a few closer ones in San.
อย่าเพิ่งดีใจเมื่อกี้11-3น้องชินสวัสดีครับ
And not a good looking one.
I mean, the vibes are going to be awful right now.
Well, we've seen the replays in the coaching booth. I mean,
Easy week แรกก็ดีนะครับ Easy ดีอยู่
with the noise cancelling.
เป็นกลางๆไปทางดี
One round win does feel a little bit more silly.
Can we get a replay of that?
No, of course.
อ๋อ
Lose this map 32.
พี่สตรีมใน YouTube ด้วยครับ มันติดโฆษณาครับบางทีบางเพลงมันลิขสิทธิ์ครับ สมมติถ้าคลิปเราติดเหลืองติดแดงเราจะไม่ได้ค่าโฆษณาครับพี่เลยปิดเพลงไว้
It's not looking good. And on the other side of things, Eternal Fire, this group may have just become interesting because from this point onwards, I was like, oh well, maybe it's going to be 3 teams battling for the top, 3 teams battling for the bottom.
It wouldn't be EMEA without a mess for qualification.
Yeah, it has to be
when we come into week 3 effectively.
Someone trying to do all the math behind the scenes, just like it's not possible. There's 4 million.
ตลาดเลยโพเยอะแยะ
Oh, a minute left on the clock. BBL being cautious on the way through. Dive in from Lover's Rock, but he's met by a stun.
ไปบ่อยอยู่
Dodges it at least, but he won't dodge
นี่
that
ดีมาก
shot
ตัว
from
เนี้ย
Izzy. Put to bed. The grab while keeping LaRock out as he swings in. It's a bit of a messy fight for both, but he'll get there in the end, and so will Loida. That space taken towards the B site, and now they can pounce on it. Only one player here. It's Odd as a rifle, and he's completely surrounded. This is definitely pointing
เจ้านายให้เงินที่สองการ 20,000 ถามเจ้านายอยากได้ลูกน้องเพิ่มไหม
Barring something crazy, right?
โหดจังอ่ะเอาละเดดแมนครับ เฮ้ยนี่มันเป้าสั่นแต่มันจิกหัวจังวะ
It's a tough one to turn things back, but honestly, Izzy's been using that sniper like a shotgun.
นับ2ถ้าไม่นับวินนี้ก็ไม่ต้องนับแล้วนะ
Do they stay tucked though?
The cam's being destroyed. Kraven might want to go lookabouts now, and if he does, it's going to be the op waiting for him. Shoulder peeking the angle for now. Just spotting that they're not close on the side, ready for the long players, and there it is, a good catch by Kraven that leaves Izzy in what should be an impossible situation. With an op and a 1v3 time against him. He's just got to get out and save that. Oh, he's got other ideas.
What? That about sums up the approach to this series in general, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I thought I understood what was going on there when he went backwards, but...
yeah, I think we've got to upgrade from quite aggressive to ridiculously aggressive.
Never back down. Never what? The best part is he goes... On your feet? No. He gets the shorty out, fires one shot, and then goes, I'll go again. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when they're back.
Yeah. We're not there yet.
Not quite, understandably.
Lovers Rock 1 and 10, man. I can't help but keep looking after every round. And again, it's another round previously where they struggle on that first initial step in terms of finding an engagement, but they fall totally short. Miss from Izzy. Oh, okay, good for the second, because Rogers still
อีซี่ปกติมันซิ่งขนาดนี้เลยเหรอวะ
He decided I don't need cover.
How could he have known there was an op there?
That's true. That's a good point, actually. They always say you should always re-peek ops. There's a good chance they missed the
ปก
second
ติ
time.
ไม่ซิ่งขนาดนี้นะ
That could have been a
I mean, also
decoy.
Izzy double swinging out the smoke.
แล้วรอยต้าแม่ง
It is a little
คอนโทรลเลอร์ที่ตายก่อนตลอด
Who's surprised after the last round? Now stuck behind the box. That's spam.
Izzy's here, by the way.
สแปมไม่โดนสัก
He hasn't been hit. Finally, a shot lodge.
เอาหมดเลย
Fires right back.
สแปมไม่โดน
Ripple for the man who was dead to rights. And now Kraven, he's got the whole squad to take down BBL, falling way behind. And this is their map pick. We said it already, but as the rounds go on, it's becoming increasingly hard to believe. Can we check what our graphics
ล็อกมันกลับตั้งแต่วีคที่แล้วแล้วครับ
What's happening?
Another clean round. But also, I just love where you see Izzy get both of his kills. They're on polar opposite sides of the map. It's almost like he's playing that Yoru and is able to TP over. He was working as a support system as well for Fabian, but Fabian did not need it. And again, you go into this game after everything we've saw through kickoff, through Masters, and go, okay, we got a double duelist, LaRock and Lovers Rock. One of them has a combined 6 kills. The other double duelist has a combined 25, and it's Izzy and Fabian. Would you have seen that coming in a million years?
In a series that they're pitching as like, this is just, this is hard team diff. This is history diff.
Map.
Yeah.
What a
ถ้า
wild
12
ride
นี่
so far.
เละเทะเลย
The
เนี่ยแบบ
first
เปรียว
half coming to an end. Eternal fire ahead.
Lovers Rock has the rifle, Bros has the pistol. Just saying.
Well, by how much will they lead? Lovers Rock has taken a bit of space towards the backside, and Eternal Fire left this wide open. That's almost what makes me worried. Do BBL overextend? Do they give them the fight? Because Izzy is very much hoping they will. And the ult there for Fabian. Lots of utility at least.
So much
Burned out by that.
เอ้า อะไรอ่ะ
He's come out with 2 off the ult that was only halfway.
โดนคอมโบเหรอ
LaRock is going to be able to
12
survive on 1 kill alone, and now it's all down to Kraven. 1v4. He's not even
โอ้
got
โห
4 kills in the series. Fabian is pulling off a match.
เฮียฟาเวียแม่งบันจัดมันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
This morning, I think this whole day has been a dream.
Are we dreaming?
That's the only way I can rationalize what I'm seeing. And look at that.
Look at him.
You would be, wouldn't you? 10-2 at the halftime.
เฮ้ย
Frankly,
ไอ้เฮียเพิ่งเห็น
ridiculous performance from Eternal Fire, and it's the Seas, it's Rose caught in the hot hands. That's what leads to this pure chaos on the server.
1-12
And you can see Eternal Fire
ตีเก๋เลย
using this energy
Teta.
to their advantage. They're getting in BBL's
แม่งไม่ใช่โยรูตีเกได้เลยตัวนี้
Let's see how the second half plays out.
ทั้งมันหลายคนนะเว้ยที่แบบว่าเก่งเอเจนต์ตัวเดียวอ่ะแล้วแบบโดนเนิร์ฟไปแม่งง่อยอ่ะตั้งแต่ยุคแชมเบอร์แล้วตั้งแต่รีแบรนด์มาเก่งขึ้นเยอะ จริงๆมันไม่ได้รีแบรนด์นะมันเปลี่ยนออร์แกไนเซอร์เลยนะ ได้เลยน้องพันธุ์ปั่นนี้ครับผม เฮ้ยใครที่Watch Party ในคอมพิวเตอร์นะ ใช้คอมดูอะไรเงี้ยช่วยฝากเปิดอีกแท็บซูมไว้ด้วยนะครับผมนะฮะ YouTube พี่จะพิมพ์ไว้ให้นะครับทวิตด้วยนะฝากเปิดไว้อีกแท็บนึงนะต้องการยอดนิดหน่อยนะครับฝากด้วยno picture เลยนี่แชมเบอร์นี่โอ้โหชัดๆเลยเยไปก่อนเลยเยนี่ไปเกิดเลยแชมพอเนอร์แชมเบอร์ต้องบอกว่าตัวจริงกลับมามากกว่านี้ถูกเอ็กโคอ่ะ
To this being BBL's map pick, the concerns, I'm already thinking map 2, right? They struggled what, it was an 8-4 first half last week versus Pacific, and the inability to close out some of the rounds of the second half. Now, they're being dictated to in map 1.
นี่ดูแท็บดิ
now becomes, yeah.
ยังไงก็ติดตรงนั้นอะ
Exactly. The biggest thing for me, Phoenix, normally way better on the attack.
Especially when it's in the hands of the Swiss Army knife that is Fabian.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades and master of a few, seemingly.
That's the cool thing about this roster, though, is like we came into the year going like Echo and Sop, Echo and Sop, Echo and Sop, and then Sop goes to another team. You go, ooh, is it going to work out? And Fabian's been unreal. Like even when they were playing with stand-ins, this guy was like putting up crazy numbers.
Yeah.
Now they got a full squad together. It's exciting. Put it away.
Go. He's not having
it. Dwelling on that Yuto, isn't he?
Yeah. Yep. That one dart he didn't use.
He's not having to be sad. He
Ui.
didn't use his arrows. Okay,
กือบ
they're going to keep going as
Một.
well. Big crunch towards Arc. Love to see it.
อุ้ยแต่
The confidence
โดนเลิก
play with that go all alone. The pistol
เฉียบครับ
will be
ลอส
there.
เอาแล้วครับ
BBL, any port in the
He's
storm,
back on his feet.
and they are screaming.
Rose was up for a
เอา
second.
ละ
He rose up, indeed.
Fair play. You stick to your guns. I'll also say as well, obviously Lovers Rock, one of the worst stuff we've ever seen from him. Going into the defense with a waylay, way easier for him. He can pull out that sniper. He can still go
Spike
pushing.
down
In a
A.
similar vein,
One
obviously
enemy
can't
remaining.
go back anywhere near as far. But I think there's a very good chance that he's going to have a way better second half.
เชี่ยดูร้านหลอกมันเดือดจัดอะ
Fabian lapping it up as well.
Well, you would be at this point.
ร้านหลอกมันขึ้นแล้วเว้ยเชี่ยเด็กมันขึ้นแล้ว
When it comes to the real rounds, the rifles in play. This, I think it goes without saying, but Mike, after the game we've just seen, I will say
they love a season.
They need to win the round with the pistols. And
Ay!
wallbang by a classic. Echo
Oh.
at least
Get
trades out here.
yo-yoed. It's like he tried to slide.
นี่คอมโบนี่อีกแล้วเหรอวะ
Back in and he gets spammed.
I think he's trying to slide into a corner that's not, but he's spamming.
แม่งทำมาจับช็อตตี้ทำมาจับพวกลูกซองเลยคอมโบเนี้ย
Well, that's a start at least, and it's a nice usage of utility when you don't have the rifles to really take the fights. Granted, it was a classic wallbang, but it's nice to set yourselves up for wallbang success there. But they would need a what a timing style round to have
แม่ง
any
ติดแท็บ
chance here.
ลึกไปปะวะไม่ติดลงมาหน่อยวะ
To basically open combat with much better armed opponents.
Krebin in his element.
Nice.
Give him his setup.
Not sure about that one.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
That
getting
is
worried.
already way more damage, but
He's still alive.
Shot dart out. That one did land. Well, Rose has got the job done. That was not clean though.
Well, it came up against 5. Was there a single pistol upgraded? 5 classics, right?
No, 5 classics.
And it's a 2v1 in the end where he gets a
the
rifle.
damage done, and Fabian's going to come in now, just 1 point away from an ultimate here in the first buy, which is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah. Him having a second life and being able to run in and just shoot
2 chances to run it down in the same round.
First rifle round as well. Yeah,
I love this, by the way. I love this. I absolutely love this.
One of them seems a little bit more frustrated than the other. The other seems to just be
Fabian just
smiling through it. I love it.
Oh,
It's the best counter.
เชี่ยมันจัดเลยวะ
BBL, 4 players taking A main.
คิเลติกไม่รอดครับพรุ่งนี้
I don't think
ร้าน
they've
เปอร์
heard too much of that. Like you'll know that they've taken control, but not that there's the entire force of the defensive side over there. So they're still just sat back waiting, hoping to catch aggression, but wrong place, wrong time. It's curious that BBL don't keep deep control here. What do you think about it? Like, look at this position they've fallen back to. There was 4 players early to take A main, and now they're right back on site.
Yeah, the paranoia of having effectively somebody.
โอ้ยโอ้โหตื่นเวลานี้ยาวครับ lucky
here as well. Necky's found Previn here.
Yeah.
Look at where that's happened as well. All the way deep on the B site.
Great stun.
Decent, but I don't think it caught the players further back. So
ชิบหายละ
And to be fair to Eternal Fire, we've talked about this squad as like this aggression machine, just constant pushing all the way through. This was a great round. Just played it nice and slow. I don't think I've ever seen a Phoenix ult go through there.
Did you catch that there where Echo gets the kill on Lover's Rock and he fired a few more bullets than I think he needed to.
He was just checking.
Just double check, yeah. He went prone. He could have prone, so just double, yeah. Better safe than sorry. Nice shot.
เฮ้ย
But still so much more work to be done for Lloyd. He's going to need to get
สู้
into
ว่ะ
a
ลอยมัน
1v1 for
สู้
me
ว่ะ
to believe. And Eternal Fire immediately, mostly back off. Echo stepped into the site now. He's feeling confident, and he should be. A 3K for Echo, an 11th round for Eternal Fire. And, well, we don't see it, but he is spamming all of his bullets into the spike.
He's not spamming the spike. Like, he's just spamming random things at this point.
That's where the camera's going to go, right? So he knows they can see.
Oh, the running back literally tried to go through the hole into the spawn. It's the most insane place I've ever seen anyone use that ult.
Just to fizzle out.
But again, for Vavian, it's like
เชี่ยมันจะต่อยกันวันเนี้ยชิบหายละ
quickly. At least one orb is normally fairly easy to.
อเมริกาเริ่ม 11 นะครับผม
And with how he's playing, probably have it by next round, if not this one.
Well, Rose's financial struggles continue. Bucky in hand for him, rifles elsewhere. Only the neural theft available here for BBL. Good catch here potentially with Struck Dark. But again, Echo just gets onto the angle. Check it again, another.
Oh, double tap, just in case.
เลือดจังวะ
It's so easy to forget that this is his second game in the league.
Yeah.
And the first one was against Fnatic, and he was arguably one of, if not the best player in
It
this.
was fantastic.
Ridiculous. Other than maybe Alpha. Alpha had a pretty good day.
โลกลากไปหมดแล้วเนี่ยดูดิ
There was promise in that game from Eternal Fire, especially the first two maps.
Probably should have won.
Yeah, could have been 2-0, yeah. But when it comes to this match, it still didn't make me confident enough that I'd say, like, oh, they've got a good shot at taking it against BBL. It felt like maybe catching their opponents in a bad day last week. This is completely rethink it. Again, if this was their map, I'd still be like, well, obviously they came in super ready, but BBL came in confident in this matchup, confident in this map, and I'm seeing no reason for that confidence to exist. Nice stuff from Kraven to find one, but they're still behind. They need a big play, and Lloyd is going to try to be that playmaker. He's found himself a double, and now they're right back in the game.
Big win to post here, especially with 3 people staying alive. Able to stabilize potentially for another couple of rounds here.
BBL ชุดนี้หรอเก่งนะเก่งนะแต่ว่าวันนี้ฟอร์มมันไม่ดีครับไอ้นี่มันเล่นไม่ออกครับเลเวอร์ล็อกปกติเลเวอร์ล็อกกับลาล็อกมันจะแบบสร้างอิมแพคกับทีมอ่ะ
That's about it in terms of positives to build upon.
But that's the thing. Like, I think the Kraven step up already on this defensive side.
ต้องบอกวันนี้เหมือน BBL เล่น4 คนอ่ะ
He was on 3 kills in that first half. The second they've been walking into that A site, he has been performing incredibly well. And I want to see if that can continue. But it's I don't want to put parity to the last series, but we obviously.
คือถ้าเป็น kick off เนี่ยไอ้นี่ระดับ
just feels like it's already too far gone.
แบบโหล่างพามาเลยอะเลเวอร์ล็อกอะตอนเป็นโยรูครับ
One of those moments where
Impact คอแตกเลยไม่นับเลยครับผมเมเลก็เนิร์ฟแล้วไม่จับฟินิกเลยวะ
From what we've seen so far, absolutely not. And the idea that Eternal Fire would bounce right back is in the forefront of my mind. This round, they come in as favorites, and it's going to be BBL to have to prove otherwise, even with those weaknesses. Hell, they did it with Classics.
They've done it with everything so far. I'm looking at Izzy with the judge as well. That's enough to strike fear. But early presence, actually on both sides of the map. Cam is going to give Echo's position away.
วัยรุ่นไง
It's
วัย
not
รุ่น
like he's going to manage to sneak through like he has before, but Izzy's got a lot of ground.
เออเอา
my man connecting onto Rose there. 11 HP. That's not necessarily, don't know how much damage done
อ้า
there
ว
before. They almost
ต้องถ่วงครับ
feeling good, but Fabian's got all the way back through again.
Oh, the jump
เกือบ
up. Oh, we were almost cursed by it last time. This time he's been caught.
รอค่อยๆนี่มา
At least there's still the low HP Rose.
หลอกมันไม่เดินเลยว่ะมันเอาโพซิชันแล้วอะให้เพื่อนแพ็ก A แล้วปล่อย B เลย
Also, at least in a couple of moments in this
PC
round,
เดินมาหาข่าว B
it wasn't known and had to be found.
น่าจบ B ว่ะเงี้ย
BBL have taken full
ยังไงอะ
control of B long, and the spike is just
เฮ้ย
walking
ล็อ
right
ก
through the space that's left wide open. They rotated through their own spawn. They're now rotating through the attacker spawn, all to try to deal
คือลิง
with
ก์มัน
this
โบ๋ไง
A play
สวย
where
ละ
Echo
วิน
is.
นี้มี
And
สิทธิ์
now
โดน
the
นะเนี่ย
spike goes down. They have to kill Echo. They have.
Bastard!
Oh!
What?
He was there.
You.
They knew he was there. Well, okay, that's a throw. Fine, and now another one. Advantage to the attacker side through massive misplays and BBL. Now they've got to brawl their way back in. At least Laroc's there for the first.
Oh, now that judge becomes ever more deadly. Okay, no, they might just stick it right in front of their nose. Somebody needs to get on this. How has that happened?
มันซื้อเหรอ
Same as what we saw earlier with just thinking that they had more time. And while they killed them all, but seconds after that clock is gone, BBL have really snuck that one out of nowhere.
ถ้าพี่เอาได้ไปมาสเตอร์หน้า
Again, what's being other side of the divide here. No, Izzy
ตอนนี้อีมีเวเลแพทใหม่แล้วครับ
could.
ต้องควักสองจังหวะแล้ว
But I'm curious as to what the plan was exactly there.
So like after a round like that, you might pop your first time out. Like, that's more what I'd think. That was
เปลี่ยนเอาอเดนเซอร์ด้วยเปลี่ยนคนด้วยครับ
Fire, sure, but
สองอย่างเลย
one that they arguably were in a situation to potentially convert.
Pacey here. This is coming through straight away off the back of the running back. They take that orb immediately. This is something that should have been expected by BBL, seeing he's one away, passing positions and more. Greben just about gets away with that one. But he's kind of confined. I like this though. Reaggression. Dizzy. We've seen that one before. He's been able to dodge and dive past the squad, and he continues his push. He had to take his gun out of his back pocket, then somehow still hits the shot. Lovers Rock's nightmare continues. Now Loiter has to clutch. That might have just been his moment. He was given opportunities.
Izzy is going crazy, man. The number of times he's able to slip into just weird positions that just totally unexpected here. Absolutely runs away with this one.
Did they buff Neon with a dimensional drift? Can he just turn invisible in the middle of rounds?
The 3v2 there. You know the op is towards Flowers, and he goes, you know what? Screw it.
This is the thing as well. Look at what he's able to do on the back of Fabian popping the ult, right? In terms of
เฮียโยรู้หายไปคือมันได้ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะทีมหนึ่งอะแบบแชมป์อีมีอะ
just like that. Beautifully done.
An oversight from BBL.
The C's again.
The C's Molly!
He's
done it again! Fabian! Absolutely decimating these guys with free utility. And a little help from his friend.
มันใช้คอมโบฟินิกเฟดคุ้มจัดอะมันไม่ได้ปาง่ายๆนะครับคอมโบฟินิกเฟดอะมันต้องมีจุดตายตัวด้วยนะ
Another. Now he's stunned. Now he's got to be dead to right. Surely. Up close. Oh my God!
โอ้หมด
It's only one left. The Garden's about to eat them all, only leaving Loiter. Fortify. There's no way. Like even just look at his position. The spike down. They're going to be guarding every position. Of course, Fabian's pushing. Of course, he's going to push.
GG.
21 and 11. An incredible performance from Eternal Fire.
Well, let me tell you, BBL on their feet, packing up their gear pretty soon if this keeps up. Unreal showing from Eternal Fire.
อีมีเล่นแพทเบเลเนิร์ฟแล้วครับเชี่ยเลเวลล็อกของดีดิกลายเป็นโอ้โหตีเก้เลยอ่ะ
You might have to explain it to me. this isn't your map pick. This was BBL's, and you guys come in the first half, 10 rounds, and it feels like it just didn't really stop from there. What did you guys have for breakfast or for dinner?
We didn't eat too much, but we know they will pick Pearl, and we train Pearl so much this week. I mean, we train all maps, all 3 maps. I think we're gonna win this time.
So you think, like, with this veto, you were ready for, this was the perfect veto for you starting off with Pearl?
Yeah, it's perfect for us. I think we're gonna easily win.
Okay, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0.
All right, I love it. 2-0, that confidence there, that practice coming out. You guys having a phenomenal map number 1. We'll see if it does continue, if that 2-0 happens just after this break.
River เป็นไงบ้าง ห้องน้ำก่อน2-0 ไป
ผมชอบโค้ดว่าพี่ดูมันทำแผนมาดีจัดพกกระดาษเข้าห้องสอบด้วยหรือปีนี้มันจะไปแทน BBL
เฮ้ยมันก็เป็นไปได้ครับผมต้องดูกันยาวๆครับของนี้ดูไลน์อัพปารีสดิใครวันนี้รู้จักแต่คาวินชาแล้วลิเวอร์พูลไอเวียดนี่คือไม่โหดหรอหรือยังปรับตัวอยู่ตีแก้แม่นี้แต่ชอบมูดทีมEF นะตั้งแต่วีคแรกอะมันเล่นโคตรมันเลยไอ้นี่กลับมาแล้วอ่ะจาวคันเซโลอ่ะกลับมาเมื่อไหร่วะไม่มีข่าวบอกว่าแมนยูอยากได้ตอนที่ไปซาอุอ่ะ
Start well, and that's why we lost basically.
A bit of a solemn vibe in the BBL camp right now, with notably the fact that their map pick not going the way they wanted, but also I would say just the first half all in all, and some of the keys Kukuku you thought would have benefited BBL were not really there, and
I mean a solemn coach booth, but not a solemn coach here right now. I'm feeling very happy about
what
my.
What was the last time? Well, doesn't matter.
Wait, what?
No, I'm not gonna go that route. I'm gonna go a different one. I did say, and I think we were all a little bit when we saw Lovers Rock on the Waylay after it, and after seeing the numbers. We shall double down on it was not a good idea. But overall, I think that Eternal Fire was incredibly quick to show. I think that it is crazy to see that both player and coach from the opposing team came to the same conclusion, as in we were so well prepared, and I think the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, Fabian was someone actually that you highlighted here, 22 and 11. He had a phenomenal game on his Phoenix. Yeah. Actually, coming into this year, I was not sure what they would actually go for compositionally-wise. Like, they played a lot of Breach in the past, and now him being able to pick up this Duelist and play Phoenix has been extremely good.
And I do wonder, where we're hearing the BBL coaches themselves say we weren't ready for the Phoenix, I now then question, what was it about this Phoenix that caught them so off guard? Why weren't they able to prepare in any...
Well, the fact that every single piece of his utility was damaged in there. Like our casters were having the time of their lives, and you can see that at some point also BBL is trying to fake it till you make it a little bit. Like they get around, they stand up, being like, oh, momentum back on our... No. I think that the Fabian was incredibly aggressive. This Death Bowl thing that they were doing on other maps on the attack now shined from the defense on Pearl.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is that on the defense was where we saw them come out of the gates fighting, and it was a very dynamic defense in which they were doing this kind of Death Ball-y style. They were stacking areas and getting those opening picks consistently. And I think it's a really good way to play the Phoenix specifically, because you don't have that Euro anymore. You're gonna have to take some risks with your game plan because you don't have that automatic TP. So I think stacking up a little bit more is a really good way to
Guys, I'm so
fill the
sorry.
gap of the Euro. Sorry, yeah, we're distracted right now.
If this was like healthy banter, we're completely ignoring what you're seeing on the screen right now, just because of course we are here on the stage, and we can see Echo just throwing some shade. I don't know if it's friendly or not.
Towards BBL?
BBL, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
just heard a lot of laughs.
It sounded like he made a joke and they were all laughing.
Oh,
they loved it.
It's because he was looking across the stage. Sorry, I wanted to start something. Definitely, it's never happened before.
I think you're just distracted from the fact of watching your team getting absolutely decimated in all those clips.
No, Simini, this is
เล
where you get
เวอ
it
ร์ล็อก
wrong.
ติดบั๊กครับ วันนี้
What did I want
ยิง
to
ไม่
do?
เหมือนเล่น4 คน BBL
Exactly.
Bro, you're so
Ulterior motive.
400 IQ.
Listen, they needed to warm up. Split is always a good and fun map. Lovers Rock didn't find his settings. Listen.
He's playing Waylay on Split probably.
Yeah, this probably hints to the fact that he might be playing the Waylay on Split. But seriously, for Eternal Fire, I think it says a lot about them that they're able to make that style work from the defense, and then you also have the coach on the other side and be like, yep, that was definitely too much. So as we highlighted at the beginning of the day, we love to see the Phoenix here.
Yeah, loving the Phoenix. I'm loving what is happening over in Eternal Fire. Like, genuinely, whatever happened at the end of that map 1 is enough for them to just carry on into map 2. Like, I don't have questions. There's other teams that I might have that question for. For them, it's not there at all. Instead, I have to look at the other side of the stage of what's happening with BBL and wonder, where are they going to reset? We're talking about Lovers Rock not showing up, LaRock not showing up either.
Yeah, the vibe on stage right now is BBL are literally silent. It
Why
looks
do
like...
you show me this? You want to hurt me?
Oh yeah, here we go. Here's some more.
He pied. Lovers Rock pied.
Those were your 2-player highlights, wasn't it? LaRock and Lovers Rock.
Well, these are going to be Kukuka's 2-player highlights pre-series.
Listen. Credit where it's due. Not only Fabian was impeccable, I think Easy as well. He played so good in this Death Ball. And yeah, as you were saying that they were laughing amongst with each other, and I think that is the case. But not a lot of laughter on the side of BBL. And I love, Nat, that you're bringing this perspective onto the desk, because the BBL that we've seen at the beginning of the year is like, oh my God, they're going to overtake the region. Is the new guard, the youngster, the this and that. But what you've been seeing this past 2 weeks is a team that is struggling to find himself.
I really think that they're getting in their own head about the Turkish derby here completely. Like, I used to coach guy called Alfier, very good Turkish player that we will know and love. And I think that there were sometimes moments in which like that Turkish derby really got into even his head, you know?
Wow.
So I think it means a lot to these players.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that pride on the line for themselves. Also coming in.
Jet race. Listen, this composition we have seen 1,000 times. Guys, I don't even have anything for BBL. I just want to see fracture. Do it for me, please.
I mean, I said in the pre-match that if we saw Larocque playing Raze, I think we might be cooked.
เฮ้ยทำไมพี่คิดว่ามันเปลี่ยนเป็นเจ็ตเพราะว่าแบบพี่แล้ววะจริงๆมันควรจะเป็นเบเลวะสูญเสียความมั่นใจปะวะหรือว่าพี่คิดไปเองทุกคนว่าไงแปลกๆว่ะไม่น่าหยิบเจ็ตนะว่าปะใช่โรเบอร์จับเจ็ตเฉยเลย
On split previously, sure, we've got the comfort factor here, but you are just coming out of a map one where you've just been absolutely spanked.
I don't think it's even
Like,
throwing
to call
shade to
spade a
Pacific.
spade.
ใช่ครับ
When realistically, they're one of the few teams that have made no changes and they were bottom of the table last.
เชียร์เป็นคอม2024ป่ะเนี่ย
To assume better from a team that was, you know, making pretty impressive runs on the global stage. Now, 0-0. We're back to square footing. And for BBL, a chance to correct what just happened and a chance to stop history from having a bit of a hiccup. This is the squad that they always beat it, and now that it arguably matters most, struggling, at least on map number 1, their choice. The bounce back on split already, we're seeing the plant down, and Eternal Fire having this late play from Audaz with a lot of distraction on ramp, on site. They're drawing the defender's eyes, and that's opening the door for Audaz. It looks like his team are doing okay and holding the line for now. Audaz strikes, Kreven falls, and now they have to speed up on that defense, cover that ground, and get to the spike, which is wide open. Planted for Audaz. Huge fight for Audaz.
It's gone the other way. It gives an opportunity, but they're just sticking a defusal. I don't think they've got it as well. It looked like it was a done deal. I was about to say I thought I was finally going to see a successful post-part, but it's not happening. It doesn't exist. Not today.
I mean, they're here at the perfect time as well. Audaz able to get back through vents.
ใช่เขาสไตล์คล้ายซัมติง
So everything lining up here.
น่าจะคอมฟอร์ตกว่าจับเจ็ตวีนี้น่าจะเล่นดีอยู่เพราะว่าวีคแรกก็จับเจ็ตเบสตูดีอยู่
I think that's the important thing too, though, the fact that Audaz had that flank, had that play, and had a star on the spike. He was that first condition to slow them down, to buy more time, and to nullify the smoke that was in play. And he gets picked by Rose, and now the round is in complete disarray.
It looked like Eternal Fire were going to have their dream first map and their dream start. Echo thought he'd thread the needle. That's something that I think after the last map especially, they're going to be considering a lot. Because he was happy to just push the boundaries on what we even consider a lurk.
We have to find, I mean, is he shorty in hand, but 45 HP now. With Kreven and Lover's Rock able to hold down the fort for the time being. Slight readjustment here on the side of Eternal Fire. But again, how do they scale out a main here? If you look at what's left in terms of abilities, Util, Fabian with a paint shell able to force somebody off an angle for sure, but Paranoia laying in wait.
And even the smoke there to start. It's already a tough fight to take with the top being watched by Kreven, but the Paranoia that would be fired through, it's a death sentence if you push on through. But instead, they're moving back whether this is still to play towards B, especially with the spot from Izzy, I think that's probably what we're looking at. Now we've seen Audaz tuck in the corner. Yeah, they're going to go up here, but they're going straight into a judge. Lovers Rock with a chance to tally up some kills here on the Jet. With a 3-piece to start.
อ้าวแพ้ก๊อกเฉย
Okay, that got a little shaky towards the end there, but 4 players alive and the weapon safe.
เนี่ยคลาสสิกเขาแรงจังวะ
Now coming into the bonus here for BBL is ability to continue slowing things down. Again, the biggest scoreline deficit that BBL probably struggled with this year versus G2. Back in Santiago, just an inability to adjust, able to really be decisive in some of these earlier rounds, crucial for BBL's success here on Split.
I think for Eternal Fire as well, it's going to be wanting to get that momentum back, because that was the good thing about the last map, is they never lost it. Like, they just kept hammering home all of those early advantages, kept winning these seemingly impossible rounds. So they never had any of that doubt, never had to worry about, well, okay, LaRock stood up for 1 round, but he sat down for the rest. It's going to be difficult to keep that going, and you can already see, at least from Lovers Rock, that confidence hasn't gone anywhere. He's getting around the edge of all of their utility and potentially going to pincer them here.
Spike's made it across as well. Another late lurk coming through mid here. Timing a little off this time around, but still unnoted. The Prowler missed him on ramp as well.
Oh, he just dove in. The dash from Lovers Rock with the judge. Okay, there's Neki down. And an upgraded rifle for him to play with. The flank, though, still going to be a problem if they can delay that push just a little bit. There's Fabian striking with Loida down. Kraven falls, and Lovers Rock with the recovered rifle. All that remains. The question of damage comes into play now. It's unlikely he wins the round, but the first already falling. Okay, now we're starting to believe. In he goes. Dash ready and online and gets towards the site, but cannot force a fight. The patience from Eternal Fire on display. And they'll get out with 2 alive, but good damage all in all.
Reposition's really nice. It's just to have that double peak at the end of the round, make sure that any chance of victory. But again, I always find this, I think it is a Turkish Jet thing, but it just seems like any player, like Zenith was the one that springs to mind, you put them back on the Jet, and it didn't matter what happened on the last match. It's like instant reset,
like,
I'm fine now.
I remember.
I have a dash that isn't even that good anymore, but it's fine. I flash back to my youth when I could just farm everybody with right-click knives.
Back in my day.
And for them, that doesn't mean quite as much.
No,
that was like last week. Back in my day, Echo, it was a month ago when he wasn't allowed to play in the league.
Lovers Rock in a good spot with that operator, but a Viper wall can rob him of info, so they send the dog through. He'll push up and take a main control. That is a linchpin bit of map control for this side. And with the wall, having that little gap on the right, you won't be taking the information out of his hands. Now they can back off, start to reinforce the B side of the map. And for a moment, it looked like Eternal Fire would force the issue in heaven. They'd have a favorable fight. They'd drag rotations, but instead they are walking back into the stacked side of the map. Well, most of them at least. Neki.
Trying to fake on the back of this.
Oh, there we go.
Well, him being forced back here is crucial, actually.
They're intentionally making noise as well. Towards vents, they did it. They did the same.
เห็นตำแหน่งหมด
Trying to sell fakes. Spike's gone in. Spike's gone in alone, in fact. First player through was Echo. There was nobody else behind him. They delivered the spike to their
หมด
opponents,
เลย
and they're fighting off the back to almost retrieve
เอา
it.
ฟาเวียน
It's made things a little bit easier off the back of the fake because if you see the spike, you know where they're going.
Plant's not good for Neki.
เหมือนจะเริ่มหลุดครับ
Straight to it all. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Lovers Rock can't TP anymore, but they can still hit those op shots just the same. Krevin finding himself a solid start to this map as well, and a third on the board for BBL. This is looking like a much healthier map for them, at least to start. It is the attack side on Split for Eternal Fire. We have to remember it's their pick, but good signs of recovery.
First ult cycle here going to be crucial in terms of maybe a pace change. You're going to have to be aware of the fact that Showstopper on the brink here for Fabian. Izzy, just 2 points away as well. We have the Wave Storm for Lovers Rock, TP for Loiter as well. Again, this next buy round to follow this. Again, if BBL win it out there, they're going to be on a streak. Be able to apply further pressure in terms of the scoreline alongside the economy.
Well, like you said, it's pretty much all economy. They'll have the credits, they'll have the ults.
Yep.
The go into the next round potentially with a showstopper. Viper's pit won't be far away. Sure, the same can be said for the other side, but they're gonna want probably.
ไม่ค่อยอยากได้วิวเจ็บคอเพื่อนผมจากยุโรปทักมีแชทมาบอกคนนี้จบ2-0
Like the last round where he walks through with the spike when no one else has gone.
เป็นไปได้อยู่ไงเป็นไปได้อยู่
I want to see if this becomes a trend of them dealing with him.
Necky's found Lover's Rock though.
เฮ้ย
Still trying to go forward.
โอ้โหมงจัด
Good for one, but Ordaz trades it out.
แต่มันเล่นแบบไม่กลัวนะเย็บอะ
Still has some promise in this round. Okay. Ordaz really leading the team here in terms of the fragging department. Blast pack buys Fabian at least a moment, and unfortunately he's going to be caught on the way out. Now that showstopper fired and found on Ordaz. A good attempt in an otherwise weak round, but still the victory's there for BBL.
Well, throwing investment in here just to secure though is key for me.
Like breaks our storyline.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, still with the Blade Storm for sure, but don't allow this to spiral out of control.
แบบนี้โรเวอร์มันได้จัด7แล้ว
Won the scoreline now for BBL.
มีแม็กละแบบพี่แล้วมันฟรีจัด
An op of his own to maybe challenge Lover's Rock on some of these early angles.
พี่ว่ามีถ้าแบบนี้ BBL ได้พี่ว่าคัมแบ็กว่ะ
BBL score-wise was decent.
Yeah, 8 for the first half, I believe. Yeah.
Attack. They got the job done in the end, but it wasn't great. So,
like I said, lazy.
And then the last time we saw this match play was very good on the attack by their opponents, but thus far hasn't been the case. Early trades, early aggression once again, but this time Echo does strike, and a missed shot from Lover's Rock gives him a double.
ไม่น่าเลยนะอันนี้
Look at where the spike is, but
สไปอยู่บ้าน
no, I was going to say the position
อุ้ย
could have been dangerous.
Well, now they need to be.
And now Creven
แล้วซื้อ B
on this rotation. I haven't seen the spike. I'm going to go all the way back to B.
เป็นเรื่องอย่างนี้เป็นเรื่องจริง
Rotation by Creven.
Timing.
Oh, he needs his rifle out, and he's caught. Necky, Prowler in hand, and he runs right back to A. I mean, even then, you think that
วาเวียนมีโชว์ซ็อปเปอร์ครับ
he doubles back, he goes vents, he gets the A site. Instead, Fabian was in main. That rotate way too long, and he decides to fill in the space.
Plenty of time to find a comfortable plant here as well.
30 seconds left.
Only problem, really, now for BBL. When this plant comes down, Fabian not only has the whole world to wander, but a showstopper. And as soon as you tap that spike, you're in big, big trouble.
So much ground to cover here as well.
He almost can't do it too quietly, because otherwise that clock is going to tick. Fabian. Oh, he's out in the open.
Did he get spotted?
I don't think he has any idea of where his opponent currently is. Timing's going to be everything. He looks
Oh!
He got him! It looked like that hit the wall.
I thought it was below.
I think that was just enough.
It's like only his head poking out there to take the splash damage. I mean, a miracle outcome. But Fabian, again, he's just so antsy in this situation. Yeah, it's literally barely his head poking out.
สำคัญจัดวินนี้
The body dropped down as if
ถ้าได้นี่ยาว
I mean, thank God he's able to land that.
Oh man, when he
I like the frustration from the coaching staff when realistically they should have had no hope in hell in that round.
Yeah. No, very well played.
ต้องได้แล้วเมื่อกี้จริง
A very lucky set of circumstances leading to that showstopper finding a kill. But Eternal Fire closed the gap now. 2 rounds between them. Blade Storm online for Lover's Rock. A terrifying prospect, full buy-in if they need it. Viper's Pit is there to work with. It will be the Viper pressured early on. Creven forced back and being hunted by the Prowler. Wall goes up, but so too does the Viper's Pit. Looking to reinforce the B side. It's a bit of a
กลางไบโอพิษเลยครับ
ult as well. Doesn't fully cover that back. Sight good spray by Fabian. He's found the first, and now the judge looking to invade.
โอเคโดนศูนย์หัว เหลือ2คนครับ
Pieces return Viper ult as well, and a shot from LaRock inside it almost brought them back into favor, but he's immediately caught by Izzy.
That looks so sketch when there's still 3 members inside that first pit that gets dropped. Able to
ทีเอสเปลี่ยนแล้วรอบนี้เป็นแบบชั่วคราวรอบนี้เปลี่ยนมาหนักกว่าตอนนี้ที่เป็นอยู่อีก
Beautiful execution here from Eternal Fire. This is just running rampant with the judge here. Somebody dap him up. Somebody.
ลาล็อกมันเป็นอย่างนี้ตลอดเลยตั้งแต่ตอนคิกออฟแล้วในแข่งเวลามันวากาเยอะมันชอบหลุด
Not a bad start to this round either.
Well, look at the situation we just had not long ago. Obviously, a lesser purchase here, but look at the ults for BBL. Everything invested now. Got the Seekers back. In that initial exchange, LaRock does catch his.
มันดึงสติก่อน
He's waking up.
That's the one rifle, so they try to go elsewhere, and well, Rose had a chance. It's hard to aim looking up, and it's hard to shoot back with your knife out, but LaRock's able to at least land Echo. A 1 versus 3. Look, I wouldn't put it past him. Definitely time for Eternal Fire to still play a tight game. Good dodge on the stun. Pull's not going to catch him, but the spam does damage.
คนลิทัวเนียชื่ออะไรไม่รู้อะตัวเคอะมาแทนคัมแบ็กครับเป็นเด็กเทียร์2อะสแตทก็ไม่ดีไม่รู้เข้ามาได้ไงน่าจะเด็กเส้น
In a row to tie things up. Eternal Fire doing everything right in my book. Again, that crucial, not necessarily swing round, but in terms of the old side, when I said the finances could have really spiraled out of control. So great position to be in here. Well, feels like the home stretch this first half of Split.
Wait, it feels like one of those moments where like thing. I'm sliding in with the judge. I don't care who these guys are. It doesn't
ไม่น่ารอดกับลิเวอร์พูลนี่
Confidence, it's definitely been a confidence builder for Eternal Fire. Like against some of the other teams, any of the other teams, to be honest, I feel like they have a better chance of coming in with a strength in the mental game. But up against this squad, they're kryptonite in the past. This is where I expected, sure, we talked about it at the start, BBL, perhaps some mind games there, like getting in their own heads, but I'd expect that from Eternal Fire as well, especially if they start losing. But they've shown it here on this map, where BBL do show some strength early on, that they can still battle back, and in the previous, there was no need to. It had felt dominant from the get-go. 4-4, and, well, the orb is going to block Lover's Rock out. That's an annoying orb thrown out by the attackers. We saw this earlier on as well in the previous split, but not to the same effect with that big operator denied the early fight. Is he? He's going in. He's going in. He is fully sending it. Caught off for the rest of his teammates, and well, the trades will come slowly, if at all. Kreven doubles up. And Eternal Fire may reconsider this push unless Echo can land.
อ้าวยังไง
It's a disaster.
เปาหลุดหมดเปาหลุดกันหมดทีนี้ EF
Still killing people.
Well, the crazy thing there is, again, it feels a little bit disjointed. Like, you have two players start running back in B main, and then
on B main,
Echo just dives in, and so then the other two go with him. It's like, if that's all at the same time, I don't think Kreven kills everyone, but you give him isolated fights on an anchor on a site, well, there's not many players I'd want more than
It's even catchy there, actually, Echo besting Lover's Rock on the way up through mid, so they know about him. At that point, the B main players have to come forward and pressure here. Slight miscalculation on the way in. BBL around in response here. Back in the lead. Necessarily back in control though.
Oh dear.
Speaking of.
อุ้ยเฮียรอด
That showstopper not as effective.
He took 0 damage.
Yeah, 0.
He did now though.
He's taking a lot of damage there.
So he definitely knew there was two players on the other side. And look at where his
เห็นปะ
teammates are, by the way. It's not like there was any real chance at help.
มีแก๊ปต้องระวังฮะระวังอยู่
Rose is waiting. Nicely done. Good read on the play. The spray a little shaky, but he gets there in the end, and the numbers still favored to BBL. They're the ones that don't have to make a move here.
ใจร้อนไปหน่อยครับช็อตนี้รถ
This is a big danger. Audas is waiting. watching. They don't have utility to cover their back. Instead, they need guns to do it. But now, looking towards heaven, thinking that flank hasn't come through yet. I guess it isn't on the way, but they are about to find out the hard way if there's still players on that ramp. Oda's turned. He spotted them just in time, but now it's an op set up on the other side. What a shot by Neki. Oda's, he's already bypassed the op, or the op has bypassed him, catching Fabian, looking back for more as Odas creeps down. They haven't spotted him. A star going to be sent down to the grab well combined.
เอาซวยแล้วเควินยิงช็อตสำคัญไม่โดน
Low HP on the side as well. A chance for Odas, but the spams is what it comes down to. And Loida steps in to save Lovers Rock any trouble. 6 for BBL. Damn nice try though.
Come so close to converting that. Again, it's strange to see the commitment here in B main. Talked about previously, Echo being caught off guard here, just feeding into that, desperate to find impact or value so early on in the round as well.
We didn't even see him.
Yeah, we just get the voice over.
The scream just through the replay. It's crazy.
แบบใครแบบมันหรือแบบเขาเราเก่งเหรอตอนนี้มันเป็นแบบเขาเราเก่งอยู่ครับ
The issue for me again comes around Lovers Rock and
พี่ว่า BBL คัมแบ็กว่ะ
changes we've seen their ability to really get that timing
ยันแฟกเกอร์เลยยาว
here it's a lot more traditional so the timing should be a little tighter that's certainly what I'm looking forward to in the second half really the biggest question for me and again in terms of damage control
I feel like all of these rounds have been close. Like, I feel like every single time there's been a low buy for Eternal Fire, it's come down to a kill or two. So I'm looking to see if BBL are growing into this game or if it's going to be the same story.
เฮ้ยทามิ่ง
BBL
ข้างหลัง
surrounded here. Ramp already taken. Plenty of players spotted.
โอ้โหเหี้ย
That off, oh my goodness.
เกือบชิบหายกันหมดช็อตนี้
For Lovers Rock, but somehow he makes it out of there unscathed. Now Flash goes through, no follow-up. It caught a few. Well, we're down to the last, and the ult's going to be popped.
นี่ทามิ่งคนจะแพ้วะ
There's the shot, but it doesn't land either. That could have brought them back to equal footing instead. Eternal Fire, they're still breathing deep into this round until they get the op one. Not a third.
โอ้อย่าให้จับอย่าจับไปเลยเห็นอีกนะ
Finally, the rocket sent in, but it doesn't take him down. The plant to be found. No nade, no showstopper. Possibly no chance if he's going to swing into Lovers Rock. He missed a shot early.
ล็อกไอโบ1คนครับเรียบร้อยฮะ
Crazy back and forth here. Little awkward in terms of when contact well the engagement finally happens in heaven.
EF คือ Eternal Fire ครับมาแทน ULF ครับมีปัญหาเรื่องการเงินครับแล้วก็เทคไลน์อัพมาเปลี่ยนปรับเปลี่ยนนิดหน่อยฮะชื่อเต็ม Eternal Fire เป็นทีมใหญ่ตุรกีนะทีมดังอยู่อันนี้
Gets the one short, somebody else can get onto a deeper angle, maybe scale up onto site, but
that
looked like a tick. That was a tick, not a cross.
That was an angry tick. That was a tick of don't do that again.
แล้ว TS นี่เรียกแมปเขาก็กากเพราะแมปเราก็กากก็ได้อยู่นะอันนั้นหนักหมดทุกแมปเลย TS ตอนนี้นะ
The attack half in their match versus Pacific where they struggled. Whether or not
ใช่ครับไอ้มันเคยมีช่วงไอ้นี่ไงซันตาเลสนะแข่งตุรกีซันตาเลสนะก่อนเป็นออโรราครับผม คิดว่ามีแบบ3โบค่อนข้างชัวร์แล้วแบบ3น่าจะ BBL น่าจะเทคืนด้วยเพื่อครับผมเปิด3แท็บ1ดูทวิต2ดูพี่ในซุป3ดู3ในซุปปิดเสียงเพื่อ2แท็บฟังแต่สาวมีความสุขก็ยังดีครับน้องนายเปิดแท็บให้พี่ด้วยสวยเฮ้ยถ้าเปิดแท็บซูก็ถือว่าเยี่ยมมากๆแล้วมาพรุ่งนี้ให้วิทย์ครับเชื่อมั่นในสไตล์โยนาระครับผม
But for BBL, this has been a half of recovery for them. A phenomenal round from Larocque to close out that one.
เดี๋ยวต้องไปเปลี่ยนเจอพิเทติกออกด้วยตัวใหม่ไม่ไหวครับผมพอเล่นเป็นทีมการแข่งขันตัวใหม่มันไม่ได้เก่งขนาดนั้นนะมีคนพยายามหยิบมาใช้ก็ไม่เวิร์กพูดไปแล้วครับผมไม่มีโล่ดิของนายอันนี้เป็นโล่แทน
That's not good.
We keep airing that.
It's getting worse. Yeah, it keeps going gets worse each time. It's not a pretty sign. Well, early on, aggression from BBL. At least that's what they want. Eternal Fire to think. Presence towards B main. And the rotations have come through. But Fabian, second guessing it for a moment, but he decides to commit. They'll sit on the B site with 4. And now, yes, we saw this on the last map. Neki isolated in a number of rounds, but he always makes
จุดจบคนเลิก
for the space they're taking. Can Larocque apply that same price to the defense? No, he can't. Fabian shuts him down. And now even if Neki falls, the advantage is there in the
เช็คหรือเปล่าเหลี่ยมนี้
feeling Neki's got a bit more of a fight left in him. With one already down, it's 3 for the man who was all alone.
ชอบทีมที่เซต17ไหมพี่ก็ชอบทุกเซตอะพี่รู้สึกเป็นเกมที่เล่นได้เรื่อยๆดิตอนนี้มันยังตื่นเต้นอยู่ไงมันแบบมันยังใหม่อยู่ครับผมเดี๋ยวรอเปิดจริงเราเล่นแบบจริงๆจังๆก่อนเซต16อะไรจะเล่นเป็นโหเป็นอะไรตอนนี้เลย
That's a dangerous game to play. Larocque won't like that. Honestly, with my eyes closed, that could have been Yedeje. He's got the energy.
ใช่วันที่12ไปครับผม12ต้องไปฮะเพิ่งรู้วันนี้เลยนะครับต้องไปวันที่12ตอนแรกกลับไปถ่ายอะไรเสร็จแล้วกลับมาสตรีมที่บ้านนะอิงบอกว่าไม่ได้ครับต้องอยู่ฮะพี่งงเลยถ่ายแล้วทีนี้ไม่รู้จะยิงช่องพี่ได้หรือเปล่านาวีเหรอ
a chance for them to hold on to everything. Keep in mind, Eternal Fire did invest decently into this round, so they really want to keep as many alive as possible. For now, that well, okay. Maybe not how I want to see that weapon used, but it works.
Trying to be sneaky, but it's another in-zone flawless. Not a bad start to the defensive side, but if you're a BBL fan, probably not how you hope this will continue. This is where the rifles come in, but I always find with this sort of double dive, there's definitely a higher risk of it going wrong. You're going to have to play a little bit more contact. You're going to rely a lot on Rose as well.
Like I said, in where BBL struggled particularly in week 1, and obviously what we saw in Santiago.
Top 5 อะไรกันนะพี่ Top
5 duelists here for BBL. With the comp change, sure, back to comfort, but fragging isn't everything, especially in
ใครโดนแดงแล้วบอส
with the way that Eternal Fire approached this series today. Op in hand already for Izzy.
Such a
that could
dynamic.
Be a curveball.
An operator in one player, a judge on another, and yeah, you're taking more aggressive angles because you're thinking, I have the weapon advantage here. It's a patient position from Loiter on the other side. And in fact, never mind. Ordas is just going to wide swing it and wreck him with the
There might be somebody in B main, by the way. Oh, all right.
I'll check.
I'll sort it.
I'll find out. Got him in his back pocket. Okay, nice shutdown onto Fabian, but it looks like still the intention, well, will be feigned towards the B site. You can see Kraven was waiting outside A, and now he's grouping back up. For BBL, they've been pretty good at pushing and pulling this map. They had all of Eternal Fire bar Neki on the B site when it came to the pistol. Didn't convert to a round win.
ขอท็อป 5 เซตที่โอ้โหมันลืมหมดแล้วดิครับผมยากมากเลยอันเนี้ย
He's going to get a deep play caught by Kraven.
Don't need to.
แต่พี่ชอบเซตไอเซตดนตรีนะ
Oh wow, Lovers Rock says thank you very much. That's the fastest I think he's moved back into B main ever. It's a bonus, so they're going to go for this. They're going to try and do some damage. Neck has done well. That looked like an angle that he shouldn't have been winning. And Lovers Rock has just been tagged low. Snake might go deep, though they don't realize how close Rose is. And now for Neki, half HP. Still not even knowing where at least one of these players lies. He knew where Rose was, but Kraven was the knife in the back.
Not a bad attempt, but this is a costly round. Yeah, it's a bonus, but without even one rifle saved, you've invested in the op.
Yeah, costly, and you hand the operator over, so almost a double-edged sword here.
One enemy remaining.
More Eternal Fire. And somehow, somewhere, I don't know where they've scraped that from, but I'm seeing another operator in the hands of Izzy.
Have they managed
that?
It's
because Echo's still playing a judge.
It's still playing the judge,
It's literally the sacrificial judge.
อาเคนก็ชอบเฮดอาเคนก็สนุก
He's going to be missing his orb though for mid for that control.
แล้วดูไอ้นี่ด้วย
Generally on this map with your Viper, so important to have it locked down.
ดูอาเคนด้วยยิ่งสนุกเลย
He has to make it worth it. That's Izzy's job. If someone's broken that reveal, you know there's at least one there. And thankfully he doesn't go in peeking like Aw does.
When there's an operator on the other side, I feel like a glass cannon op really loses a lot of its value. It's like, you know that they're going to play slower. You know that they're going to have players posted on angles. So the risk
ก็ดีแต่ว่าสู้พวก
massively.
สู้ดนตรีอาเคนไม่ได้
You hold the right angle though, you can drop that off. At least for now, Izzy.
แต่เซตเทพนี่คนบ่นเยอะอยู่นะ
The barrel's been spotted.
น่าจะอยู่ไม่นาน
That's an operator at this point, and there it is. Izzy more than ready for the peak. Thanks to that info found by Fabian, and it looks like the attackers move towards the B site now. Directing themselves over here. BBL
ปลดตัวก็สนุกครับ ชอบนะพี่ชอบระบบปลดตัว
Patience pays off.
ยังไงเอโคเฮ้ย
He's gotten two. Stabilizing
กลับมา 2-2 เฉย
seems destined to go down on B.
Still got an aid here for Fabian.
Fabian the plant as well. No.
ระวางเปิดเนี่ยเอาแล้วเขามาเมนเฮ้ย
On that flank, I think he's here quicker than maybe they expected him to be. Heard the steps. The timing couldn't be
สวยแล้วพี่เขาขยันเดินไม่หยุดเลย
He's been good in these scenarios. If they push him together, though, it's going to be tough. He still expects players to be coming from other angles, just hiding in the corner. They've not checked it. They don't expect anybody to be here. So close. And now running through with the shorty in hand. But he thinks it's a fake. He thinks it's a fake. And now gets it all the way to half.
He's going to take
goes back on the angle. There was no way that Neki should have come out of that alive. But just the bait.
He didn't think that he would even get it close to there. If that orb was,
yeah, I think maybe he thinks the spike is just inside the orb.
แล้วทำไม
Then he has to drop it, has to reset.
ทำไมควักชัตตี้ออกมาไม่กระโดดออกไปเลยอะ
The Necky's able to close out that round.
And a big blow to BBL. Fighting back like that for Eternal Fire. And look, the economy looking decent on that defensive side. You certainly cannot say the same on the attack. This is going to be the gap closing yet again.
กระโดดออกไปก็จบแล้ว
And they can catch right back up to a squad that no doubt thought today would be a 2-0. He's got a judge. He's jiggle peeking with the judge. He's going through. He's going through. No, he doesn't. He doesn't keep pushing. He falls back. It's falling. It's gonna fade.
อุ้ยเลี้ยงข้าวลาหลอกด้วยชิบหายรถอุ้ย
Surely the rest of the team are too far out this round. Maybe not. Necky's gonna go running in. He's trying to get ahead of it.
อุ้ยผมโอ้
And even as the seas looks to use the nightfall. Doesn't even realize he caught a player. And there's still one on this corner.
เฮ้ยถามจริง
Leaves it all onto the man with a judge, and he's still going for it. But the defuse is underway. He needs to move.
จีเลยอย่างงี้
He's not in the right position at all. Necky's gonna win it alone.
That is one of the most bonkers rounds
ผม
I've
จัด
seen in a long time. Necky just going nuclear. Nah, this is just insane.
Oh my God. That adjustment onto the player on pillar. Loida.
Nice, that's a
It kind of feels like he faced a cheater. Guys sound.
Comms.
9-8, a round they should have won from the get-go. They had a better buy, but BBL, they battled their way into that one, and then they fell at the final hurdle. Necky standing in their way, and now one round between them. Look, at the start of the round, you tell me it comes that close, you lose all your weapons. I'm not going to be thrilled, but the way that he gets there, that's momentum.
Oh, Lover's Rock has an operator.
He's got another.
เฮ้ย
Necky is
โอ้โห
pumped up.
มุม
He's meant to be that sort of calmer leader on this team. It doesn't
แจ๋ว
seem
อยู่
to
นะ
be
ตรง
the
นั้น
case here, but one comes the other way at least. Rose, not the gun of choice, and the thing is they've made this a close battle versus shotguns, but it seems to be working out anyway. Echo is genuinely. If this was my rank game, I'd say he was trolling.
Yeah. Well, somehow, some way, we're here. It's a 9 apiece.
Hey, welcome to the show today, brother.
There was a chance.
Welcome to the show.
5 rounds. The opening 6 of the second half. Will be a timeout from BBL, understandably so. And in a really solid position now.
สงสัยเอสจะเลยป้ายว่ะโอ้โห
That was madness. 9-9, neck and neck. BBL, the historic victor. For God's sake, the historic victor in this battle. They are on the verge of not just losing, but being trounced. A 2-0. Eternal Fire with all the momentum. Aggressive play by Lover's Rock early gets on to B, and in fact, the whole team does. They
โอเคพวกวันนี้ครับ
this out of Eternal Fire's hand. Do they keep going though? And look for a second as they get towards the spawn. But they would keep on pressing, but with the Vipers pit up, there's no need. Huge advantage, right? It has to be. And there we go. Echo down 2.
มันจัดไอโค
Echo is so far ahead of the curve. He's fighting from rafters. Like, I don't think he's let go of W key the whole game. He's been watching PaperX demos, but now walking into a pit. Yeah,
give this up.
I don't, like, there's been moments with the judge that have been insane, but that was just like if you.
โอ้เลี้ยววัวตัวนี้ตรงไม่ค่อยดีไหมเหรอ
Where he was, where everyone else on the team was, it's like they were setting up to move in, and Echo's like, "But we haven't gone yet."
I was about to say, by the way, talking of deja vu. Yeah, the second half of Split previously started exactly the same fashion, a 5-1 response to get to this same scoreline. BBL able to stabilize previously, able to now find this response. Still, the buy protected, divide available, and op still in hand for Izzy. Lovers Rock
บอลดูแต่เวลาแมนยูเตะครับ
completely off kilter in terms of this ult cycle.
I do really like the approach in the last round as well to just go that much more direct.
This one's been exciting.
EF
There you go. Eternal
If you needed a
Fire
reminder.
0-6.
EF ไม่เคยชนะ BBL เลย 0-6
Eternal Fire, the org.
ปีที่แล้วนะ
Well, roster, I guess. Yeah.
I would assume so.
I'll say that word.
Come on, Tom. Well, double digits found by the attack side. Still a big save from Eternal Fire. Op is still going to be online, but it's being spotted right away. They even try to spam him and nade him out of position after. Moving towards the A site. Now the op is mid. Let's fill in the space elsewhere, and very favored in these fights if the op can post up. Not going to repeat that surely. Fabian at least gets a nade through and a chance to damage those players on the way in. What is Neki doing? He dives on top. Krevin's caught off guard. Fabian should be dead to rights, but he makes it out. The double blast pack's working somehow, and now the op set up contains them on that site. Lost. With no port in sight and the storm brewing inside screens. Eternal Fire, they even go for this all together. The op just holding up in heaven for now, but the smoke. And they're splitting up and looking for clues. It's risky, but it works out with Echo's double.
ที่มันเล่นดีจัดอะ
Like that though. When you're in a 4v2, to see Echo swinging out through that smoke, it felt like, oh, we're given equalizing opportunities.
Not Neki being like, I'm single-handedly winning rounds. I'm swinging out here. Cool. That's
I mean, it works so well on B.
At this point, to find Krevin like that.
To be fair, I think every single one of their kills up until the 4v2 was one player swinging and taking a fight.
คู่แรกใจแอน 2-1 ครับ น้องกันสวัสดีครับผม
At least I will say, maybe because this might be because of the pause. Echo
นี่เราหลอกเข้ามาเนี่ยเลเวอร์เงียบ
which is an improvement to where we were last round.
Different direction, but the timing was perfect. That's all we wanted.
Even if he died, at least they're not all just looking at him on his own.
So not like, well, I guess we saved now. Got no space. Double digits for both.
Look at the position they're going to be in though.
ไม่มีปัญหาหลายทีมเลยเนี่ยไอเมนโยรุมีฟอร์มตกเลย
Reaping the rewards massively in terms of the last few rounds. Operator noted here. Lovers Rock will show his hand.
เอ้าเหมือนตอนไอเนี่ยเทโจโดนเนิร์ฟแล้วใครว่าของอเมริกาเมนเทโจอะฟอร์มตกพักนึงอะกว่าจะกลับมาได้นานจัดอะของ G2 อะเนี่ยชื่ออะไรวะลืม เทรนด์อ่ะใช่ใช่เทรนด์ตอนที่แพทเทโจมาแรกๆแล้วเทรนด์จับแต่เทโจทุกแมปออกตัวเทรนด์แม่งล่างทองเลยอะพอเทโจเนื้อปุ๊บเทรนด์ต้องกลับไปจับพวกเฟสโซวาไปไม่เป็นเลยนะนานจัดเลยกว่าจะกลับมาเหมือนเดิมอะใช้เวลาจับเทโจดึงตัวปีหนึ่งอะ
Eternal fire, but the op now trained in just in time on that position. Great pick, and he went for more. He went
แต่ตอนนี้กลับมาสภาพปกติแล้ว
for more, and now Kraven stepping into the angle.
ฟีอิงก็เหมือนกันนะ
Oh, it's so badly played. What is this round, man? What is
ก็พอฟีอิงตอนนี้ก็จะเป็นโยรุถ้าใครนึกไม่ออกกันนั่นน่ะลองนึกภาพเทโจลองนึกภาพแชมเบอร์ใช้เวลาตอนนี้เมตาชื่อตัวไหนบ้างนีออนครับนีออนนะทีมไหนเนี่ยเซต้าพวกนี้
Oh my god. And look at the ults again.
I can't believe.
โอ้ยหวานเจี๊ยบตอนนี้เฮ้ยเอ็โคสร้างงานจัดโอ้โหยอมเสียเพื่อน1 คนนะเพื่อช็อตนี้
It's theirs, but hold on, Kraven snuck up through heaven, and Echo is now about to get backstabbed. What are these rounds? A 2v3, BBL still behind, but with a chance to split this defense. They're moving towards B. The only man there is Izzy with an op, and he's taking a very, very passive stance. They can get the plant from here. They still have the numbers to fight off against.
Seems like there's always a traitor in the vents. People should be more aware of that, but going into the 2v3 scenario, Rose one away from a C because Kraven gets aggressive. A chance of the 1v1, but there's another man coming round in the corner. Isolate the fight, leaves it on
รู้ตำแหน่งแล้วด้วย
another chance at a first shot goes crazy. Seekers,
โอ้โหกดอันติไปด้วยครับผมกดอันติไปด้วยนะ
We've said it, 6 consecutive defeats in the tier 2 versus this team. The time they face in the tier 1 could be the first victory they have.
What was the key to success today? Don't let history repeat itself.
Yeah. The next one should be for BBL. Don't go vent.
Yeah.
ไม่เคยแพ้ไง
Just blown away. I can't believe it. With how Eternal Fire are playing, and look at the player react. Look at that.
What a
He's
difference.
stun-locked, man.
Night and day. But that's the thing, when you're the team that stands up, that screams,
yeah, that clip right there.
ต้องบอกว่าไวเปอร์มันทำไปได้เยอะจริงๆครับยังไงก็ต้องมีนะผมเมตาตอนเนี้ยเอามาแทนเซนเนลมันกากจัดเลยครับอุ้ยรอดเฉยเอ้าโอ้โหเกินไปว่ะ GG ครับผมไม่เคยแพ้นะเขาว่า
After that game last week, people started to question whether or not Fnatic were in form. That was what was asked. Are Fnatic playing well?
Throw that out the window.
Yeah, I think the narrative needs to change. No.
เขาว่าไม่เคยแพ้ยับไม่เคยแพ้ US แต่มาแพ้ EF แทนโอ้ยถึงเวลาพักผ่อนทุกคนวันนี้มาตั้งแต่จีนวันนี้คำเกือบแตกฝันดีทุกคนนะครับเจอกันฮะ ทุกช่องทางนะครับทั้งทวิตทั้ง YouTube ทั้งซูบนะฮะลิเวอร์พูลตาม BBL ไป